The story so far. For those of you who have had to wait a year for this book, I provide a brief synopsis of books 1 and 2, so that your memories may be refreshed. Here, I carry forward only what is of importance to the tale that follows. 1. Yorg's mother and brother William were killed when he was 9. He hung hidden in the thorns and witnessed it. His uncle sent the assassins. 2. Yorg's father, Oladan, is not a nice man. He killed Yorg's dog when Yorg was 6 and stabbed Yorg in the chest when he was 14. 3. Yorg's father still rules in Ancrath, married now to Sareth. Sareth's sister Catherine is Yorg's step-aunt and something of an obsession for him. 4. Yorg accidentally, though not guiltlessly, killed his baby stepbrother, Degran. 5. A man named Luntar put Yorg's memory of the incident in a box. Yorg has now recovered the memory. 6. A number of magically gifted individuals work behind the many thrones of the Broken Empire, competing with each other and manipulating events to further their own control. 7. We left Yorg still on his uncle's throne in Raynar. The princes of Arrow lay dead, their armies shattered, and the 6 nations gathered under Orin of Arrow's rule, ripe for the picking. 8. We left Yorg the day after his wedding to 12-year-old Queen Miana. 9. Yorg had sent men to recover his badly wounded chancellor, Codin, from the mountainside. 10. Catherine's diary was found in the destruction outside the haunt. Whether she survived where her baggage train did not, is unknown. 11. Red Kent was badly burned in the fight. 12. Yorg discovered there are ghosts of the builders in the network of machines they left behind. 13. Yorg learned from one such ghost, Fexler Bruce, that what he calls magic exists because the builder scientists changed the way the world works. They made it possible for a person's will to affect matter and energy directly. 14. The gun Yorg used to conclude the siege on the haunt was taken from Fexler Bruce's suicide. 15. The powers over necromancy and fire were burned out of Yorg when they nearly destroyed him at the finale of the battle for the haunt. 16. The dead king is a powerful individual who watches the living from the Deadlands and has shown a particular interest in Yorg. 17. Chayla, a necromancer, has become an agent of the dead king. 18. Every 4 years, the rulers of the 100 Fragments of Empire convene in the capital Vienne for Congression, a truce period during which they vote for a new emperor. In the 100 years since the death of the last steward, no candidate has managed to secure the necessary majority. 19. In the earlier thread, 4 years earlier, we left Yorg at his grandfather's castle on the Horse Coast. The math magician, Kalasadi, had escaped after failing to poison the nobles. The builder ghost, Fexler, had given Yorg the view ring that offers interactive views of the world from satellites and other optical resources. Prologue. Kai stood before the old stone, a single rough block set upright in the days when men knew nothing but wood and rock and hunting. Or perhaps they knew more than that, for they had set the old stone in a place of seeing. A point where veils thinned and lifted and secrets might be learned or told. A place where the heavens stood a little lower, such that the sky-sworn might touch them more easily. The local men called the promontory the Finger, which Kai supposed was apt, if dull. And if it were a finger, then the old stone stood on the knuckle. Here the finger lay 60 yards across, and at the edges fell a similar distance to meet the marsh in a series of steep and rocky steps. Kai took a deep breath and let the cold air fill his lungs, let the dampness infect him, slowed his heart, and listened for the high, sad voice of the old stone, less of a sound than a memory of sound. His vision lifted from him with just a whisper of pain. The point of Kai's perception vaulted skyward, leaving his flesh beside the monolith. He watched now from a bright valley between two tumbling banks of cloud, watched himself as a dot upon the finger, and the promontory itself a mere sliver of land, reaching out into the vastness of the reed sea. At this distance, the river rill became a ribbon of silver running to the lake of glass. Kai flew higher. The ground fell away, growing more abstract with each beat of his mind-born wings. The mist swirled, and the clouds held him again in their cool embrace. Is this what death is like? A cold whiteness, forever and ever, amen? Kai resisted the cloud's pull and found the sun again. The sky-sworn could so easily lose themselves in the vastness of the heavens. Many did, leaving flesh to die and haunting the empty spaces above. A core of selfishness bound Kai to his existence. He knew himself well enough to admit that. An old strand of greed, an inability to let go. Failings of a kind, perhaps, but here an asset that would keep him whole. He flew above the soft brilliance of the clouds, weaving his path amongst their turrets and towers. A ceres broke the pillowed alabaster, ghost faint even to the eye of Kai's mind, its sinuous form plunging in and out of sight, 100 feet long and thicker than a man. Kai called to it. The cloud snake coiled on itself, describing lazy circles as it drew ever closer. "Old friend!" Kai hailed it. As many as 100 Serais swarmed amid the thunderheads when the landbreaker storms came, but each ceres knew what every ceres knew, so to Kai's mind there was only one. Perhaps the Serais were remnants of Skysworn who had forgotten themselves, forgotten all that they were, to dance among the clouds. Or maybe they had always been, requiring no birth and knowing no death. The ceres fixed Kai with the cold blue glow of its eye pits. He felt the chill of its mind touch, slow and curious. "Still the woman." "Always the woman." Kai watched the light on the clouds. Architectural clouds, just ready for God's hand to shape, ready to be cathedrals, towers, monsters. It amused him that the ceres thought he always brought the same girl to the finger. Maybe Serais think there's just one man, one woman, and lots of bodies. The ceres moved around Kai in a corkscrew, as if he were there in person, cocooning him in its coils. "You would have one shadow." Kai smiled. The Serais thought of human love as clouds coming together, sometimes brushing one to another, sometimes building to a storm, sometimes lost one in the other, casting one shadow. "Yes, to have one shadow." Kai surprised himself with the heat in his voice. He wanted what the ceres had. Not just a roll in the heather, not this time. "Make it." The voice of the ceres spoke beneath his skin, though he had left that far below. "Make it happen. It isn't that easy." "You do not want?" The ceres rippled. Kai knew it for laughter. "Oh, I want." She just had to walk in the room and I'm on fire. The scent of her. I close my eyes and I'm in the gardens of Bethesda. "A storm comes." Sorrow tinged the ceres's voice. Kai puzzled. He'd seen no sign of a storm brewing. "They rise," the ceres said. "The dead?" Kai asked, the old fear creeping over him. "Worse." One word. Too much meaning. Lichkin! Kai stared. He could see nothing. Lichkin only come in the dark. They rise, the Ceres said. How many? Don't let it be all 7. Please. Many. Like the rain. The Ceres left. The mist from which it wove its body drifted formless. Kai had never seen a Ceres fall apart like that. Make one shadow. The voice hung in the air. Kai's vision arrowed toward the ground. He dived for the finger. Sula stood at the fingertip, on the very edge, a white dot growing swiftly. Sight slammed into body, hard enough to make him fall to his knees. He scrambled up, disorientated for a moment, then tore off towards Sula. He reached her in less than a minute, and bent double before her, heaving in his breath. You were a long time. Sula turned at his approach. I thought you'd forgotten about me, Kai Summerson. Forgive me, my lady, he gasped and grinned, her beauty pushing away his panic. It seemed silly now. From on high he'd seen nothing to worry him. Sula's pout became smile. The sun reached down to light her face, and for a moment Kai forgot about the Ceres's warning. Lichkin travel at night. He took her hands and she came to him. She smelled of flowers. The softness of her breasts against his chest made his heart skip. For a moment, he could see only her eyes and lips. The fingers of one hand locked with hers, the other ran along her throat, feeling the pulsing heat of her. You shouldn't stand so close to the edge, he said, though she stole his breath. Just a yard behind her, the tip of the finger crumbled away into 200 feet of cliffs, stepping sharply down into the surrounding marsh. You sound like Daddy. Sula cocked her head and leaned into him. You know, he even told me not to go with you today. That Kai Summerson is low-born trash, he said. He wanted me to stay cooped up in Mall Town while he did his business deals. What? Kai let go of Sula's hands. You said he agreed. Sula giggled and put on a gruff voice. I'll not have my daughter gallivanting with a guardian captain. She laughed and returned to her normal tones. Did you know he thinks you have a reputation? Kai did have a reputation, and a man like Merrick Wineland could make things very difficult for him. Look, Sula, we'd better go. There may be trouble coming. The tight little lines of a frown marred Sula's perfect brow. Trouble coming? I had an ulterior motive for bringing you here, Kai said. Sula grinned where other girls might blush. Not that, Kai said. Well, that too, but I was scheduled to check the area, observe the marsh. I've been watching from the cliff while you were gone. There's nothing down there. Sula turned from him and gestured to the green infinity of the mire. Then she saw it. What's that? Across the reed sea, a mist was rising. It ran in white streams, spreading from the east, blood-tinged by the setting sun. They're coming! Kai struggled to speak. He found his voice and tried a confident smile. It felt like a grimace. Sula, we have to move fast. I need to report to Fort Arrel. I'll get you over the Mextons and leave you at Red Rocks. You'll be safe there. A wagon will get you to Moortown. The darts flew with a noise like somebody blowing out candles, a series of short, sudden breaths. 3 clustered just below Sula's right armpit. 3 thin black darts, stark against the whiteness of her dress. Kai felt the sting in his neck, like the bite of horseflies. The mire ghouls swarmed over the tip of the finger, grey and spider-like, swift and silent. Kai ripped his short sword from its scabbard. It felt heavier than lead. The numbness was in his fingers already, and the sword fell from his clumsy grasp. A storm's coming. Chapter 1. I failed my brother. I hung in the thorns and let him die, and the world has been wrong since that night. I failed him, and though I've let many brothers die since, that first pain has not diminished. The best part of me still hangs there, on those thorns. Life can tear away what's vital to a man, hook it from him, one scrap at a time, leaving him empty-handed and beggared by the years. Every man has his thorns, not of him, but in him, deep as bones. The scars of the briar mark me, a calligraphy of violence, a message blood-writ, requiring a lifetime to translate. The Gilden Guard always arrive on my birthday. They came for me when I turned 16. They came to my father and to my uncle the day I reached 12. I rode with the brothers at that time, and we saw the guard troop headed for Ancrath along the Great West Road. When I turned 8, I saw them first-hand, clattering through the gate to the Toll Castle on their white stallions. Will and I had watched in awe. Today, I watched them with Miana at my side. Queen Miana. They came clattering through a different set of gates into a different castle, but the effect was much the same. A golden tide. I wondered if the haunt would hold them all. "Captain Harren," I called down. "Good of you to come. Will you have an ale?" I waved toward the trestle table set out before him. I'd had our thrones brought onto the balcony so we could watch the arrival. Harren swung himself from the saddle, dazzling in his fire-gilt steel. Behind him, guardsmen continued to pour into the courtyard, hundreds of them, 7 troops of 50 to be exact, 1 troop for each of my lands. When they had come 4 years before, I warranted just a single troop, but Harren had been leading it then, as now. "My thanks, King Yorg," he called up, "but we must ride before noon. The roads to Vian are worse than expected. We will be hard pushed to reach the gate by Congression." "Surely you won't rush a king from his birthday celebrations just for Congression?" I sipped my ale and held the goblet aloft. "I claim my 20th year today, you know." Harren made an apologetic shrug and turned to review his troops. More than 200 were already crowded in. I would be impressed if he managed to file the whole contingent of 350 into the haunt. Even after extension during the reconstruction, the front courtyard wasn't what one would call capacious. I leaned toward Miana and placed a hand on her fat belly. "He's worried if I don't go, there might be another hung vote." She smiled at that. The last vote that was even close to a decision had been at the second Congression. The 33rd wasn't likely to be any nearer to setting an emperor on the throne than the previous 30. Macon came through the gates at the rear of the guard column with a dozen or so of my knights, having escorted Harren through the Highlands. A purely symbolic escort, since none in their right mind, and few even in their wrong mind, would get in the way of a Gilden Guard troop, let alone 7 massed together. "So, Miana, you can see why I have to leave you, even if my son is about to fight his way out into the world." I felt him kick under my hand. Miana shifted in her throne. "I can't really say no to 7 troops."
"One of those troops is for Lornik, you know,"
she said. "Who?" I asked it, only to tease her.
"Sometimes I think you regret turning Macon into my Lord of Kennick."
She gave me that quick scowl of hers. "I think he regrets it too. He can't have spent more than a month there in the last 2 years. He's had the good furniture from the Baron's Hall moved to his rooms here." We fell silent, watching the guard marshal their numbers within the tight confines of the courtyard. Their discipline put all other troops to shame. Even grandfather's horse coast cavalry looked a rabble next to the Gilden Guard. I had once marvelled at the quality of Oren of Arrow's travel guard, but these men stood a class apart. Not one of the hundreds didn't gleam in the sun, the gilt on their armour showing no sign of dirt or wear. The last emperor had deep pockets, and his personal guard continued to dip into them, close on 2 centuries after his death. "I should go down." I made to get up, but didn't. I liked the comfort. 3 weeks' hard riding held little appeal.
You should.
Miana chewed on a pepper. Her tastes had veered from one extreme to another in past months. Of late, her kisses quite an adventure.
I should give you your present first, though.
I raised a brow at that and tapped her belly. He's cooked and ready? Miana flicked my hand away and waved to a servant in the shadows of the hall. At times, she still looked like the child who'd arrived to find the haunt all but encircled, all but doomed. At a month shy of 15, the most petite of serving girls still dwarfed her, but at least pregnancy had added some curves, filled her chest out, put some colour in her cheeks. Hamlar came out with something under a silk cloth, long and thin, but not long enough for a sword. He offered it to me with a slight bow. He'd served my uncle for 20 years, but had never shown me a sour glance since I put an end to his old employment. I twitched the cloth away. A stick? My dear, you shouldn't have. I pursed my lips at it. A nice enough stick, it had to be said. I didn't recognise the wood. Hamlar set the stick on the table between the thrones and departed.
It's a rod,
Miana said.
Lignum vitae, hard and heavy enough to sink in water.
A stick that could drown me. She waved again, and Hamlar returned with a large tome from my library held before him, opened to a page marked with an ivory spacer.
It says there that the Lord of Orlanth won the hereditary right to bear his rod of office at the Congressional.
She set a finger to the appropriate passage. I picked the rod up with renewed interest. It felt like an iron bar in my hands. As King of the Highlands, Arrow, Belpen, Connaught, Normandy, and Orlanth, not to mention Overlord of Kennick, it seemed that I now held royal charter to carry a wooden stick where all others must walk unarmed. And thanks to my pixie-faced, rosy-cheeked little queen, my stick would be an ironwood rod that could brain a man in a pot-helm. Thank you, I said. I've never been one for affection or sentiment, but I like to think we understood each other well enough for her to know when something pleased me. I gave the rod an experimental swish and found myself sufficient inspiration to leave my throne. I'll look in on Codin on the way down. Codin's nurses had anticipated me. The door to his chamber stood open, the window shutters wide, musk sticks lit. Even so, the stench of his wound hung in the air. Soon it would be 2 years since the arrow struck him, and still the wound festered and gaped beneath the physician's dressings. Jorg! He waved to me from his bed, made up by the window, and raised so he too could see the guard arrive. Codin? The old sense of unfocused guilt folded around me. Did you say goodbye to her? Miana? Of course. Well... She's going to have your child, Jorg. Alone. Whilst you're off riding. She'll hardly be alone. She has no end of maids and ladies-in-waiting. Damned if I know their names or recognise half of them. Seems to be a new one every day. You played your part in this, Jorg. She will know you're absent when the time comes, and it will be harder on her. You should at least make a proper goodbye. Only Codin could lecture me so. I said... thank you. I twirled my new stick into view. A present. When you're done here, go back up. Say the right things. I gave the nod that means perhaps. It seemed to be enough for him. I never tire of watching those boys at horse, he said, glancing once more at the gleaming ranks below. Practice makes perfect. They'd do better to practice war, though. Being able to back a horse into a tight corner makes a pretty show, but... So enjoy the show. He shook his head, tried to hide a grimace, then looked at me. What can I do for you, my king? As always, I said. Advice? You hardly need it. I've never even seen Vian, not even been close. I haven't got anything that will help you in the Holy City. Sharp wits and all that book learning should serve you well enough. You survived the last Congression, didn't you? I let that memory tug a bleak smile from me.
I've got some measure of cleverness, perhaps, old man, but what I need from you is wisdom. I know you've had my library brought through this chamber one book at a time. The men bring you tales and rumour from all corners. Where do my interests lie in vying? Where shall I drop my 7 votes? I stepped closer, across the bare stones. Codin was ever the soldier. No rugs or rushes for him, even as an invalid.
You don't want to hear my wisdom, Jorg, if that's what it is.
Codin turned to the window again, the sun catching his age and catching the lines that pain had etched into him. I had hoped you'd changed your mind, I said. There are hard paths, and there are the hardest paths. The stench of his wound came stronger now I stood close. Corruption is nibbling at our heels from the hour we're born. The stink of rot just reminds us where our feet are leading us, whichever direction they point in.
Vote with your father. Be at peace with him.
Good medicines often taste foul, but some pills are too bitter to swallow. I paused to take the anger from my voice. It's been nearly more than I can do not to march my armies into Ancrath and lay waste. If it's a struggle to keep from open war, how can there be peace?
You two are alike. Your father perhaps a touch colder, more stern, and with less ambition. But you fell from the same tree, and similar evils forged you.
Only Codin could tell me I was my father's son and live. Only a man who had already died in my employ and lay rotting in my service still, out of duty. Only such a man could speak that truth. I don't need him, I said.
Didn't this ghost of yours, this builder, tell you 2 Ancraths together would end the power of the Hidden Hands? Think, Jorg. Sageus set your uncle against you. Sageus wanted you and your brother in the ground, and failing that, he drove a wedge between father and son. And what would end the power of men like Sageus, of the Silent Sister, Skilfar, and all their ilk? Peace. An emperor on the throne, a single voice of command. 2 Ancraths. You think your father has been idle all this time, the years that grew you and the years before? He may not have your arching ambition, but he is not without his own measure. King Oledan has influence in many courts. I won't say he has friends, but he commands loyalty, respect, and fear in equal measures. Oledan knows secrets.
I know secrets. Many I did not wish to know.
The 100 will not follow the son whilst the father stands before them.
Then I should destroy him.
Your father took that path. It made you stronger.
He faltered at the last. I looked at my hand, remembering how I had lifted it from my chest, dripping crimson. My blood, father's knife. He faltered. I will not. If it had been the Dream Witch who drove a wedge between us, then he had done his job well. It wasn't in me to forgive my father. I doubted it was in him to accept such forgiveness. The Hidden Hands might think 2 Ancraths will end their power. Me? I think 1 is enough. It was enough for Corian, enough for Sageus. I will be enough for all of them if they seek to stop me. In any event, you know in what high esteem I hold prophecy. Codin sighed.
Harren is waiting for you. You have my advice. Carry it with you. It won't slow you down.
The captains of my armies, nobles from the Highlands, a dozen lords on petitioning visits from various corners of the 7 kingdoms, and scores of hangers-on all waited for me in the entrance hall before the keep doors. The time when I could just slip away had just slipped away. I acknowledged the throng with a raised hand. My lords, warriors of my house, I'm off to Congression. Be assured I will carry your interests there along with my own, and present them with my usual blend of tact and diplomacy. That raised a chuckle. I'd bled a lot of men dry to take my little corner of empire, so I felt I should play out the game for my court, as long as it cost me nothing. And besides, their interests lay with mine, so I hardly lied. I singled Captain Martin out amongst the crowd, tall and weathered, nothing of the farmer left in him. I gave no rank higher than captain, but the man had led 5,000 soldiers and more in my name. Keep her safe, Martin. Keep them both safe. I put a hand to his shoulder. Nothing else needed to be said. I came into the courtyard flanked by 2 knights of my table, Sir Kent and Sir Richard. The spring breeze couldn't carry the aroma of horse sweat away fast enough, and the herd of more than 300 appeared to be doing their best to leave the place knee-deep in manure. I find that massed cavalry are always best viewed from a certain distance. Macon eased his horse through the ranks to reach us.
Many happy returns, King Jorg.
We'll see, I said. It all felt a little too comfortable. Happy families with my tiny queen above, birthday greetings and a golden escort down below. Too much soft living and peace can choke a man sure as any rope. Macon raised an eyebrow but said nothing, his smile still in place.
Your advisers are ready to ride, sire.
Kent had taken to calling me sire, and seemed happier that way.
You should be taking wise heads, not men-at-arms,
Macon said. And who might you be bringing, Lord Macon? I had decided to let him select the single adviser his vote entitled him to bring to Congression. He pointed across the yard to a scrawny old man, pinch-faced, a red cloak lifting around him as the wind swirled.
Ossir Gant, Chamberlain to the late Baron of Kennick. When I'm asked what my vote will cost, Ossir's the man who will know what is and what isn't of worth to Kennick.
I had to smile at that. He might pretend it wasn't so, but part of old Macon wanted to play out his new role as one of the 100 in grand style. Whether he would model his rule on my father's, or that of the Prince of Arrow, remained unclear. There's not much of Kennick that ain't marsh, and what the Ken marshes need is timber, stilts, so your muddy peasants' houses don't sink overnight. And you get that from me now, so don't let your man forget it. Macon coughed, as if some of that marsh had got into his chest.
So, who exactly are you taking as advisers?
It hadn't been a difficult choice. Codden's final trip came when they carried him down from the mountain after the battle for the Haunt. He wouldn't travel again. I had greyheads aplenty at court, but none whose contents I valued. You're looking at 2 of them. I nodded to Sirs Kent and Richard. Reich and Grumlow are waiting outside. Keppen and Gorguth with them.
Christ, Jorg, you can't bring Reich. This is the Emperor's court we're talking about. And Gorguth, he doesn't even like you.
I drew my sword, a smooth, glittering motion, and hundreds of golden helms turned to follow its arc. I held the blade high, turning it this way and that to catch the sun. I've been to Congression before, Macon. I know what games they play there. This year we're going to play a new game. Mine. And I'm bringing the right pieces.
Chapter 2.
Several hundred horsemen throw up a lot of dust. We left the Mataraks in a shroud of our own making, the Gildan Guard stretched out across half a mile of winding mountain path. Their glean didn't survive long, and we made a grey troop as we came to the plains. Macon and I rode together along the convolutions of the track on which we once met the Prince of Arrow, headed for my gates. Macon looked older now, a little iron in the black, worry lines across his brow. On the road, Macon had always seemed happy. Since we came to wealth and fortune and castles, he had taken to worry.
Will you miss her?
He asked. For an hour, just the clip and clop of hooves on stony ground, and then from nowhere, will you miss her? I don't know. I'd grown fond of my little queen. When she wanted to, she could excite me, as most women could. My eye is not hard to please. But I didn't burn for her, didn't need to have her, to keep her in my sight. More than fondness, I liked her, respected her quick mind and ruthless undercurrents. But I didn't love her. Not the irrational, foolish love that can overwhelm a man, wash him away, and strand him on unknown shores.
You don't know?
He asked. We'll find out, won't we? I said. Macon shook his head. You're hardly the champion of true love, Lord Macon, I told him. In the 6 years since we came to the haunt, he had kept no woman with him, and if he had a mistress or even a favourite whore, he had them well hidden. He shrugged. I lost myself on the road, Jorg. Those were black years for me. I'm not fit company for any woman I'd desire. What? And I am? I turned in my saddle to watch him. You were young, a boy. Sin doesn't stick to a child's skin the way it clings to a man's. My turn to shrug. He had seemed happier when murdering and robbing than he did thinking back on it in his vaulted halls. Perhaps he just needed something to worry about again, so he could stop worrying. She's a good woman, Jorg, and she's going to make you a father soon. Have you thought about that? No, I said. It had slipped my mind. In truth, though, it surfaced in my thoughts in each waking hour, and many dreaming ones. I couldn't find a way to grip the idea, and it did indeed slip from me. I knew a squalling infant would soon appear, but what that would mean to me, what it was to be a father, I had no hold on. Codin told me I would know how to feel. Instinct would tell me, something written in the blood. And perhaps it would come to me, like a sneeze arriving when pepper's in the air, but until it did, I had no way of imagining it. Perhaps you'll be a good father, Macon said. No. Whether I somehow came to understand the process or not, I would make a poor father. I had failed my brother, and I would doubtless fail my son. Somehow the curse Oladan of Ankrath bestowed on me, and got most likely from his own sire, would infect any child of mine. Macon pursed his lips, but had the grace or the wisdom not to argue. There's not much of the Raynar Highlands that lies flat enough to grow crops on, but close to the border with Ankrath, the land stops leaping and diving long enough for farming and for a city of sorts. Hodtown, my capital. I could see the stain of it on the horizon. We'll camp here, I said. Macon leaned in his saddle to tell Sir Rickard, and he raised my colours on his lance. We could make Hodtown, Macon said. We'd be there an hour or so past sunset. Barred beds, grinning officials, and fleas. I swung out of Brath's saddle. I'd rather sleep in a tent. Gorgov sat down. He let the guard work around him, tethering their horses, organising their feed, setting up pavilions, each big enough for 6 men, with 2 ribbons streaming from the centre point, the Emperor's black and gold. Keppen and Grumlow threw their saddlebags beside the Lacrota and sat on them to play dice. We should at least pass through town tomorrow, Jorg. Macon tied off the feed bag on his mount's nose and turned back to me. The people love to see the guard ride past. You can give them that, at least. I shrugged. It should be enough that I keep court in the Highlands. Do you think they've forgotten that I've a palace bigger than the whole of Hodtown down in Arrow? Macon kept his eyes on mine. Sometimes it seems you've forgotten it, Jorg. I turned away and squatted to watch the dice roll. The ache in my thighs told me I'd been too long in the throne and the bed and the banquet hall. Macon had it right. I should travel my 7 kingdoms, even if it were only to spend time on the road and keep its lessons sharp in my mind. Son of a bitch! Keppen spat. All 5 of Grumlow's dice showed 6s. Keppen started to empty his coin pouch, spat again, and threw the whole lot down at Grumlow's feet. I shook my head. It seemed a waste of good fortune to book such odds for a pouch of coin. Don't use up all your luck, Brother Grumlow. You might need it later. I stood again, biting back a curse at my legs. I hadn't wanted to live in the palace Prince Orin had built for Catherine. I spent a few weeks there after we had secured the allegiance of Arrow's surviving lords. The building reminded me of Orin, austere but splendid, high arches, pillars of white stone. It could have been copied from the ruins of Macedon, where Alexander grew to greatness. I rattled around in its many rooms, with the brothers as my guards, and my captains planning the capture of Arrow's remaining conquests. The palace felt deserted, despite a staff of hundreds. Strangers, all of them. In the end, I'd been glad to ride out to secure Normandy. Somehow a relief, though it proved the bloodiest of that spring's campaigns. If life in the Haunt had left me too soft for a day in the saddle, then I was wise to avoid the luxury of that palace. Better the mountains than the plains. Better the howl of the wind about snow-clad peaks than the foul air blowing off the quiet sea, laden with the stench of the drowned isles. Besides, in Ancrath and in Raynar, the blood of my line ran thickest. I might not hunger for the warmth of family, but in troubled times it's wiser to be surrounded by subjects you follow out of habit, rather than out of new-found fear. A gentle rain began to fall as the light faded. I pulled my cloak tighter and moved to one of the campfires.
"A tent for the king!"
Sir Ricard shouted, catching the arm of a passing guardsman. "A little wet won't hurt me," I told him. A good swordsman, Ricard, and brave, but rather too taken with his rank and with shouting. Time spent around a fire, among the bustle of warriors, was more to my liking than watching the walls of a tent twitch and flap, and imagining what might lie behind them. I watched the guards organise their camp, and let the aroma of the stew pots tease my nose. When you are a troop of more than 300, a small army by most reckonings, all the simple matters of the road require discipline. Latrine trenches must be dug, a watch organised on a defensible perimeter, horses taken to graze and water. Gone the easy ways that suited our band of brothers on the roads of my childhood. Scale changes everything. A guard captain came with a chair for me, a piece of campaign furniture that would fold down again to a tight, flat package with brass-bound corners to weather the knocks and bumps of travel. Captain Harron found me sat in it with a bowl of venison and potatoes in my lap. Food from my own stores at the Haunt, no doubt. The guard expected to provision wherever they stopped, a kind of highway robbery legalised by the last echoes of empire.
"There's a priest wanting to see you,"
Harron said. I let him drop King Yorg into my expectant silence. The captains of the Gildan Guard hold the 100 in mild contempt, and are wont to laugh at our titles behind their oh-so-shiny helms. "A priest? Or perhaps the Bishop of Hodtown?" I asked. The Gildan Guard have little respect for the Church of Roma either, a legacy of centuries punctuated by vicious squabbles between emperors and popes. For the emperor's loyalists, Vion is the holy city, and Roma an irrelevance.
"Yes, a bishop,"
Harron nodded. "The silly hat gives them away," I said. "Sir Kent, if you could go and escort Father Gomps to our little circle of piety, I wouldn't want him coming to grief amongst the guard." I sat back in my chair and swigged from a tankard of ale they'd brought me, sour stuff from the breweries of the Ostreich. Reich watched the fire, gnawing on a bone from his meal. Most men watch the flames as if seeking answers in the mystery of that bright dance. Reich just scowled. Gorgoth came across and elbowed a space close enough that the glow lit him. Like me, he had a measure of understanding when he stared into the flames. The magic I borrowed from Gog burned out of me on the day we turned the men of Arrow from the Haunt. It was never truly mine. I think, though, that Gorgoth had wet his hands in what Gog swam through. Not fire-sworn like Gog, but with a touch of it running in his veins. Grumlow alerted us to Bishop Gompst's approach, pointing out the mitre swaying above the heads of guardsmen lined for the mess tent. We watched as he emerged, arriving in full regalia, with his crook to lean on and a shuffle in his feet, though he had no more years on him than Keppen, who could run up a mountain before lunch if the need arose. "Father Gompst," I said. I'd been calling him that since I could call him anything at all, and saw no reason to change my ways just because he'd changed his hat. "King Yorg?" He bowed his head. The rain started to thicken. "And what brings the Bishop of Hodtown out on a damp night like this, when he could be warming himself before the votive candles banked in his cathedral?" A sore point, since the cathedral stood half-built. I still poked at old Gomsty, as if he was stuck in that cage we found him in years back on the Lichway. My uncle had overreached himself when he commissioned the cathedral project, a poorly judged plan conceived the same year my mother squeezed me into the world. Perhaps another bad decision. In any event, the money had run out. Cathedrals don't come cheap, not even in Hodtown. "I needed to speak with you, my king. Better here than in the city." Gomst stood with the rain dripping from the curls of his crook, bedraggled in his finery. "Get the man a chair!" I shouted. "You can't leave a man of God standing in the muck." Then, in a lower voice, "Tell me, Father Gomst." Gomst took his time to sit, adjusting his robes, the hems thick with mud. I expected him to come with a priest or two, a church boy to carry his train at least, but my bishop sat before me, unattended, dark with rain, and looking older than his years. "There was a time when the seas rose, King Yorg." He held his crook white-knuckled and stared at the other hand in his lap. Gomst never told stories. He scolded, or he flattered, according to the cloth of his audience. "The seas rise each day, Father Gomst," I said. "The moon draws on the deep waters as it draws on women's blood." I knew he spoke of the flood, but tormenting him came too easy. "There were untold years when the seas lay lower, when the drowned isles were one great land of Britain, and the Netherlands fed an empire, before the quiet sea stole them. But the waters rose, and 1,000 cities drowned." "And you think the oceans ready themselves for another bite?" I grinned, and held a hand out to accept the rain. "Will it pour for 40 days and nights?" "Have you had a vision?" A question rasped from scorched lungs. Red Kent had come to squat beside Gomst's chair. Since surviving the inferno at the haunt, Sir Kent had got himself a bad case of religion. "It seems I chose well when making court in the mountains," I said. "Perhaps the Highland will become the richest island kingdom in the New World." Sir Richard laughed at that. I seldom made a joke that didn't find an echo in him. Macon twisted a grin. I trusted that more. "I speak of a different rising, a darker tide," Gomst said. He seemed determined to play the prophet. "Word comes from every convent, from Arrow, Belpen, Normandy, from the cold north and from the port kingdoms. The most pious of the faith's nuns dream of it. Hermits leave their caves to speak of what the night brings them. Icons bleed to testify the truth. The dead king readies himself. Black ships wait at anchor. The graves empty. We have fought the dead before, and won." The rain felt cold now. "The dead king has overwhelmed the last of Britain's lords. He holds all the isles. He has a fleet waiting to sail. The holiest see a black tide coming." Gomst looked up now, meeting my eyes. "Have you seen this, Gomst?" I asked him. "I am not holy." That convinced me, of his belief and fear at least. I knew Gomst for a rogue, a goat-bearded lech with an eye for his own comfort and a taste for grand but empty oratory. Honesty from him spoke more than from another man. "You'll come to Congression with me. Set this news before the 100. His eyes widened at that. Rain stuttered from his lips. I have no place there." "You'll come as one of my advisers," I told him. "Sir Richard will cede his place to you." I stood, shaking the wet from my hair. "Damn this rain! Harren, point me at my tent. Sir Kent, Richard, see the bishop back to his church. I don't want any ghoul or ghost troubling him on his return." Captain Harron had waited in the next fire circle and led me now to my pavilion, larger than the guards, hide floors within, strewn with black and gold cushions. Macon followed in behind me, coughing and shaking off the rain, my bodyguard, though a pavilion had been set for him as Baron of Kennick. I shrugged off my cloak, and it landed with a splat, leaking water. "Gomst sends us to bed with sweet dreams," I said, glancing around. A chest of provisions sat to my left, and a commode had been placed on the opposite side. Silver lamps burning smokeless oil lit me to my bed, carved timber, four-posted, assembled from pieces carried by a dozen different guards.
"I've no faith in dreams."
Macon set his cloak aside and shook like a wet dog.
"Or the bishop."
A chess set had been laid on a delicate table beside the bed, board of black and white marble, silver pieces, ruby set or with emeralds to indicate the sides. "The guard lay their tents grander than my rooms at the Haunt," I said. Macon inclined his head.
"I don't trust dreams," he repeated.
"The women of Hodtown wear no blues." I started to unbuckle my breastplate. I could have had a boy to do it, but servants are a disease that leaves you crippled.
"You're an observer of fashion now?"
Macon worked at his own armour, still dripping on the hides. "Tin prices are 4 times what they stood at when I took my uncle's throne."
Macon grinned. "Have I missed a guest? You're speaking to somebody, but it's not me."
"That man of yours, Osair Gant. He would understand me." I let my armour lie where it fell. My eyes kept returning to the chessboard. They had set one for me on my last journey to Congression too, every night, as if no one could pretend to the throne without being a player of the game.
"You've led me to the water, but I can't drink. Tell me plain, Yorg, I'm a simple man."
"Trade, Lord Macon." I pushed a pawn out experimentally, a ruby-eyed pawn, servant to the Black Queen. "We have no trade with the Isles. No tin, no woad, no Breton nets, not those clever axes of theirs or those tough little sheep. We have no trade, and black ships are seen off Connaught, sailing the quiet sea but never coming to port."
"There have been wars. The Breton lords are always feuding."
Macon shrugged. "Chaela spoke of the dead king. I don't trust dreams, but I trust the word of an enemy who thinks me wholly in their power. The marsh dead have kept my father's armies busy on his borders. We would have had our reckoning years back, father and me, if he were not so tied with holding on to what he has."
Macon nodded at that. "Kennick suffers too. All the men-at-arms who answer to me are set to keep the dead penned in the marshes. But an army of them. A king."
"Chaela was a queen to the army she raised in the Cantallonia."
"But ships, invasions."
"There are more things in heaven and earth, Macon, than are dreamt of in your philosophy." I sat on the bed and rotated the chessboard so the White Queen and her army faced his way. "Make a move." Macon had 6 victories before I set him to snuffing out the lamps. That he took his 6 to the floor, and I took my single win to the luxury of a bed, proved scant comfort. I fell asleep with the pieces flashing before my eyes, black squares, white, the twinkle of rubies and emeralds. A storm came in the night, raging against the canvas. Tents are boasters, telling exaggerated tales of the weather they save you from. The sound was of a deluge fit to drown the kingdom, and a wind that could scour the rocks from mountain slopes. Under a weather blanket, curled below a hedge, it might not have woken me, but beneath the great drum of the pavilion roof, I lay staring into darkness. Sometimes it's good to hear the rain but not be wet, to know that the wind is howling but to feel no breath of it. I waited in that timeless, comfortable dark, and at last the scent of white musk rose, her arms folded about my chest, and she drew me down into dreams. There seemed an urgency to it tonight. "Aunt Catherine." No doubt my lips twitched toward the words while I slept. In the beginning, Catherine sent me only nightmares, as if she counted herself my conscience, and needed to torment me with my crimes. Time and again, baby Degrin died in my hands, and I woke screaming, sweat-soaked, a danger to any who shared my bed. I spent nights roasting over the slow fire of Sarath's grief, shown from every angle by the arts her sister taught herself while married to the Prince of Arrow. Miana could not keep to my chambers, and set herself a bed in the east tower. Dream-sworn, I told myself. She's a dream witch, Sagis's ilk. But it didn't stop me wanting her. I painted Catherine's image across the dark storm of my imagination. She never showed herself, and so I brought forth my first sight of her, that time-locked memory when we collided in the corridors of the tall castle. Catherine showed me her loved ones, those I had killed. Sir Galen, championing her through the bright days of her youth in Scorran, and her maid Hannah, at a time when she looked less sour and offered a child princess comfort in a loveless court. In dreaming, Catherine made me care about her cares, about her people, twisting me with the strange logic of the sleeping mind, such that they seemed important, real as the memories from before the thorns. And all of this in the too bright light of the Geleth sun, the flesh-stripping glare of that builder sun, always behind me, throwing my shadow like a black finger into the midst of their lives. I let her arms draw me down through midnight. I had never fought her, though I felt I could, and I think perhaps she wanted me to. Even more than she wanted to show me the wrongs I had wrought, even more than she needed to make me feel it as she felt it. I think she needed me to fight her, to struggle against her spell, to close my dreaming eyes and try to escape. But I didn't. I told myself that I chose to face what I feared, that her torments would burn me clean of sentiment. But truly, I liked her arms around me, the feel of her close at hand, touching, yet untouchable. Whispers of light reached me through the starless night. Of late, the dreams she drew me to were more confused, unfocused, as if she dreamed also. I would see her, or touch her, but never both. We would walk the tall castle, or the palace of Arrow, her dresses flowing, silence binding us, the walls aging and crumbling as we passed. Or I would smell her, hold her, but be blind, or see only the graves of Perichase. Tonight, though, the dream came cold and clear. Broken stone crunched beneath my shoes. The rain lashed me. I climbed a slope, bent against the gale. My fingers moved blind across natural rock, a wall rising before me. I knew every sensation, but held no control, as if I were a puppet and another kept the strings. "What lesson is this, Catherine?" She never spoke to me, just as I never fought her. She never spoke. At first the dreams she wrought on me were all anger and revenge. Still, they often carried that edge, but I thought also that she experimented, trained her talent, as a swordsman crafts his technique and adds new strokes to his repertoire. These had been Sagis's skills, and now that my aunt kept once more beneath father's roof, it might be she filled the heathen's role, though ever like him she spread a subtle web of influence, and with touches turned 100 along Oleran Ancrath's paths, or indeed her own. I didn't know. The storm fell away without warning, and the wind died, though I heard it moaning behind me. A cave of some sort. I had passed through the narrow mouth of a cave. I crouched and swung the pack from my shoulder. Sure fingers found a flint and tinder. Within moments, I lit the lantern, fished from a pocket within the bag. I would have been proud of my work, but the hands that carried it out, the hands I held the flint in and struck flame with, were not mine. The lantern showed them to be pale, like flesh too long under water, and long-fingered. I have long fingers, but these were white spiders, crawling in the lantern's shadows. I moved on, or rather the man whose skin I shared moved on, and bore me with him. The lantern's glow reached out and found little to return it. My vision stayed where directed by the owner of the eyes I watched through, on the floor for the most part, natural rock smoothed by the passage of many feet. An occasional glance to the left and right showed waterfalls of frozen stone and unearthly galleries where stalagmites reached up to stalactites. and I knew where I walked. The haunt's eastern sallyport. The pale man had climbed the runyard in the dark of the storm and entered the sallyport through the concealed slot high on the runyard's flank. The man moved with confidence. Although many twists and turns led off to dark unknowns, it took no special skill to find the way, polished as it was by countless predecessors. The dream seemed accurate, drawing on my memories to make substance. A shiver ran through me, though not through the pale man. If Catherine strove for accuracy, then soon a black hand would close around the intruder, reaching from the shadow, and pull him with inexorable strength and merciful speed into the gaping maw of a troll. I hoped not to feel those black teeth close in my flesh, but it seemed likely. Already their stink hung in my nose, and his collar chafed my neck. He walked his path, and no hand came reaching. If I had been able to hold a breath, I would have let it sigh through my teeth. For a while, the dream had convinced me I was there, but no. Gorgoth's trolls guarded the subterranean paths to the haunt, and many more secret routes besides. We came now through hand-hewn tunnels, gouged into the rock to join the haunt of the natural caves. The man stopped, not far from the lowest of the haunt's cellars. Ahead, a clot of darkness swallowed the lantern light and gave nothing back. For long moments he held still, no motion in him, almost inhuman in his lack of twitch or tremor. When he advanced, he moved on swift feet, the hilt of a knife cool in his grip, though I couldn't see the blade. A single troll lay across the rough stone, sprawled out with its long limbs reaching. The beast's face nestled, hidden against the black knob of its shoulder. It might have been dead, but with careful observation, the pale man and I saw the slow rise and fall of its back as breath came and went. Without haste, the man stepped around the sleeping troll, ducking where the tunnel's roof curved low, picking his way over black legs. "A poor dream, Catherine." I spoke without needing his lips. "Trolls are made for war. It's written through them. This man's scent would have woken a dozen by now and set their mouths running with hunger." My escort found the wooden door that gives onto the haunt's wine cellars. He worked the lock with heavy picks suited to such an old and solid mechanism. A drop of oil to take any squeak from the hinges, and he pushed it open, stepping through without hesitation. I caught sight of his knife then, an assassin's tool, long and thin, its handle of turned white bone. He emerged from the false front of the huge barrel that disguised the exit. Propped against the real barrel, opposite the false one and of nearly equal size, a guardsman in my colours sat, helm to one side, legs stretched in front of him, head forward in slumber. I crouched before him. I felt my haunches settle on my heels. I felt the strain in the muscles of my thighs, the coarseness of the guard's dirty blonde hair as I pulled his head back. I knew him. The name fluttered behind my thoughts. Roderick, a little fellow, younger than me. I once found him hiding in my tower when Arrow besieged the castle. My knife lay cold against his throat now, and still he didn't stir. I'd half a mind to open his neck just for being such a useless guard. Even so, it came as a shock when my hand slipped lower and drove the blade into his heart. That woke him. Roderick watched me with hurt eyes, mouth twisting but silent, and he died. I waited. All trace of motion left the boy, but still I waited. And then I pulled the knife free. Very little blood flowed. I wiped my blade clean on his tunic. The pale man had black sleeves. I noticed that much before his gaze found the stairs, and he went to them. He left his lantern beside Roderick, and his shadow led the way. The man walked through the haunt's corridors and halls as if he belonged there. The castle lay in darkness, with only the occasional lamp set to light a corner or doorway. Shutters rattled, shaken by the wind, rainwater pooled below, driven past lintels and running over stone floors. It seemed my people huddled in their beds while the storm howled, for none of them wandered, no servant tending lamps, no dunman for the night soil, not a nursemaid or guardsman's harlot slipping from the barracks. Not a guardsman, come to that. At last, as the assassin reached the internal door to the east tower, we found a guard who hadn't abandoned his post. Sir Graham, knight of my table, asleep on his feet, held upright by a combination of plate armour, a halberd, and the wall. Pale hands positioned the long knife at the gap between gorget and shoulder plate. The assassin set the heel of his palm over his knife's bone hilt, positioned so a sharp blow would puncture both leather and chainmail, and find the jugular beneath. He paused, perhaps sharing my thought that the knight might create quite a clatter if he fell. We held, close enough that I could draw Sir Graham's ripe stink in with each breath. The wind howled, and I drove the knife home. Its hilt stung the hand that wasn't mine, the business end stung Sir Graham worse, and he fell, twitching. His weight pulled him from the knife. Again the assassin cleaned his blade, this time on the knight's red cloak, smearing it with a brighter shade. Fastidious, this one. He found the key on Graham's belt and unlocked the oak door, iron-bound and polished by the touch of hands. Old as the door was, the archway held more years. My uncle's scroll spoke of a time when the haunt was nothing but the East Tower, a single watchtower set on the mountain's shoulder, with a military camp about its base. And even those men, who fought the tribes of Ore and forged a stronghold in the Highlands, did not build the tower. There is writing on that arch, but time has forgotten even the name of the script. Its meaning has passed beyond knowing. The assassin stepped beneath the archway and beneath the runes deep set upon the keystone. Pain shot through me, thorns found my flesh, hooking through skin and blood in a manner that promised no easy release, like the barbed arrow that must be dug free, or the lockhound that needs killing before the muscles and tendons along its jaw can be sliced and its teeth pried from the bone. It hurt, but I found my freedom, torn from the body that had held me. He walked on without pause, and I staggered in his wake, following as he mounted the stair. Across the back of his black cloak, a cross had been sewn in white silk. A holy cross. I ran at him, but passed through, as if I were the ghost, though in truth it was me that shivered at the contact. Lamplight offered me his face as I turned, just for a moment, before he walked through me and left me standing on the steps. The man held no colour, his face the same pale, drowned hue as his hands, hair oiled to the scalp, the iris of his eyes matching the ivory of the whites. He bore a cross embroidered in white silk across the front of his tunic to echo the one on his back. A papal assassin, then. Only the Vatican sends assassins out into the world bearing a return address. The rest of us would rather not be caught using such agents. The papal assassin, however, is merely an extension of the Pope's infallibility. How can there be shame in executing the word of God? Why would such men cloak themselves in anonymity? Sprawled in an alcove off the stairwell, Brother Emma lay dead to the world. The assassin knelt and applied his knife to make sure it was a permanent state of affairs. Emma had shown little interest in women on the road, and had seemed a good choice to watch over my queen. I watched the Pope's man climb the stairs until the turn of the tower took him from view. Emma's blood washed down, step by step, in crimson falls. I never fought Catherine, never tried to escape her illusions, but that didn't mean I had to cooperate. Somehow I had broken free of the assassin, and I had no reason to watch what else he might do. Murder my queen, no doubt. Miana would be sleeping in the chamber at the top of the stairs if Catherine kept to the castle plan she had mined from my memories. Should I follow like a fool and watch Miana's throat slit, see her thrash in her blood with my child dying inside her? I stood in the darkness, with just the echoes of lamplight from beyond the winding of the stair above and below. Truly, you think you can show me anything that would hurt me? I spoke to the air. You've walked my rememberings. I let her wonder where she pleased when she came with her nightmares. I thought perhaps that daring the long corridors of my memory was more torment to her than her punishments were to me. Even with the key to each of my doors in her hand, I knew there were places in me she didn't go. Who in their right mind would? Let's play this game, Princess, all the way through. Let's discover if you find the end too bitter. I ran up the stairs. The contacts between foot and stone were light and without effort, as if only in the assassin's flesh could I properly touch this dream. I caught him within moments, passed him, and won the race to the top. Martin waited there, crouched before the Queen's door, his sword and shield on the floor, his eyes bloodshot and wild. Sweat held dark hair to his brow and ran down the straining tendons of his neck. In one fist, a dagger, making constant jabs into his open palm. His breath came in short gasps, and blood brimmed crimson from the cup of his hand. "Fight it!" I told him. Despite my resolve, I found myself drawn in by his struggle to stay awake and guard Miana. The assassin came into view. My view, not Martin's. He stopped, sniffed the air without sound, and cocked his head to catch the faint gasp of Martin's pain. Whilst he paused, I dived into him, determined to settle around his bones, clinging to anything tangible. A moment of blind agony, and I stared once more out of his eyes. I tasted blood. He had shared the hurt of reunion with me, and although he hadn't cried out, a sharp intake of breath had passed his lips. Perhaps it would be enough to warn Martin. The Pope's man reached into his robe, replacing the long bone-handled blade, and drawing forth 2 short and heavy daggers, cruciform, and weighted for throwing. He moved very fast, diving into Martin's line of sight, whilst at the same time releasing the first of his knives, just a flick of the wrist, but imparting lethal force. Martin launched himself almost in the instant we faced him, slowed for a heartbeat perhaps by the weight of sleep he denied. The assassin's dagger hit somewhere between neck and belly. I heard chain links snap. He passed us with a roar, and the assassin's foot lashed out, catching Martin's chin, propelling him into the curved wall. Momentum carried him feet over head over feet, clattering down the stairs. We hesitated, as if unsure whether to pursue and check if any bones remained unbroken. The hot wetness below our knee convinced the assassin otherwise. Somehow, Martin had sliced the assassin as he passed. The Pope's man hobbled on toward the door, hissing at the pain now spreading from the cut Martin had left on us. He paused to tie a bandage, a silk sash from an inner pocket, pulled it tight, then advanced up the steps. Any key had clattered down the stairs with Martin, and the Pope's man took out his picks once more to work the lock. It took longer than before. The Queen's door boasted a tricky mechanism, perhaps as old as the tower. Before it yielded to our patient work, the flagstones were pooled with the assassin's blood, red as any man's despite the pallor of his skin. We stood, and I felt his weakness. Blood loss, and something else. He strained some muscle I didn't share, but I knew the effort wearied him. Perhaps the all-encompassing sleep had cost him dear. The door opened without sound. He took the lamp from its hook where Martin had crouched, and stepped in. The strength of his imaginings began to reach me, as at last his excitement mounted. I saw the pictures rising in his mind. All of a sudden, dream or no dream, I wanted him to fail. I didn't want him to slice Miana open. I had no wish to see the red ruin of my unborn child drawn from her. The fear surprised me, raw and basic, and I knew it to be my own, not some sharing with Catherine. I wondered if it might be an echo of what Codin warned I would feel for my son or daughter when I first saw them, held them. If that were true, then I had my first inkling of how dangerous the bond might be. On the dresser by the bed, a glimmer from the silver chain I gave Miana on her name day. Under the covers a mounded form caught in shadows, wife and child, soft in sleep. "Wake up!" As if saying it would make it happen. "Wake up!" All my will, and not even a tremble of it on his lips. Cold certainty gripped me by the throat. This was real. This was now. I slept in my bed in a tent. Miana slept in hers miles from me, and a pale death approached her. "Catherine!" I shouted her name inside his head. "Don't do this!" He stepped toward the bed, the second of his throwing knives raised and ready. Perhaps only the size of the lump beneath the covers prevented him from flinging the blade at it immediately. Miana could not be said to be a large woman, even with a baby straining to get out of her. It looked as though she had company in there. I might even have thought it, but for Martin at the door. Another step, his injured leg numb and cold now, his lips muttering some spell in silence, as if his magics mirrored his unsteady gait and needed support. I had no warning. My arm, his arm, drew back to throw. In that moment, the covers fluttered. I heard a muted choom, and a fist hit my side, hard enough to throw me back, spinning twice before slamming into the wall. I slid to the floor, legs stretched before me, and looked down. Both pale hands covered my side, blood spurting between my fingers, pieces of flesh hanging. The covers lifted, and Miana faced me, crouched around the black mass of the Nuban's crossbow, eyes wide and fierce above it. My right hand found the bone handle of the longer knife. Spitting blood, I crawled to my feet, the world rotating around me. I could see that no bolts remained in the crossbow. Inside the assassin, I strained with every piece of my being to still his legs, to lay down the weapon. I think he felt it this time. He moved slowly, but keeping between Miana and her door. His eyes fell to her belly, taut beneath her nightgown. "Stop!" I held to his arm with all my will, but still it crept forward. Miana looked angry rather than scared, ready to do bloody murder. My hands started forward, lunging with the knife, aimed low, below the swing of Miana's bow. I couldn't stop it. The gleaming blade would pierce her womb and slice, and in a welter of gore she would die, our child with her. The assassin thrust, and a handspan from finding flesh, our arm shuddered off course, all its power cut clean away by a blow that sheared through my shoulder. I twisted as I collapsed, the ironwork of the crossbow smashing into my face. Martin stood behind me, a devil clothed in blood, his snarl veiled in scarlet. My head hit the carpet, vision turning black. Their voices sounded far away. "My queen!" "I'm not hurt, Martin." "I'm so sorry. I failed you. He passed me." "I'm not hurt, Martin. A woman woke me in my dreams."
Chapter 3. "You're quiet this morning, Jorg." I crunched my bread. From the haunt, a day old and slightly stale. "Still brooding over the chess?" The smell of clove spice as he came close. "I told you I've played since I was 6. The bread snapped and scattered crust as I broke it open. "Get Rickard in here, will you?" Macon stood, downing his Java, a cold and stinking brew the guards' favour. He left without question. Macon could read people. Rickard followed him back in moments later, tramping mud over the floor hides, crumbs of his own breakfast in his yellow moustache. "Sire!" He offered a bow, probably warned by Macon. "I want you to ride to the haunt. Take an hour there. Speak to Chancellor Codden and the Queen. Catch us up as soon as you can with any report. If that report makes mention of a white-skinned man, bring the black coffer from my treasury, the one whose lid is inlaid with a silver eagle, and 10 men to guard it. Codden will arrange it." Macon raised an eyebrow, but came no closer to a question. I pulled the chessboard near and took an apple from the table. The apple sprayed when bitten, and droplets of juice shone on the black and white squares. The pieces stood ready in their lines. I set a finger to the White Queen, making a slow circle so she rolled around her base. Either it had been a false dream, Catherine designing better torments than of old, and Miana was fine, or it had been a true dream, and Miana was fine. "Another game, Jorg?" Macon asked. All around, from outside, the sounds of camp being struck. "No." The Queen fell, toppling 2 pawns. "I'm past games." Chapter 4. 5 years earlier. I took the haunt and the Highlands crown in my 14th year, and bore its weight 3 months before I went once more to the road. I ranged north to the Hemrift and south to the Horse Coast, and approached 15 in the Castle Morrow under the protection of Earl Hanser, my grandfather. And though it was his heavy horse that had drawn me there, and the promise of a strong ally in the Southlands, it was the secrets which lay beneath the castle that kept me. In a forgotten cellar, one small corner of a lost world broke through into ours.
come out, wherever you are!
I knocked the hilt of my dagger against the machine.
In the cramped cellar it rang loud enough to hurt my ears. Still nothing. Just the flicker and buzz of the 3 still-working glow bulbs overhead. Come on, Grouch! You pop out to badger every visitor. You're famed for it. And yet you hide from me. I tapped metal to metal. A thoughtful tempo. Why would Fex LeBruce hide from me? I thought I was your favourite. I turned the builder's view ring over in my hand. He hadn't made me work very hard for it, and I counted it a gift above any my father had ever given me. It's some kind of test? I asked. You want something from me? What would a builder ghost want from me? What couldn't he take, or make, or ask for? If he wanted something, wouldn't he ask? You want something? One of the glow bulbs flickered, flared, and died. He needs something from me, but can't ask. I held the view ring to my eye, and once again I saw the world, the whole world as viewed from outside, a jewel of blue and white hung in the blackness that holds the stars. He wanted me to see something. Where are you, Fexler? Where are you hiding? I moved to pull the view ring away in disgust when a tiny point of light caught my eye, a single red dot in all that swirling blue. I pushed the ring tight against the bones of brow and cheek. Where are you? And dialed the side of the ring so the world would grow beneath me as though I fell into it. I steered and dialed, homing in on my prey, a constant red dot, drawing me to it now, faster and faster, until the ring could show no more, and the dot held steady above a barren hill in a range that stretched across Badlands to the west of the Horse Coast. You want me to go here? I asked. Silence. Another glow bulb flared and died. I stood a moment in the trembling light of the last glow bulb, shrugged, and made my way up the narrow spiral of stairs toward the castle above. My grandfather's map room is in a tall tower that overlooks the sea. The map scrolls are held in oiled leather tubes, a wax seal on each, set with his sigil. 7 narrow windows admit the light, at least in the months when the storm shutters are not closed against the elements. A scribe is employed to tend the place and spends his days there from dawn to dusk, ready to open the tubes for anyone authorised to view the contents and to seal them away again when the work is done. You've never thought to suggest a different room? I asked the scribe as the wind tried to steal the map for the 20th time. I'd been there an hour, chasing documents across the chamber, and was ready to commit murder. How Redmond hadn't taken a crossbow and opened up on the folk below through his 7 windows, I didn't know. I caught the map before it left the table and replaced the 4 paperweights it had shrugged off.
Good ventilation is essential for preserving the vellum,
Redmond said. He kept his gaze on his feet, his quill turning over and over in his hand. I think he worried I might damage his charges in my temper. Had he known me, he would have worried about his own health. He looked narrow enough to fit through one of the windows. I located the hills I had seen through the view ring, and found the general area of the particular hill where the red dot had sat so patiently. I had wondered if there might truly be a red light blazing on that hillside, so bright it could be seen from the dark vaults of heaven, but I reasoned that it had grown no brighter as my view closed in upon it, and so it must have been some clever artifice, like a wax mark on a looking-glass that seems to override your reflection. And what does this signify? I asked, my finger on a symbol that covered the region. I felt pretty sure I knew. There were 3 similar symbols marked on the maps of Ancrath in my father's library, covering the regions of Ill Shadow, Eastern Dark, and Cane Scar, but perhaps they served a different purpose in the Southlands. Redmond stepped to the desk and leaned in.
Promised regions.
Promised? I asked.
The Half-Life lands, not a place to travel.
The symbols served the same purpose as they did in Ancrath. They warned of taints lingering from the Builders' War, stains from their poisons, or shadows from the Day of 1,000 Suns. And the promise? I asked.
Noble Chen's promise, of course.
He looked surprised.
That when the half-life has spent itself, these lands will be returned to man, to till and plough.
Redmond pushed the wire-framed reading lenses further up his nose and returned to his ledgers at the big desk before the towering shelves of pigeonholes, each crammed with documents. I rolled the scroll up and took it in my hand like a baton. I'm taking this to show Lord Robert. Redmond watched with anguish as I left, as if I'd stolen his only son to use as target practice. I'll look after it, I said. I found my uncle in the stables. He spent more time there than anywhere else, and since I'd met his shrew of a wife, I'd come to understand. Horses made her sneeze, I heard it told, worse and worse minute by minute, until it seemed she would sneeze the eyes from her head. Robert found his peace amongst the stalls, talking bloodlines with his stable master and looking over his stock. He had 30 horses in the castle stables, all prime examples of their lines, and his best knights to ride them, cavalrymen billeted away from the horse guard and wall guard in far more luxury, as befits men of title. "What do you know of the Iberico?" I called out as I walked toward him between the stalls.
And good afternoon to you, young Yorg.
He shook his head and patted the neck of the black stallion leaning out at him. I need to go there, I said. He shook his head with emphasis this time.
The Iberico are dead land. Promised but not given. You don't want to go there.
That's true. I don't want to, but I need to go there. So what can you tell me? I asked. The stallion snorted and rolled an eye, as if venting Robert's frustration for him.
I can tell you that men who spend time in such places sicken and die. Some take years before the poison eats them from within. Others last weeks or days, losing their hair and teeth, vomiting blood.
I will be quick then.
Behind the set of my jaw, second thoughts tried to wrest control of my tongue. There are places in the Iberico hills, unmarked save for the barren look of them, where a man's skin will fall from him as he walks.
My uncle pushed the horse away and stepped closer to me.
What grows in those hills is twisted. What lives there unnatural. I doubt your need exceeds the risks.
You're right, I said. And he was. But when was the world ever so simple as right and wrong? I blinked twice, and the red dot watched me from the darkness behind my eyelids. I know you're right, but often it's not in me to take the sensible path, Uncle. I'm an explorer. Maybe that itch is in you too? He rubbed his beard, a quick grin showing through the worry.
Explore somewhere else?
I should take my foolish risks while I'm young, no? Better now than when that little girl you found for me is grown and looking to me to keep her in silks and splendour. If my mistakes prove fatal, find her another husband.
This has nothing to do with me, Anna. You just shouldn't do this, Yorg. If I thought it would stop you, I would tell you no and set a guard to watch you.
I bowed, turned, and walked away. I'll take a mule. No sense risking good horseflesh.
On that we're agreed, he called after me. Don't let it drink from any standing water there.
I stepped back into the brightness of the day. The wind still raked across the courtyard, cold from the sea, but the sun would burn you even so.
Visit Carrad Springs first!
Robert's shout reached me as I started for my quarters. Kala Sadi and Ibn Faid. The names tasted exotic.
A man of power, and a powerful man.
My grandfather rested in the chair where the Earls of Morrow had sat for generations, facing the sea. A circle of builder glass, stronger than the walls around it, and a full 3 yards in diameter, showed us the middle sea, the curvature of the earth making it an azure infinity, white flecked with waves. Out beyond sight across those depths, across the Corsair Isle, no further from us than Crath City, lay Roma and all her dominions. Caliph Ibn Faid might keep his court in the heart of a desert, but his ships reached out across that sea, Moorish hands seeking to reclaim these lands that had been passed back and forth between Christendom and the Muslims since forever. Ibn Faid's mathematician, Khalasadi, had likely returned to the shadow of the Caliph's throne to calculate the optimal timing for the next strike and the odds of its success. Far below us, a wave slapped the cliffs, no tremor of it reaching the room, but a high spray beading the glass. Twice a day they lowered a stable boy with bucket and cloth to ensure that nothing but age dimmed grandfather's view.
4 sails, he said.
I had only seen 3. The merchant cog, red-hulled, hauling cargo along the coast, and 2 fishing boats, bobbing further out. Grandfather saw my frown.
Out there, on the horizon.
A soft-voiced man, despite the creaks of age. A white flash, the sails of some wide-ranging vessel. A warship? A pirate cutter from the Isle? Or some flat-bellied scow out of Egypt, treasure-laden? I went closer to the glass, pressed a hand to its coldness. How many centuries ago had it been looted, and from what ruin? Redmond surely had a scroll in his windy tower that held the secret.
I can't allow them to live, I said.
The Caliph was just a name to me. Khalasadi filled my thoughts. The numbered man. Grandfather laughed in his chair, the whale ivory back of it spreading above him like the spray of a breaking wave.
Would you hunt down every man who wronged you, Yorg? However far-flung, however long they run? Seems to me a man like that is a slave to chance, always hunting, no time for living. They would have seen you die screaming while the poison ate you, I said. Your wife, too. Your son. And would have had you take the blame.
He yawned wide enough to crack his jaw and ran the heels of both palms across the grey stubble of his beard.
Poison is a dirty weapon, I said.
Not that I had been above its use in Geleth. I maintain a balanced view of the world, but that balance is always in my favour.
We play a dirty game.
Grandfather nodded and watched me from his wrinkles with those dark eyes so like mother's. Perhaps it wasn't the poison that irked me, or setting me up for the fall. A chance inspiration, surely, and none of Ibn Faid's doing. I recalled Khalasadi in that courtyard the only time we met. His assessment, his calculation as he considered the probabilities. Maybe that lack of malice had made it so personal. He reduced me to numbers and played the odds. Fexler's ghost had been constructed by reducing the true man to numbers. I found I didn't like the process.
They struck at my family, I said, and shrugged. I've built a kingdom on not allowing such acts to go unpunished.
He watched me then, with the sunlight streaming around me from the sea window, making me a shadow cut from light. What went on beneath that thin circlet of gold, I wondered? What calculations? We all make them. Not so cold-blooded as Khalasadi's, but an arithmetic of sorts nonetheless. What did he make of me, this watering down of his seed, beloved daughter mixed with detestable Ankrath? Nothing but a name to him a month ago. No child to remember, no soft, toddling innocence from years past to blunt the sharp angles of the young killer before him. Blood of his blood.
How would you do it? The Caliph of Liber lives in lands that are not like ours. You would be a white man where almost no white men are. A stranger in a strange land, marked at every turn. Reported from the moment you set foot on the Afrique shores. You'll find no friends there, only sand, disease, and death. I would gladly have Ibn Faid and Khalasadi die. Faid for striking at me in my halls, the mathematician for his treachery. But if a lone assassin, especially a lone white assassin, could have accomplished it, I would have dispatched one. Not in answer to Faid's raids. As a man of honour I meet war with war, but in response to his assassin.
All men of ambition must pray to be pitted against men of honour. Although I pitied my grandfather at that moment, Also, it made me happy to know that at least somewhere in the mix from which I sprung, there lurked a dash of such a man.
"You're right to say it would not be easy, Earl Hanser."
I bowed.
"Maybe I'll wait until it becomes easy. Certainly I need to learn more, consider more."
Grandfather came to a decision. I saw the change as his face hardened into it. He would make a terrible player of poker.
"Leave Ibn Faid and his creatures to me, Yorg. They struck at Morrow, but me and mine in the castle Morrow. The vengeance is mine to take, and I will take it."
The old man had weighed his odds. In one hand, the life of an unknown relative, tainted by bad blood. In the other, the chance of destroying an enemy. Whether unknown relative had grown into Rowan's son, my daughter's child, and outweighed the gain, or whether he judged my chances of success so feather light as to be outweighed by any claim of kinship, I didn't know.
"I will leave them, then."
I bowed again. The lie came easily. I chose to believe he saw me as his daughter's son. I provisioned well, loading my mule with water skins and dried meat. I would find fruit on the way. On the Horse Coast in high summer, you had only to stretch out an arm to find an apple, apricot, plum, peach, pear, or even an orange. I packed a tent, for shade is a rarity in the dry hills behind the coastlands, and without the sea breezes, the land bakes. I'm told the Moors have held the southern kingdoms time and again. Cadiz, Cordoba, Morro, Wenith, Andalus, even Aramis. They find it not so different from the dusts of Afrique.
"So, the Iberico, is it?"
I finished cinching the load strap beneath my mule and looked up.
"Sonny!"
I grinned at his scowl. Months back I chose the name for the guardsman after he did his best to keep me out of the castle that first day when I arrived incognito.
"Minding my own business I was, and up comes Earl Hanser. 'Grayson,' he says. He likes to know all the men's names. 'Grayson,' he says, and puts his hand on my shoulder. 'Young King Yorg is making a trip, and I'd like you to go along with him. Volunteering, he called it.' Sonny, I can't think of a man I'd rather have with me."
I stood and patted the mule's haunches. It seemed a sturdy beast, shabby but strong. The ostler said he was 40 years and more, and wise with it. I thought it good to have at least one greybeard in the party.
"This is revenge for making you drink from the horse trough, ain't it?"
Sonny said. He had a sour look to him that made me think of Brother Roe. I waggled my hand.
"Little bit."
In truth, I hadn't known I was getting an escort, let alone picked the man.
"In any case, you'll enjoy getting out and about," I said. "Surely even the Iberico Hills beat a day standing guard at the Lowry Gate."
He spat at that, strengthening his resemblance to Roe still further.
"I'm a wall guard, not a houseflower."
A stretch of his arm shoved off the sun's nut-brown stain. House guards are never so tanned. With the mule's tether in hand, I set off for the gate. Sonny followed. His pack horse stood outside the castle wall in the shade of an olive tree, high laden, as if he were bound for a crossing of the Alps. However reluctant the show Sonny put on, my mule had him beaten. I had to haul the beast past the horse trough. I named him Borky and encouraged him with a stick. In the end I had my way, but the fact that Borky did not want to go where I led was never in doubt. I guess he really was the wise one, after all. Chapter 5. 5 years earlier. Castle Morro, like the Haunt, is set apart from the region's main town. Both castles are placed for defence of their occupants. In the 100 War, the conquering of kingdoms is the business of avarice. The 100 want their new lands to be rich and plentiful, full of taxpayers and recruits. Most attacks will aim to kill the land's ruler, so the aggressor may claim his throne and take the kingdom unharmed. Wars of attrition, where the peasantry are slaughtered, cities burned, crops destroyed, are less common, and happen most often when the two sides are evenly matched, both struggling to gain the advantage required to assault the foe's castles. The city of Albacete rests on fertile plains, maybe 50 miles inland from Castle Morro. It took Sonny and me 3 days to walk the distance, having started late on the first day and pausing for frequent stick-based negotiations with Borky. The River Jucker feeds the surrounding farmlands. We approached the city along the coast road, which for the last few miles leads along the riverbank, past orchards of every sort, through vineyards, along the foot of slopes thick with olive groves. Turning for Albacete's gates, we walked between tilled fields, heavy with tomatoes, peppers, beans, onions, cabbage, potatoes, enough food to feed the world. The walls and towers of Albacete shone in the southern sun.
"Makes Hodtown look like a pile of offal," I said.
"Where?"
Sonny asked. "Capital city of the Raynar Highlands," I said. "The only city, really. More of a big town. Well, a town, anyhow."
"The Raynar Highlands?"
"Now you're just trying to irk me."
I didn't think he was, though. He blinked and looked away from Albacete's towers.
"Oh, that hood town. Yeah, my apologies."
It wasn't often that Sonny remembered I was the king of anywhere, and it always left him looking surprised.
"Hod town."
The guards at the city gates let us pass without question. It wasn't often that I remembered Sonny was Grayson Landless, royal guard from Earl Hansa's court. Albacete not only left Hodtown looking like a tumble-down village, it made Crath City look shabby in comparison. The Moors had ruled Albacete for generations and left their mark everywhere, from the great stone halls that stabled grandfather's cavalry to the high towers from whose minarets you could look out over the source of his wealth, laid out in many shades of green. I did just that, paying a copper to climb the winding stair of the Faid Tower, a public building at the heart of the great plaza before the new cathedral. Sonny stayed at ground level, watching his horse and Borky from the tower's shade. Even 100 yards above the plaza's baking flagstones, it felt oven hot. The breeze through the minaret was worth a copper on its own. Without the slow green waters of the Jucker, the fields would be desert. The green gave over to parched browns as the land rose, and I could see the first rolling steps of the Iberico hills away to the north. Whatever taint they carried seemed to stain the air itself, turning it a dirty yellow where the horizon started to reclaim the hills. I leaned out, hands on the windowsill, to spot Sonny below. The city marched off in all directions, broad and ordered streets lined with tall whitewashed houses. To the west, grander mansions. To the east, the low homes and tight alleys of the poor. My grandfather's people living in the peace of his reign. His nobles plotting, merchants trading, blacksmith, tanner and slaughterman hard at work, whores aback, maids a-knee, washerwomen hauling loads to the riverside meadows where horsemen trained their steeds. The pulse of life, an old and complex dance of many partners, quick, quick, slow. To leave all this behind and dare old poisons, to risk an end like those I had given the people of Geleth, made no sense. And still, I would do it. Not for the hollowness inside me, nor the weight of the copper box that held what had been taken, not for the promise of old magics and the power they offered, but just to know, just to do more than skitter about on the surface of this world. I wanted more than I could see from a tower, however high, or even from the eyes the builders set among the stars. Perhaps I just wanted to know what it was that I wanted. Maybe that is all that growing up means. Slow steps brought me from the tower, lost in thought. I waved Sonny to me and bid him lead me to the Lord House.
"They won't want the likes of—"
He glanced back at me, taking in the fine cloak, the silver-chased breastplate.
"Oh."
And remembering that I was a king, albeit of a realm he hardly knew of, he led on. We passed the cathedral, the finest I'd seen, a stone confection reaching for blue skies. The saints watched me from their niches and galleries. I felt their disapproval, as if they turned to stare once we passed. The crowds thronged there, before the cathedral steps, perhaps drawn by the cool promise of the great hall within. Sonny and I elbowed our way through, pushing aside the occasional priest and monk as we went. I came sweating to the doors of the Lord House. I would have stripped to the waist and let Borky carry my gear, but perhaps that might have created a poor impression. The guards admitted us, a boy taking our animals, and we sat on velvet-cushioned chairs, whilst a flunky and foolish amounts of lace and silk went to announce our arrival to the provost. The man returned several minutes later with a polite cough, to indicate that I might put down the large ornamental vase I had been studying, and follow him. When my hands are idle, they find mischief of one sort or other. I let the vase slip, caught it an inch from the floor, and set it down. Polite coughs leave me wanting to choke out a cough of a different sort. I left Sonny to return the ornament to its niche, and bade the servant lead on. A short corridor took us to the doors of the reception chamber. Like the foyer, every inch of it stood tiled in geometric patterns, blue and white and black, fiendishly complex. Kalasadi would have enjoyed it. Even a mathematician would be hard-pressed to tease out all the secrets it held. High windows caught what breeze was to be had, and gave a relief from the heat of the day. The flunky knocked 3 times with a little rod he seemed to carry for that sole purpose. A pause, and we entered. The room beyond took my breath, complex in detail, but a sparse and simple beauty on the grand scale, an architecture of numbers, very different from the Gothic halls of my lands, or the dull boxes the builders left us. The provost sat at the far end in a high-backed ebony chair. Apart from 2 guards at the door and a scribe at a small desk beside the provost's seat, the long chamber lay empty, and my footsteps echoed as I approached. She looked up from her scroll while I closed the last few yards, a hunched old woman with black and glittering eyes, reminding me of a crow gone to grey and tatters.
Honoris Jorg Ancrath, King of the Raynar Highlands, grandson to Earl Hanser.
She introduced me to herself. I gave her the small fraction of a bow her rank commanded, and answered in the local custom.
You have the right of it, madam.
We're honoured to welcome you to Albaseat, King Jorg,
she said, through thin, dry lips, and the scribe scratched the words across his parchment.
It's a fine city. If I could carry it, I'd take it with me.
Again the scratching of the quill, my words falling so quickly into posterity.
What are your plans, King Jorg? I hope we can tempt you to stay. 2 days would be sufficient to prepare an official banquet in your honour. Many of the region's merchants would fight for the opportunity to bend your ear, and our nobility would compete to host you at their mansions, even though I hear you are already promised to Miana of Wenith. And, of course, Cardinal Hencomb will require you at Mass.
I took pleasure in not waiting for the scribe to catch up, but resisted the temptation to pepper my reply with rare and difficult words, or random noises for him to puzzle over.
Perhaps on my return, Provost, I plan first to visit the Iberico Hills. I have an interest in the Promised Lands. My father's kingdom has several regions where the fire from the 1,000 suns still burns.
I heard the quill falter at that. The old woman, though, did not flinch.
The fire that burns the Promised Lands is unseen, and gives no heat, King Jorg, but it sears flesh just the same. Better to learn of such places in the library.
She made no talk of postponing my trip until after her nobles and merchants had taken their bites of me. If I were bound for the Iberico Hills, such efforts would be wasted. Money thrown into the grave, as the local saying had it.
Libraries are a good place to start journeys, Provost. In fact, I have come to you hoping that Albaseat might have in one of its libraries a better map of the Iberico than the one copied from my grandfather's scrolls. I would count it a great favour if such a map were provided to me.
I wondered how I looked to her, how young in my armour and confidence. From a distance, the gaps between things are reduced. From the far end of her tunnel of years, I wondered how different I looked from a child, from a toddler daring a high fall with not the slightest understanding of consequence.
I would advise beginning and ending this journey among the scrolls, King Jorg.
She shifted in her chair, plagued no doubt by the aching of joints.
But when age speaks to youth, it goes unheard. When do you plan to leave?
With the dawn, Provost.
I will set my scribe to searching for a map, and have whatever he finds waiting for you at the north gate by first light.
My thanks.
I inclined my head. "I hope to have some new tales to tell at your banquet when I return." She dismissed me with an impatient wave. She didn't expect to see me again. Chapter 6. 5 years earlier. Sonny and I made our way to the north gate of Albacete in the grey light that steals over the world before dawn. The streets thronged. In summer, the Horse Coast bakes, and only the earliest hours of the day offer respite. By noon, the locals would retreat behind white walls, beneath the terracotta tiles, and sleep until the sun slipped from its zenith. In the lanes leading to the gate and the wide plaza that lay before it, business had already started. Tavern doors stood open while men bore kegs in upon their shoulders, or lowered barrels into the cellars by the street traps. Grey-faced women emptied slops from buckets into the gutters. We passed a smithy open to the road, so that passers-by could see the hammering and quenching, and be tempted to purchase what took such sweat and force to craft. A lad hunched at the forge, poking life back into fires banked overnight.
"Oh, to be still abed."
Sonny yanked his pack-horse away from some tempting refuse. A cry turned us back toward the blacksmith's. We had gone only a dozen steps beyond it. The smith's boy lay in the street now. He pushed himself up from the flagstones, face grazed, shaking his head, unsteady. The smith paced out from his workshop and kicked the boy hard enough to lift him off the ground. The air left his lungs with a woof. Under the dirt, the boy's hair looked fair, almost golden. Rare this far south. "My money's on the big fellow," I said. My brother Will had such hair.
"He's a big one, all right."
Sonny nodded. The smith wore just a leather apron from shoulder to knee and leggings held up with rope. The muscle in his arms gleamed. Swinging a 4-pound hammer from dawn till dusk will put a lot of meat on a man. The child lay on his back, one arm half raised, too winded to groan, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. I thought he might be 8, maybe 9.
"Do I have to kick every lesson into you?"
The smith didn't yell, but he had the voice of a man who speaks over the anvil. He drove his foot into the boy's head, the force rolling him once. Blood on the smith's boot now, and staining the boy's hair.
"Oh, hell!"
Sonny shook his head. We watched as the smith stepped in closer.
"I should stop this,"
Sonny said, reluctance in every line of him. Something in the smith's face put me in mind of Reich, not a man to get in the way of.
"Boys get kicked every day," I said. "Children die every day."
Some have their heads broken against milestones. The smith loomed above the boy, who lay curled now, as if hunched against the pain. The man drew back for another kick, then paused, reaching a decision. He lifted his boot to stamp the life out of the lad. I guessed he thought him past use. Best to finish him off.
"They don't die every day with one of O'Hance's guards watching. The Earl wouldn't want this."
But still Sonny didn't move. Instead, he shouted,
"You! Smith! Stop!"
The man paused, his heel a few inches above the side of the boy's head.
"I've picked up strays before, and they both died,"
I said, past a bitter taste. I saw blood in golden curls and felt the thorns tight hold. I learned this lesson young, a sharp lesson taught in blood and rain. The path to the Empire gates lay at my back. A man diverted from that path by strays, burdened by others' needs, would never sit upon the old throne. Orin of Arrow would save the children, but they would not save him.
"He's a street cur,"
the smith said.
"Too stupid to learn. I fed him for a month, kept him under my roof. He's mine to end."
He brought his heel down hard, his weight upon it. A loud retort of leather on stone. The boy rolled clear, but lacked the strength to get up. The smith roared a curse. It drowned my own. The burn that stretched across my face from chin to brow, as if a red-hot hand had branded me, now burned again with the same pain that it first gave. I've been told that conscience speaks in a small voice at the back of the mind, clear to some, to others muffled and easy to ignore. I never heard that it burned across a man's face in red agony. Still, Pain or no pain, I don't like to be led or to be pushed. Perhaps I selected Borky as a kindred spirit, for I took direction as poorly, even from my own conscience on the rare occasions it made a bid for control. Sonny passed me, aimed for the smith. He hadn't even drawn his sword.
"I'll buy him from you!"
I shouted. Sonny could come in handy, and I guessed the smith would break his arms off before the idiot thought to reach for his blade. That made the smith stop in his tracks, Sonny too, with a sigh of relief, and it quieted the pain. The smith eyed the silver on my breastplate, the cut of my cloak, and thought perhaps that his satisfaction might be worth less than the contents of my coin pouch.
"What's your offer?" "A contest of your choosing. You win, and I pay you this for the boy."
I held a gold ducat before my face between index and middle finger.
"Lose, and you get nothing for him."
I magicked the coin away. He had a good frown at that. The boy managed another roll and fetched up against the wall of the harness shop opposite.
"Perhaps you think you can hold a hot iron longer than I can,"
I suggested. The frown deepened into crevices topped by the black band of his brows.
"Strength," he said. "Who can hold the anvil overhead the longest?"
I glanced at the anvil a few yards back into the smithy. Perhaps 2 men of regular height might weigh as much.
"Rules?"
I asked.
"Rules? No rules!"
He laughed. He flexed an arm, and muscle mounded on muscle. The great Ronaldo would be impressed if Taproot Circus ever made it to Albacete.
"Strength! That's the rule!"
"Show me how it's done, then." I walked into the smithy. The glow of the forge fire and of 2 smoking lamps gave enough light to avoid the workbenches and various buckets. The place had a pleasing smell of char and iron and sweat. It reminded me of Norwood, of Mabberton, of a dozen other battles. The smith followed. I set a hand to his chest as he passed me.
"Your name?"
"Jonas." He walked around the anvil. I glanced at the ceiling where tools hung from the beams. He would have just enough room. I would have plenty, as he stood a hand taller than me. Sonny stepped up behind me.
"The boy's still alive, I take it. I'm not doing this for a corpse."
"He's alive. Might be hurt bad." Jonas crouched beside the anvil. He closed one big hand around the horn and set the heel of his other hand beneath the lip of the anvil's face.
"You've done this before?"
I gave him my grin.
"Yes."
He showed his teeth.
"I can taste your gold already, boy."
He tensed, building for the explosion that would drive the ironwork upward. That's when I hit him, with a hammer from the nearest bench. I struck the side of his head just by the eye. The noise wasn't dissimilar from his boot hitting the child. The hammer came away bloody, and Jonas pitched forward over his anvil.
"What?"
Sonny asked, as if somehow he hadn't seen it in the half-light. I shrugged.
"No rules. You heard him."
We left them both lying in their blood. Whatever fire ate at my face, I didn't need another stray, and even if the boy could walk, taking him to the Iberico would be more cruel than another month in Jonas's care. At least the boy was sitting up and looking about, which was more than could be said for his master. A corner and another street brought us to the plaza. We pushed a path through bakers' boys with trays of loaves overhead, between laden farm carts ready to be offloaded onto the stalls, already set to either side of the gate towers. The place heaved. Late arriving traders made haste to erect their tables and awnings, and the townsfolk came mob-handed to buy, coins clicking in their hip pouches, eyes darting, hunting bargains in the pre-dawn grey.
"We'll be lucky to find the provost's man in all this."
Sonny snatched at a passing bread roll, and missed.
"Have some faith, man,"
I said.
"How hard is it to spot a king?"
I looped Borky's reins over his pack saddle and ran both hands through my hair, throwing the length of it wide across my shoulders and back. We reached the gates, the smoothness of the walls stretching above us to the paling sky. Hooves clattered across the flagstones as we led our animals beneath, and traversed a dark tunnel through 10 yards of wall.
"I'm to ride with you."
A voice from the black shadows to the side of the exit.
There you go, Sonny. We are known.
I turned and gave him my grin. The glow from the east caught the lines of his face. The stranger broke from the shadows, a black clot moving to join us. A woman. She drew close, her horse a tall black stallion, a dark cloak wrapping her as if she expected to be cold.
Did you bring a map for us?
I held out my hand.
I am the map,
she said. I could make out only the curve of her smile.
And how did you know us?
I asked, returning my hand to the reins. She said nothing, only touched her fingers to her cheek. My scars burned for a moment, another echo of Gog's fire, no doubt, for I had surely forgotten how to blush long before. Sonny held his tongue, but I could feel the smugness radiating off him behind me.
I'm Honoris Jorgancrath, king of somewhere you've never heard of. The grinning idiot behind me is Grayson Landless, bastard son of some venerable line that holds a few dusty acres along the Horse Coast, best used for growing rocks. You can call me Jorg, and him Sonny. And we're walking.
Leisha, 1/16 of the Provost's horde of grandchildren.
Her granddaughter? I'm surprised. I had the impression that the Provost wasn't expecting to see us return.
It seemed that Leisha wasn't going to answer, but she rode 100 yards in silence at our side as we led our animals away from the city.
I'm sure my grandmother's assessment of the expedition is accurate and remains unchanged.
I could still see nothing of her within the fold of her cloak, but something in the way she held herself made me sure she was kind to the eye. Maybe beautiful.
So, why would she send you, Lady Leisha?
Sonny asked. He broke the silence I'd left for her to fill. Often the lack of a question will prompt an answer, sometimes an answer to a question you might not have thought to ask.
She didn't send me. I decided to come. In any case, she won't miss me too much. She has plenty of grandchildren, and I'm far from being her favourite.
That left a long silence that none of us chose to break. Leisha dismounted and led her horse beside us. The dawn broke, a gentle fading of greys until the eastern sky grew bright with promise. At last the first brilliant corner of the sun poked above horizon, throwing long shadows our way. I glanced at Leisha then, and lost any sting from when she had touched her cheek to mark my scarring. Each part of her face had been burned as badly as the wound I bore. Her skin held a melted quality, as if it had run like molten rock, then frozen once more. The burns surprised me, but less than the fact that she had survived them. She met my gaze. Her eyes were very blue.
You're still sure you want to go to the Iberica?
She pushed back her hood. The fire had left no hair. Her scalp piebald in whites, unhealthy pinks, and beige, holes where her ears lay.
Damned if I am,
Sonny gasped. I reached out and took her reins, so we both stopped in the road. Borky stood shoulder to shoulder with her horse, Sonny a few yards ahead, looking back.
Why are you so keen to return, lady? I asked. Why not twice shy? For you've surely been bitten.
Perhaps I've nothing to lose now,
she said, her lips lumpy lines of grizzle. She didn't look away from me. I closed my eyes for a second, and a point of red light blinked against the back of my eyelids. Fexler's tiny red dot, drawing me across all these miles.
And what desire drew you there in the first place? Did you think to find wealth in the ruins, or to come back to Albacete a great and famed explorer?
I shook my head.
I don't think so. Those are bad bets, not for a daughter of the Provost's family. I think the secrets called you there. You wanted answers, to know what the builders hid there. Yes?
She glanced away then, and spat like a man.
I found no answers.
But that doesn't mean the place holds none.
I leaned in toward her. She flinched away, not expecting intimacy. My hand caught her around the back of that bald head, the skin rippled and unpleasant beneath my fingers. It doesn't mean that asking our questions is not the truest thing that creatures such as you and I can do. I drew her very close, though she strained against it. She stood tall for a woman. We can't be trapped by fear. Lives lived within such walls are just slower deaths. I spoke in a whisper now, bowing my head until a bare inch stood between our faces. I half expected her to smell of char, but she had no scent, not perfume, not sweat. Let's go there and spit in the eye of any who says the old knowledge is forbidden to us. Nay? I kissed her cheek then, because I feared to do it, and though common sense may occasionally bind me, I'll be fucked if fear will. Leisha snatched herself away. You're just a child. You don't know what you're talking about. But she didn't sound displeased. We rode until noon and took shelter from the sun in the shade of a stand of olive trees. The farmer's wife proved enterprising enough to delay her own siesta and toil up the slopes to offer us wine, cheeses, and hard brown herb bread. The old woman crossed herself briefly when she saw Leisha, but had the grace not to stare. We set to the meal and sent her back with an empty basket and a handful of coppers, enough for twice the amount of food were it served in a fine tavern. Tell me about the Moors, I said, to nobody in particular. The piece of cheese I licked from my finger was soft and crumbly both at once. It smelled like something that shouldn't ever be eaten, but had a pleasingly complex and pungent taste. Which ones? Leisha said. She looked asleep, stretched on the dusty soil, head pillowed on her bundled cloak at the base of the tree shading her. She had a point. I'd seen at least a dozen Moors in Albacete, wrapped in white robes, most of them all but hidden inside the hood of a burnous, some trading, some just bound upon their business. Tell me about the Caliph of Liba. It seemed a good place to start. Ibn Fa'id, Sonny muttered. The thorn in your grandfather's arse. Has he many like Khalasadi working for him? I asked. Mathematicians? Sonny asked. No. There aren't many like that, Leisha said. And they don't work for masters in any case. They follow a pure path. There isn't much that men like that want. Not gold? I asked. Leisha raised her ruined head to watch me, then sat up against the tree. Only rarities hold interest for their kind. Wonders such as we might find in the Iberico, but just as likely old scrolls from the Builder times, ways of calculating, old lore, a sort of cleverness that never seemed to get written down on anything that lasts, or at least that we can read. And Ibn Fa'id sails against the Horse Coast to raid, or to settle, or is it punishment for not following the Moor's prophet? I had my grandfather and uncle's views on this, but it's good to look at such things from other angles. His people want to return, Leisha said. This was new. The provost's granddaughter took her wisdom from the whole book, not just the current page. Return? I had seen a Moorish hand behind much that stood in Albacete, though no one seemed eager to admit it. Caliphs have ruled here as many years as kings have ruled, before the builders and after. The scribes today call them raiders, burners, heathens, but there's Moorish cleverness mixed into everything we take pride in. Not just a pretty face, then, I said. She read this one, for her opinions weren't ones that could be formed on what others might think it's safe to teach. The church held the Horse Coast kingdoms and the Westports close, any closer and they'd choke them. Priests kept a low opinion of heathens, and this far south, disagreeing with a man of the cloth often proved to be a dangerous pastime. In every town a church scribe busied himself rewriting history, but they couldn't rewrite what lay written in stone all about them. Leisha took no offence at my jibe, or at least I think not, for her scar tissue couldn't mirror the emotions below. We lay quiet for a time then, almost no sound but for the distant clang of a goat bell. Why the old nanny wasn't lying in the shade I couldn't say. The heat wrapped us like a blanket, taking away any inclination to move.
You were slow to save that boy, Jorg, Sonny said.
I thought him asleep for the past quarter hour, but clearly he'd been replaying the morning behind his eyes.
I didn't save him. I saved you. You're of some use. You would have let him die?
Sonny sounded troubled by it.
I would,
I said.
He was nothing to me.
Golden curls and blood. The image played over the back of my eyelids. I opened my eyes and sat up. They broke William's head on a milestone, swung him by the feet and beat him on the stone. It happened. The world rolled on regardless. And I learned that nothing mattered.
Oh, I couldn't stand and let it happen while I watched, Sonny said. You can't kick a child to death in front of all hands as guard.
You stepped in for yourself, or for my grandfather? I asked.
It was my duty.
I took an olive left at the bottom of the food basket. Firm flesh broke beneath my teeth. The warm and complicated flavour spread as I chewed.
Would you have stepped in if it hadn't been your duty?
I asked. Sonny paused.
If he hadn't been so damn big, yes.
Because you couldn't watch it happen?
Yes,
he said. Don't live by half measures, Grayson. I pushed the dusty linen of my sleeve back until the scars from the hookbriar showed. Pale sigils against tanned skin.
I heard a priest once speak of the business of salvation. He urged us not to let the fact that we couldn't save everyone from their sins stop us trying to save the people in front of us. That's priests for you, ready to give up in a moment, falling over themselves to admit their frailty as if it were a virtue.
I spat out the olive stone.
Either children are worth saving just because they're children, or they're not worth saving. Don't let your actions be dictated by the accident that puts one in front of your eyes and hides the next. If they're worth saving, save them all, find them, protect them, make it your life's work. If not, take a different street, so you won't even see the one you might have seen. Turn your head aside, put a hand to your eyes. Problem solved.
You'd save them all, would you?
Leisha spoke on the other side of me, voice soft.
I know a man who is trying to, I said. And if I hadn't learned better, then yes, I'd save them all. No half measures. Some things can't be cut in half. You can't half love someone. You can't half betray or half lie.
Silence after that. Even the goat slept. The shade kept us until the shadows started to lengthen, and the white blaze of the sun softened into something that could be endured. We moved on in the afternoon. Night found our party camped in a dry valley 10 miles further north, with a roof of stars and the chirp and whir of insects to serenade us. The olive groves and cork trees lay far behind. Nothing grew in these valleys except unforgiving thorns, mesquite bushes, and creosote, making a rich perfume of the night air but offering nothing to burn. We ate hard bread, apples, some oranges from Albacete Market, and washed it down with a jug of wine, so dark a red as to be near black. I lay in the night, watching the stars wheel, listening to the nicker of the horses, Borky's occasional snort and stamp, Sonny snoring. From time to time, Leisha whimpered in her sleep, a soft thing, but full of hurt. And rising around it all, the relentless orchestra of night crawlers, the sounds swelling in waves, as if an ocean rose about us as the sun fell. I held the copper box in one hand, the other touched the ground, gripped beneath my fingertips. Tomorrow, we would walk again. It seemed right to walk, and not just to save taking a good horse into poisoned lands. Some places a man needs to have his own 2 legs take him. Some journeys need a different perspective. The miles mean more if you have travelled them one step at a time and felt the ground change beneath your feet. At last, I closed my eyes and let the multitude of stars be replaced by a single red one. A single star brought the wise men to a cradle in Bethlehem. I wondered if a wise man would follow Fexler's star.
Chapter 7. Chayla's Story. 6 years ago, defeated in the Cantanlunya swamps. The smell of soil, of earth that crumbles red in the hand, just so, and lets you know you're home. The sun that lit a life from baby to headstrong young man arcs between crimson sunrise and crimson sunset. In the dark, lions roar. "This is not your place, woman." She wants it to be her place. The strength of his longing drew her here, with him, riding the wake of his departure. "Go home." His voice is deep with command. Everything he says sounds like wisdom.
I can tell why he liked you,
she says. She has no home. You like him too, but you're too broken to know what to do with that.
Don't dare to pity me, Kashta.
Anger she'd thought burned out flares once more. The red soil, white sun, low huts, all seem further away. My name is not yours to conjure with, Chela. Go back.
Don't order me, Newborn. I could make you my slave again, my toy.
His world is a bright patch now at the corner of her vision, detail lost in jewelled beauty. I'm not there any more, woman. I'm here, in the drumming circle, in the hot shadow, in the footprint of the lion. Each word fainter and deeper. Chela lifted her face from the stinking mud and spat foul water. Her arms vanished into the mire at the elbows, thick slime dripped from her. She spat again, teeth scraping the mud from her tongue.
Jorg Ankrath.
The web of necromancy that she had spun through the marsh month after month, until it pervaded every sucking pool and mire, reaching fathoms deep to even the oldest of the bog-dead, now lay tattered, its strength bleeding away, corrupted once more by the lives of frogs and worms and wading birds. Chela found herself sinking, and summoned enough of what strength remained to flounder onto more solid ground, a low mound rising from the mud. The sky held the memory of blue, faded as if left too long in the sun. She lay on her back, aware of 1,000 prickles beneath her, of being too cold on her sides, too hot on her face. A groan escaped. Pain. When a necromancer has spent too much power, when death has burned out of them, only pain remains to fill the hole. After all, that's what life is. Pain.
Damn him!
Chela lay panting, more alive than she had been in decades, barely treading the margins of the Deadlands. Her teeth ground over each other, muscles iron, the hurt washing across her in waves.
Damn him!
A crow watched her, glossy black, perched on the stone that marked the mound's high point. The crow spoke, a harsh cawing that took on meaning from one second to the next. It's not the pain of returning which keeps them so far away, as far as they can go without losing their grip on it. It's the memories. The words came from the crow's beak, but they had been her brother's, years ago when he first taught her, first tempted her with what it meant to be death-sworn. In moments of regret she blamed him, as if he had talked her into corruption, as if mere words had parted her from all that was right. Jorg Ankrath had put an end to all her brother's talking, though, beheading him beneath Mount Honus, eating his heart, stealing away some part of his strength.
Fly away, crow!
She hissed it past clenched teeth, but memories had started to leak behind her eyes, like pus from a wound, welling up where fingers press. The crow watched her. Beneath its thin, clutching claws, the stone lay lichen-spattered, patched in dull orange, faded green, as if diseased. The bird held Chela's slitted gaze, its eyes bright, black, and glittering. No necromancer truly knows what waits for them as they walk the grey path into the Deadlands. It cawed then, harsh and brief as the speech of crows should be, before returning to her brother's voice and to his lessons. Each of them has their reasons, often horrific reasons that would turn the stomachs of their fellow men, but
Whatever their motivation, however strange and cold their minds, they don't know what it is that they have begun. If it could be explained to them in advance, shown on one foul canvas, none of them, not even the worst of them, would take the first step. He hadn't lied. He had spoken the whole truth. But words are only words, and they seldom turn a person from their path unless they want to be turned. I followed you, Kaelin. I took your path. She remembered his face, her brother's face, from a year when they had been young together, children. A happy year. No! The pain had been better than this. She tried not to think, to make a stone of her mind, to allow nothing in. It's just life, Chela. The bird sounded amused. Let it in. Behind screwed-shut eyes, images fought for their moment, to hold her regard if just for an instant, before the tide of remembering swept them aside. She saw the crow there, dipping its scarlet head into an open corpse. Life is sweet. Again the call. Taste it. She snatched for the crow, lunging, one pain-clawed hand reaching, only to find it gone. No flap of wings, no scolding voice from high above, just one broken and bedraggled feather, as if that was all that there had ever been. The sun passed overhead, witness to Chela's long agony, and at last, in the dark beneath a host of stars, she sat. Her head throbbed with memory. Not a complete mapping of the life she had stepped away from, but enough meat on the skeleton to match with where she stood upon the threshold of death and life. She hugged herself, feeling at once how her ribs stood out, how sunken her belly, how withered her chest. The coldest fact, though, the harshest judgment, came from the sum of all her remembering. No tragedy had driven her along the path she chose. She hadn't run from any particular horror, no offence too vile to live with, no terror nipping at her heels. Nothing but common greed. Greed for power, greed for things, and curiosity, of the everyday cat-killing kind. Such were the needs that had set her walking among the dead, mining depravity, rejecting all humanity. Nothing poetic, dark, or worthy, just the mean little wants of an ordinary little life. Chela drew a deep breath. She resented having to. Jorg Ancraft had done this to her. She felt her heart thump in her chest. Barely more than a child, and he had beaten her twice, left her lying here more alive than dead, made her feel. She picked a leech from her leg, then another, fat with her blood. Her skin itched where mosquitoes had taken their fill. It had been years since she held any interest for such creatures, years since they could even touch her without snuffing out the tiny flickers of life in their soft and fragile bodies. The marsh stank. It hit her for the first time, though she had spent months in its embrace. It stank, and tasted worse than it smelled. Chela pulled herself up, weak in her legs, trembling. The cool of night on her mud-caked nakedness accounted for some of her shivering, hunger and fatigue for a little more, but most of it was fear. Not of the darkness, or the swamp, or of the long journey through harsh lands. The dead king scared her. The thought of his cold regard, of his questions, of standing before him in whatever dead thing he chose to wear, her wrapped in the tatters of her power, and speaking of failure. How had it even come to this? Necromancers had been the masters of death, not its servants. But when the dead king first rose unbidden amongst the darkest of their workings, the necromancers knew fear once more, though they thought it abandoned and forgotten in their path. And not just Chela's small cabal beneath Mount Honus. She knew that now, though for a year and more she had thought the dead king a demon woken by her delving into places not meant for men, a creature focused on her alone, then on her brother and the few around them. But the dead king spoke to all who looked past life. Any who reached through and drew back what could be found beyond the veil to refill the remains of those who had passed. All who reached for such power would find themselves, sooner or later,
holding the dead king's hand. And he would not ever let them go. And why had he sent her against this boy? And how had she failed?
Damn you, Jorg Ancraft!
And Chayla fell back to her knees and vomited up a dark and sour mess. Chapter 8. In the 6 kingdoms I took from the Prince of Arrow, there are many cities larger, cleaner, finer, and in every way superior to Hodtown. There were cities in my domain that I had yet to see, cities where the people called me king, and my statue stood in markets and plazas that I had not been within 10 miles of, and even these were finer than Hodtown. And yet, Hodtown felt more mine. I had held it longer, taken it in person, painted the streets red when Yarko Raynar razed it in rebellion. It was not a place where they remembered Orin of Arrow. None in Hodtown spoke of his goodness and vision, or voiced the common belief that he would be named a saint before his memory grew cold. All of Hodtown turned out to greet our arrival. No one lingers at home when the Gilden Guard ride through their city gates. Highlanders lined the streets, cheering and waving whatever flags they had. Of the Hodites who would whisper in hoarse voices the next day, heads pounding with the echoes of celebration, not 1 in 10 would be able to give a good account of why they cheered. But in a place like the Highlands, it's hard not to get excited over any touch of the exotic or foreign. At least as long as it's just passing through, and doesn't look at your sister. I rode at the head of the column, and led it to the gates of Lord Holland's mansion, the grandest building in the city, or at least the grandest complete building. One day the cathedral would outshine it. Lord Holland came to throw his gates open in person, a beefy man, sweating in his finery, his wife wobbling along behind, a fan of silver and pearls to hide her jowls.
King Jorg, you honour my house.
Lord Holland bowed. His face said his hair should be grey with age, so I half expected the glossy black wig to fall as he bent to me, but it stayed in place. Perhaps he kept his own hair and used lamp black on it. I do honour you, I agreed. I've decided to stay the night while I wait on word from the Haunt. I swung out of my saddle, armour clanking, and waved him to lead on. Captain Harren? I turned, holding a hand up to stop his mouth. We're staying here until dawn tomorrow. There's no discussion to be had. We will have to make the time up on the road. He looked grim at that, but we knew each other well enough that after a few moments holding his eyes to mine, he turned away and called for the guard to set a perimeter around Holland's mansion. The Holland's house guard moved to block Gorgoth's path as he followed Macon and myself to the front doors. I had to commend their bravery. I've seen Gorgoth reach out both hands and crush 2 men's skulls without effort. Lord Holland paused on the steps ahead of me, sensing trouble. He turned with a questioning look. I'm taking Gorgoth through the Gilden Gate in Vian, so I think he ranks high enough for your front door, Holland. I nodded him on. The guard stepped back with evident relief, and we went inside. Lord Holland's guest chambers proved to be more than well appointed. Even luxurious might be too small a word. Thick rugs covered the floor, woven silk shipped from the Indus, and worked with all manner of pagan gods. No wall remained without art, either tapestry or oil and brush, and elaborate plasterwork, gilded to a high shine, decorated for ceilings. Holland had offered me his own rooms, but I didn't want to live amid his old man's stink. Besides, if they were richer than his guest rooms, I'd be hard-pressed to resist stealing stuff. Decadence begins when the budget to beautify a man's home exceeds the coin spent to ensure its defence. I turned back to Macon. Gorgoth closed the doors behind him and stood at Macon's side. Macon smoothed back his hair and grinned. It's pretty, no doubting that. Gorgoth let his gaze wander. There's a whole world reaching into this room. He had it right. Holland had assembled pieces from all corners of Empire and beyond. The works of brilliant men, years of effort concentrated within 4 walls to ease the eye of a rich lord's guests. Gorgoth lifted an elegant chair in one blunt hand, his fingers curled around intricate scrollwork.
The beauty to be found beneath mountains is more robust.
He set the chair down again. I imagined the legs splintering if he tried to sit upon it.
Why are we here?
Makin nodded.
You said bad beds, grinning officials and fleas, but here we are even so. The beds look fine, perhaps a little soft, and...
He glanced at Gorgoth.
Weak, and there may be fleas, though a better class of flea, no doubt, and yes, the officials grinned.
I pursed my lips and threw myself back onto the grand bed. I sunk into eider down, the coverings almost closing above me, as if I had fallen into deep water. "There's something I need to sleep on," I said. It took an effort to lift my head to sight Gorgoth. "You two amuse yourselves. I'll send if I need you. Makin, be charming. Gorgoth, don't eat any servants." Gorgoth rumbled at that. They turned to leave. "Gorgoth!" He paused before the door, a door so tall that even he would not have to duck beneath it. "Don't let them give you any shit. You can eat them if they try. You're coming to Congression as King under the Mountain. The 100 may not know it yet, but they will." He tilted his head at that, and they both left. I had my own reasons for bringing the Lacrota to Congression, but good as those reasons were, it had been the chance to represent his new people, his trolls, that had persuaded Gorgoth, and Lord knows he needed persuading, for I couldn't order him. And that, in itself, made another good reason. I had few men around me that would speak honestly, and tell me if they thought me wrong. I had only one man who I couldn't order, who at the very last would twist my head off, rather than obey against his instinct. Everyone needs somebody like that around sometimes. I sat in Lord Holland's delicate chair, at a desk of burr walnut, so polished it seemed to glow, and played with the chess set I had filched from the guard's pavilion. I killed a few hours staring at the squares, moving the pieces in their allotted fashion, enjoying the weight of them in my hand, the glide of them across marble. I have read that the builders made toys that could play chess, toys as small as the silver bishop in my hand, that could defeat any player, taking no time to select moves that undid even the best minds amongst their makers. The bishop made a satisfying click when tapped to the board. I beat out a little rhythm, wondering if any point remained in playing a game that toys could own. If we couldn't find a better game, then perhaps the mechanical minds the builders left behind would always win. Holland took me at my word and allowed no visitors, no requests, no invitations. I sat alone in the luxury of his guest rooms, and remembered. There was a time when a bad memory was taken from me. I carried it in a copper box until at the last I had to know. Any closed box, any secret will gnaw at you, day on day, year on year, until it reaches the bone. It will whisper the old rhyme, open the box and face the danger, or wonder, till it drives you mad. What would have happened if you had? There are other memories I would rather set away from me, beyond use and recollection. But the box taught me a lesson. Nothing can be cut away without loss. Even the worst of our memories is part of the foundation that keeps us in the world. At last I stood, tipped over the kings, both the black side and the white side, and fell once more into the bed. This time I let it swallow me, and sank into the white musk of her dreaming. I stood in the tall castle before the doors to my father's throne room. I knew this scene. I knew all the scenes that Catherine played for me behind those doors. Galen dying, but with my indifference overwritten by all her yesterdays, so that he fell like an axe through both our lives. Or father's knife, driven into my chest at the height of my victory, as I reached to him, son to father, a sharp reminder of all his poison aimed for the heart. "I'm past games," I said. I set my fingers to the handles of the great doors. I had a brother who taught me a lesson that stuck. Brother Hendrik, a wild one, a stranger to fear. And no sooner was he mentioned than he stood at my side, like the worst of devils summoned by their name. He stood beside me before my father's doors, with a laugh and a stamp of his boot. Brother Hendrik, dark as a moor, his long hair in black knots, reaching past his shoulders, lean-muscled, rangy like a troll, the pink and ragged slash of a scar from his left eye to the corner of his mouth, stark against dirty skin.
Brother Jorg.
He inclined his head. Show her how you died, brother, I said. He gave a wild grin at that, did Brother Hendrik, and the Connaught spearman charged again from a sudden rolling smoke. The Connaught spear is an ugly weapon, barbed and barbed again, as if it's never intended to come out, cutting blades along the length. Hendrik caught the spear in his gut, just as I remembered it, right down to the bright sound of mail links snapping. His eyes went wide, that grin of his wider, twisted now and scarlet. The Connaught man had him, stuck on that spear, out of reach of Hendrik's sword, even if he had the strength to swing. No, I'm doubting that Brother Hendrik could get himself off that spear, I said, over the ghosts of screams and the memory of swords on swords. But he could have fought it, and maybe, just maybe, he'd have thrown himself clear. He would have left more yards of his guts on those barbs than remained in his body, though. He could have tried to fight it, but sometimes the only option is to raise the stakes, to throw yourself the other way, to force your opponent further down the path they've chosen, further than they might want to go. Brother Hendrik dropped his sword and shook the shield from his arm. With both hands, he seized the spear high along its haft, past the blades, and hauled himself along it. The point sprang black and dripping from his back. A yard of wood and cutting edges passed into his stomach, tearing a terrible wound, and in 2 driving steps he reached his foe. "Watch," I said. And Brother Hendrik slammed his forehead into the spearman's face. 2 red hands gripped behind a Connaught neck and pulled him closer still. Hendrik fell, locked to his man, his teeth deep in exposed throat. The smoke rolled over them both. "That spearman should have let go that day," I said. "You should let go now, Catherine." I gripped the handles to the throne room doors and pulled, not on the metal, but on the dark tide of my dreaming, on the fever dreams of long ago, when I sweated in the corruption of my thorn wounds. Frost spread from my fingers, across the bronze, over the wood, and from every joint and seam in the doors, pus began to ooze. The sweet stench of it drew me to the night I woke in sweat and pain to find Friar Glensman Inch, with his hands upon me. As a child of 9, I didn't understand much, but the way he snatched back from me, the look on that mild face, the beading sweat as if a fever held him also, all helped me to know his mind. He turned without words and started for the door, hurried, but not running. He should have run. My hands, white upon the icy bronze of the handles, felt not the cold metal, but the weight and heat of the poker that I had snatched from before the fire. I should have been too weak to stand, but I had slipped from the table where they bled and purged me, let the sheet fall from me, and ran naked to the roaring fire. I caught Inch at the door, and when he turned, I thrust the poker up between his ribs. He squealed like pigs do when the butcher is killing them. I had only one word for him. A name. Justice! I spread the fire not to be warm, though the fever set my teeth chattering and my hands shaking too much to be of use. I set the fire to be clean again, to burn up every trace and touch of Inch and his wrong, to devour all memory of my weakness and failure. I meant to stay there, I said, my voice a whisper. She would hear me even so. I don't remember leaving. I don't remember how close the flames came. They found me in the forest. I had wanted to reach the girl who waits for spring, to lie on the ground where I buried my dog and to wait with her, but they caught me before I got there. I raised my head.
But that's not where I'm bound tonight, Catherine.
There are truths you know, but will not speak, even to yourself in the darkness where we are all of us alone. There are memories you see and yet don't see, things set apart, made abstract and robbed of meaning. Some doors, when they are opened, may not be shut again. I knew that. Even at 9 I knew it. And here, a door that I had closed long ago, like the lid on a coffin, the contents no longer fit for inspection. Fear trembled in my hands, and I tightened my grip against it. No part of me wanted this, but I would chase Catherine from my dreams and own my nights once more, and honesty remained my sharpest weapon. I pulled on the handles to those doors of frost and corruption. I hauled on them, and it felt as if I dragged a spear into my guts, inch by bloody inch. And with a squeal of protest, the doors opened. Not onto a throne room, not to my father's court, but to a dull autumn day on a rutted path that wound away up the valley to where the monastery sat.
Damned if I will!
Brother Liar was damned long ago, but we none of us mentioned that. Instead, we stood in the mud of the road and in the chill of a damp westerly breeze, and watched the monastery.
You'll go up there and ask them to see to your wound,
Fat Burlo said again. Burlo could swing a sword better than most, and lay a cold eye on a man. He wasn't jolly with all that lard, but he didn't have the authority that Brother Price used to wield.
Damned if...
Brother Reich slapped Liar around the back of the head, and he pitched forward into the mud. Grumlow, Rodat, Sim, and the others crowded at Reich's elbows.
He wouldn't see much,
I said. They turned to look at me, leaving Liar to get to all fours, the road dripping from him. I may have killed Price with 3 stones, but that didn't stop me being a skinny 10-year-old child, and the brothers weren't about to take direction from me. That I lived at all came down in equal measures to a quick hand with the knife and to the Nuban's protection. It would be another 2 years, after Sir Macon had found me, with both him and the Nuban to watch my back, before I would openly make the brothers' decisions for them.
What's that, runt?
Reich hadn't forgiven me for Price's death. I think he felt I'd stolen it from him.
He wouldn't see much,
I said.
They'd take him to the infirmary. It's a separate building usually, and they'd watch him because he looks as though he'd be stealing the bandages while they wrapped him.
What do you know?
Gempt aimed a kick to miss me. He didn't have the balls to risk connecting.
I know they don't keep their gold in the infirmary,
I said.
We should send the Nuban in,
Brother Rowe said. He spat toward the monastery, lofting the thick wad of his phlegm a remarkable distance.
Let him work his heathen ways on those pious...
Send me,
I said. The Nuban had shown no enthusiasm for the venture from the moment Fat Burlo first dreamed it up. I think Burlo only suggested hitting St. Sebastian's to shut Reich's moaning. That, and to give the brothers something better to unite behind than his own wavering command.
What are you going to do? Ask them to take pity on you?
Gempt snorted a laugh through his nose. Michael echoed him back down the line, with no idea what the joke was.
Yes,
I said.
Well, it does have an orphanage.
Burlo rubbed his stubble, folding himself a few more chins. We made camp a couple of miles back along the road, in a copse of twisted elm and alder, thick with the stink of fox. Burlo had decided in his wisdom that I would approach the monastery a little after dawn, when they should be finished with Matins' prayers. The brothers lit campfires among the trees, and Gaines took his cauldron from the head cart to set over the biggest blaze. The night turned mild, with cloud unrolling as the gloom thickened. The aroma of rabbit stew started to spread. We were 20 strong, or thereabouts. Burlo moved about, convincing men to their duties, Sim and Gemp to watch the road, old Elbin to sit where the horses were corralled and listen out for wolves. Brother Grillo began to pick at that 5-string harp of his. Well, his, since he took it from a man who could really play it. And somewhere in the dark, a high voice ran through the Queen's Sorrow. Brother Job it was who sang that evening. He'd only sing when it got too dark to see much, as if in the blind night he could be another lad in another place and call out the songs they'd taught that boy. "You don't think we should rob St. Sebastian's?" I asked the darkness. It spoke back with the depth of the Nubian's voice.
"They're your holy men. Why do you want to steal from them?"
I opened my mouth, then shut it. I had thought I just wanted to build my reputation with my road brothers, and to share out a little of the anger gnawing inside me. More than that, though. They were my holy men, these monks in the fortress of their monastery, echoing psalms in its stone halls, carrying golden crosses from chapel to church. They spoke to God, and maybe he spoke back, but the wrongs done to me hadn't even rippled the deep pool of their serenity. I wanted to knock on their door. My mouth might ask for sanctuary. I might play the orphan child, but truly I would be asking why. Whatever lay broken inside me had started to wind too tight to be ignored. I would shake the world until its teeth rattled if that was required to have it spit out an answer. Why? Brother Job ended his song. "It's something to do, a place to go," I said.
"I have a place to go,"
the Nubian said. "Where?" If I hadn't asked, he wouldn't have told. You couldn't leave a gap long enough that it would force the Nubian to fill it.
"Home," he said, "where it's warm. When I have enough coin, I will go to the Host Coast, to Cordoba, and take a ship across the Narrows. From the port of Kuta I can walk home. It's a long way, months, but across lands I know, peoples I know. Here, though, in this empire of yours, a man like me can't travel far, not alone. So I wait until fate leads us all south together."
"Why did you come here if you hate it so much?" His rejection stung, though it hadn't been aimed my way.
"I was brought here, in chains."
He lay back unseen. I could almost hear the chains as he moved. He didn't speak again. Morning stole through the woods, pushing a mist ahead of it. I had to leave my knives and short sword with the Nubian, and no breaking my fast. A rumbling stomach would speak on my behalf at the monk's gate.
"Get the lie of the land, Jorg,"
Burlo told me, as if it had been his idea from the start. Brother Reich and Brother Hendrik watched me with no comment, other than the scrape of their whetstones along iron blades. "Find out where the men-at-arms bed," Red Kent said. We knew the monks had mercenary guards, Connaught men, maybe soldiers from Rheims sent by Lord Ajar, but maintained and kept in coin by the abbot.
"What's yourself up there, Yorth?"
Elbin lisped. The old man worried too much. You'd have thought as a man's years ran out he'd worry less. But no. And so I started along the road, and let the fog swallow the brothers behind me. An hour brought me mist-damp and muddy-footed to the bend in the road where we first studied the monastery. I walked another few hundred yards before the fog admitted a dark hint of the building, and in 10 strides more it slipped from suggestion to fact, a sprawl of buildings to either side of the River Brent. The water's complaints reached me as they tumbled through the mill-wheel before escaping to the farmlands further down the valley to the east. Wood smoke tickled my nostrils, the faintest scent of frying, and my stomach rumbled obligingly. I passed the bakehouse, brewhouse, and buttery, grim stone blockhouses identified by the aromas of bread, malt, and ale. All seemed deserted, the matins' prayers requiring even the lay brothers from their labours in the fields, at the fish ponds, or at the piggery. The path to the church threaded the cemetery, headstones all askew as if at sea. 2 great trees stood amidst the graves, shouldering the most weathered stones aside. 2 corpse-fed ewes, echoes of an older faith, standing proud, where men played out their lives in service to the white Christ. I stopped to pick a pale red berry from the closer tree, firm and dusty-skinned. I rolled it between finger and thumb, an echo perhaps of the lost flesh those roots drank, sunk in the ichors of the rotting faithful. Strains of plain song reached across the cemetery, the monks coming to the close of matins. I decided to wait. Burlo had plans to head north with St. Sebastian's treasures, to make the coast, where on a clear day a man could look out across the quiet sea and spot the sails of a half-dozen nations. The port of Nemla might pay tax to Reims, but it paid no attention to Lord Asia's laws. Pirate lords held power there, and a man might sell anything in such a place, from holy relics to human flesh. More often than not, the buyer would be a man of the Isles, a Breton from the drowned lands, sailors all. They said that if all the men of Breton left ship at once, the Isles would not have space for them to stand. The Nuban once rumbled me a song from the Breton Isles. Hearts of oak, it said they had, but the Nuban told it that if their hearts were of the oak, then it was from the yew that their blood had been brewed, a darker and more ancient tree. And from the yew come their longbows, with which the men of Breton have slain more men in the long years than were felled with bullet or bomb in the short years of the builders. I waited by the church doors when the songs ran out, but despite the scraping of pews and the mutter of voices, no one emerged. All fell silent, and at last I set hand to the doors and pushed inside into the quiet hall beyond. One monk remained at prayer, kneeling before the pews, facing the altar. The others must have left through another exit leading into the monastery complex. The light from windows of stained glass fell around the man in many colours, a patch of green across his head making something strange of his baldness. It occurred to me as I waited for him to finish bothering the Almighty that I didn't know how to ask for sanctuary. Acting had never featured in my skill set, and even as the words I would need sprung to mind, I could hear how false they would ring, falling bitter from a cynical tongue. Some tell it that sorry is the hardest word, but for me, it has always been help. In the end, I decided to go with my strengths. I didn't wait for the monk to quit his silent moaning, and I didn't ask for help. "I've come to be a monk," I said, with the silent proviso that hell would freeze and heaven burn before I let them give me the haircut. The man stood without haste and turned to face me, the window colours sliding across the grey of his habit. His tonsure left a garland of black curls around a polished scalp. "Do you love God, boy?" "I couldn't love him any more." "And do you repent of your sins?" "What man doesn't?" He had warm eyes and a soft face, this one. "And are you humble, boy?" "I could be no more humble," I said. "You've a clever way with words, boy." He smiled. The lines spreading from the corners of his eyes declared him given to smiles. "Perhaps too clever. Too much cleverness can be a torment to a man, setting his wits against his faith." He steepled his fingers. "In any event, you are too young to become a novice. Go home, boy, before your parents notice you're gone." "I have no mother," I said, "and no father." His smile eased. "Well, now, that's a different matter. We have orphans here, saved from the corruptions of the road and educated in the ways of our Lord. But most come to us as infants, and it isn't an easy life. Our boys work hard, both in the field and at their studies, and there are rules, lots of rules." "I came to be a monk, not an orphan, a brother, not a son." I didn't want to be a monk, but just being told no lit the corner of a fire in me. I knew myself broken, to burn over every refusal, to feel my blood rise at the slightest provocation, but knowing and fixing are different things. "A good number of our novices are drawn from boys maintained here." If he sensed my anger, he showed no sign of it.
I myself was left on the church steps as a baby many years ago.
I could start that way. I shrugged, as if letting myself be talked into it. He nodded and watched me with those kind eyes. I wondered if his prayers were still echoing behind them. Did God speak back to him? Or did the old gods whisper from the yew? Or perhaps the gods of the Nuban called out to him across the straits from the crowd heavens above Afrique?
I'm Abbot Castell, he said.
Jorg.
If you follow me, we shall at least see that you get a meal.
He smiled again, the sort of smile that said he liked me.
And if perhaps you choose to stay, we might see whether you really could love God a little more and be somewhat more humble.
I spent that first day digging up potatoes with the 12 orphans currently under St. Sebastian's care. The boys ranged from 5 years to 14, as mixed a bunch as you could want. Some serious, some wild, but all excited to have a new boy amongst them, to break the monotony of mud and potatoes and more mud.
Did your family leave you here?
Oscar asked the questions, and the rest of them listened. A short boy, lean, ragged black hair as if cut in haste, and mud on both cheeks. I guessed him to be 8. I walked, I said.
My grandpa brought me here,
Oscar said, resting on his digging fork.
Mum died, and my father never came back from the war. I don't remember them much.
Another taller boy snorted at the tale of Oscar's father, but said nothing. I came to be a monk, I said. I drove the fork deep and turned up 6 potatoes, the biggest of them skewered on the tines.
Idiot!
The largest of the boys shouldered me aside and lifted the end of my fork.
Scratch them and they won't keep past a week. You gotta feel the way into the ground. Dig around them.
He pulled the wounded vegetable free. I imagined how it would be to lunge forward and impale him, the fork's middle tine nailing his Adam's apple, and the other 2 bracketing his neck. I wondered that the danger didn't even occur to him as he scowled at me over the weapon, pointed right at him. He wouldn't keep past a week.
Who'd be a monk?
A boy my age came across, dragging a full sack. He looked pale beneath the grime, his grin fixed, as if he knew exactly what I'd been thinking.
It has to be better than this.
I lowered the fork.
I'd go mad, he said. Praying, more praying, and reading the Bible every single day, and all the copying, all that quill work, copying other people's words, never writing their own. You want to spend 50 years doing that?
He hushed as one of the lay brothers stomped over from the hedgerow.
More work, less talk.
And we set to digging. It turns out there's a certain satisfaction in digging. Levering your dinner from the ground, lifting the soil and pulling fine, hard potatoes from it, thinking of them roasted, mashed, fried in oil. It's all good. Especially if it wasn't you who had to tend and weed the field for the previous 6 months. Labour like that empties the mind and lets new thoughts wander in from unsuspected corners. And in the moments of rest, when we orphans faced each other, mud-cheeked, leaning on our forks, there's a camaraderie that builds without you knowing it. By the end of the day, I think the big lad, David, could have called me an idiot a second time, and survived. We trudged back to the monastery as evening shadows tracked across the rutted fields. They fed us in the frater house, with the ordained brothers at one long trestle, the lay brothers at another, and the orphans crowded around a low square table. We ate faggots of potato mash fried in pork fat with autumn greens. I hadn't tasted anything better in forever. And the boys talked. Arthur told how his grandpa used to make shoes before his sight got dim. Oscar showed us the iron cross his dad gave him when he went away. A heavy thing with a circle of red enamel at the crossing point.
For the blood of Christ,
Oscar said, And David told how he might sign up to be a soldier for Lord Asia, like Bilk and Peter, who we saw patrolling along the Brent. They all spoke, often at once, laughing, cramming in food past their words, speaking of foolishness, games they played, dreams they had, might-have-beens and might-bees. The easy talk that children share, that Will and I had shared. Strange to think of these boys bound about by so many rules, and seeming so free, and my road brothers, unbound by law or conscience, yet so guarded and bitter in their conversation, each word edged and weighted, as if they were every one of them trapped and seeking escape each moment of their lives. The orphans slept in their own dormitory, a solid stone-built building, slate-roofed, clean within, though bare as a monk's cell. I lay among them, comfortable on my straw mattress. Sleep found us all quick enough. Honest labour will do that for you. But I woke in the darkest hour and listened to the night, to the skittering of mice amongst our straw, to the snores and the mumbling of sleep-tied tongues, to the hunting owls and the chuckle of water through the mill. I thought of my road brothers, caught in dark dreams as their bodies lay scattered between the trees. They would wake soon, blood-hungry, and turn this way. A monk came for us before dawn, so we would be washed and ready for Matin's prayer.
No work,
Oscar whispered beside me as he dressed.
No? It's Sunday, idiot!
David used a long pole to heave the shutters open. It made little difference.
Sunday's for praying.
This from Alfred, the peacemaker in the potato field.
And studies,
said Arthur, a tall and serious boy, of around my age. It turned out Sunday held time for studies additional to those the monks arranged for us. First, though, I sat through lessons on lettering, instruction on the lives of saints, and a session of choir practice. I croaked like a crow. An elderly monk arrived for the day's last lesson, hunched around a black cane, eyes bright but pale beneath the grey fringe of his hair. He had a sour look to him, but the boys seemed to like him.
Ah, new boy. What's your name, young man?
He spoke quick and high, with just a creak of age.
Jorg,
I said.
Jorg, eh?
Yes,
I said.
Sir.
I'm Brother Winter, no sir about it, and I'm here to teach theology.
He paused and frowned.
Jorg, eh?
Yes, brother.
I never did hear of a St. Jorg. Now, ain't that a curious thing? St. Alfred, St. Oscar, St. David, St. Arthur, St. Winter. Ain't you got a saint's day, boy?
My mother had it that St. George's Day would serve, Jorg being a flavour of George.
The Breton saint.
He made to spit and caught himself.
He fell out of heaven when the sea swallowed those lands.
Brother Winter let my name and its ill omens lie after that, and taught us theology as promised. He proved entertaining, and praised my quick wits, so we parted friends. In the 2 hours between Vespers and Compline, we ran free of prayers and lessons. The slightest hint had Oscar begging to show me the monastery, grounds and buildings all. He raced me around as fast as the evening dark allowed, eager to please, as if I were his big brother, and my approval weighed more than all the gold in chapel. We crept up the woodpile by the old armoury, where peasants came for arms in hard years, and from our vantage spied on Asia's soldiers, who barracked there when not on duty.
The abbot says we don't need soldiers everywhere.
Oscar clambered back down, wiping his nose on his sleeve.
But David says he heard St. Goodwin's, down by Farfield, was raided 6 months back, and burned flat. He heard it from Novice Jonas at the smithy. If a raid comes, don't trust in soldiers,
I told him.
Run for the river and follow it upstream. Don't stop for anything.
I slipped away from Oscar in the dark and made my way to the road, where the monastery lane joined the wider way. Even ditching the boy with a turn of speed in the shadows felt like a betrayal. He'd started to dote on me, like Michael with that idiot grin of his following Gempt. Like Justice used to pace after William and me, hour after hour, just happy to be packed with us, Overjoyed if we petted him, ecstatic if Will wrapped him in his little arms and buried his face in that fur. The hound would stand there as if he were tolerating the hug, as if it wasn't what he'd followed us half a day for. But his tail couldn't lie. Elbin stood waiting a little way down the road, a ghost in the moonlight.
"What's the word, Yorth?"
They'd sent Elbin because he didn't look like trouble, but I'd back him against 2 of Asia's troopers any day. Well, not in a fair fight, but you don't see many of those.
"The word is precious little gold and more guardsmen than Brother Burlo is going to want to take on. Well armed, with strong points to defend. The place is built to hold." "They ain't gonna like that news, Yorth."
"Youth," he said, struggling on the S. He sounded worried, though he scowled to hide it.
"Tell Burlo you're just the messenger," I suggested, "and keep out of Reich's reach."
"Ain't you coming with me, then?"
Elbin frowned. His tongue slid across the pale flesh of his gums.
"There's a piece or 2 worth stealing. If I can swipe them, I'll come running. Otherwise, I'll join you here tomorrow, same time, and we'll all go."
I left him muttering,
"They won't like it. They won't like it."
I'd counted 12 guards, none of them much younger than Elbin, and the crucifix the abbot wore to vespers on its own was worth the effort to take them down. In truth, despite the cruel lessons taught me by my own father and by the Thorns, I had found the whisper of a different way in the fields and halls and sanctums of St. Sebastian, and whilst I listened with a sceptical ear, still I wanted to hear that whisper a little longer. My father taught me not to love or to compromise. The Thorns taught me that even family bonds are fatal weaknesses. A man must walk alone, bide his time, and strike when the strength is in his hands. Sometimes, though, it seemed all that bound me to those lessons were the scars they had left on me. As I trudged back, I reasoned that what I wanted from the road, from my road brothers, wasn't gold and the slaughter of monks. I had come from wealth. I knew how the innocent died. What I sought was the power that lies in hands untied by social strings, not restrained by moral code, chivalric charter, the rules of war. I wanted to earn the edge that the Nuban showed in my father's dungeons, to be forged in battle. And I would find those things in the hard times. I would steer my brothers into the crucible where the 100 whet their swords, and see what would unfold. I told myself all that, but unsaid, beneath those words, I knew that perhaps I just wanted a door back to gentler days, when my mother had loved me. I was, after all, a child of 10, weak, stupid, and unformed. I had been taught the right lessons, but all teachers know a pupil will backslide if hard lessons are not reinforced by repetition. The scent of white musk reached me, reached into wherever it is the dreamer stands to watch their nightmare unfold. She stood with me, unseen and untouchable, but close, almost skin to skin as I pulled these old memories through her. And I knew she felt the threat, counted its approach in heartbeats, whilst knowing neither its nature nor the direction of its attack. I had returned to find the monastery guards setting torches in iron brackets before the chapter house. More monks than I had suspected to be housed at St. Sebastian's were already gathered in the shadows by the wall. Evidently, not all showed up for meals.
"Where'd you go?"
Oscar rushed me from the dark. If I'd had a knife, he'd have got himself stuck on it.
"The bishop's coming."
His news proved too important to wait till my answer.
"What bishop? Where?"
It didn't seem a very likely story.
"Bishop Murillo. His servant just arrived ahead of the procession to warn us. He's on the North Road. We'll see their lights coming up over Jedmire Hill soon enough."
Oscar kept hopping from one foot to the other, as if he needed to piss. Probably did.
"Brother Miles said the Vatican sent the Pope's own carriage to collect him."
Arthur stood behind us now.
"Murillo's on his way to Roma." "They'll make him a cardinal, for sure."
Oscar sounded far more excited about church politics than any 8-year-old should be.
"Where are all the others?"
I asked. Apart from Oscar and Arthur, none of the orphans had come for the show. Oscar blinked.
They must have seen him before. He ministers at St. Chal. He's visited before. Brother Winter said so.
I didn't let it bother me. I'd seen bishops before. Well, two. Bishop Simon, who ministered at Our Lady in Crath City, and Bishop Fair, who replaced Simon when the angels dragged him off one cold night. Even so, I'd wait and have a look-see at this third one. He might have treasures in his carriage that would keep my road brothers happy. If the other boys had found something better to occupy them, good luck.
He's the grandson of the Duke of Belpen, you know,
Arthur said.
The bishop?
He nodded. I shrugged. Abbots in an order bound to simple living and hard labour might work their way up from an orphan's box abandoned on my doorstep. Bishops in their velvets and palatial residences tended to have been placed there for safekeeping by powerful relatives, having been plucked from the outer branches of some illustrious family. It took a while. The torches had started to gutter, and the Compline bell threatened, when at last we saw the procession, armed riders at the front, priests walking, the papal carriage creaking along behind two plough horses, more clerics trudging behind, and finally 2 more mailed riders with the Holy Cross in red atop white tabards. The carriage jolted along the road, halting with its door between the double line of torches that formed a corridor to the chapter house's grand entrance. The driver of the carriage, a goblin of a man with grey and bushy brows, sat motionless, his pair with their heads down, snorting occasionally like oxen. The grandest of the 3 priests preceding the carriage came to open the door, and to lend Bishop Murillo his arm, although the man seemed unlikely to need it. He squeezed from the gloomy confines, his bulk strained against the purple of his cassock. Once out, he reached back in and took the mitre offered from the shadows. I hadn't thought there room for a second passenger. Murillo jammed the hat onto his head, the sweat on his tight black curls immediately soaking into the red band around its base. He stood straight, hands in the small of his back, thrusting that belly. I half expected an enormous belt from his fleshy mouth, but instead he growled and stamped toward the monastery. The head priest and 2 men-at-arms followed close behind. Although fat, the bishop had a restless energy about him. He reminded me of a boar hunting a scent. A little of Burlo, too. His eyes found Oscar, then me, as he reached the door. He smiled at us, a convulsion of the lips, and muttered something to the closer guard before vanishing within. The bishop's mass kept us from our beds, a droning affair of Latin prayers in the crowded church hall. We orphans stood scattered amongst the monks, and saw little but the backs of tonsured heads. Holy or not, monks are an unwashed lot. The old brother ahead of me made frequent releases of evil smells that the rope around his habit could not restrain. He had 2 fat ticks behind his ear. The image stays with me. 2 bloated purple pearls. At last, communion, and the long queue to be dismissed. At the head of the line I saw Abbot Castell take offered cup and drink from its gilt bowl. "The blood of Christ," the serving priest intoned under the bishop's watchful eye. Wine. At least it wasn't to be a dry wafer. We shuffled forward slower than a candle burns its length. In the queue, I noted again that most of the orphans were missing. Only Oscar stood before me, and somewhere back along the line, Arthur. I saw the abbot, waiting in the shadows of the wall as we approached the altar. He had the look of an unwilling conscript, gathering himself to draw steel and to fling himself into battle. The bishop in his finery shot Castell a vicious glance. Soft and fat he might be, but another life could have put the bishop amongst my road brothers, red in tooth and claw. Another life would just have made Castell a different kind of victim to men such as Reich and Rowe and Lyer. 3 more monks until our turn. 2 more. 1. Oscar stepped up, thirsty for communion wine. The orphans normally got the body, not the blood, and, quicker than I had thought he could, the abbot strode forward, swept the boy up, and bore him from the church. Oscar, made mute by surprise, and by the speed of his abduction, didn't manage even a yelp before the door to the chapter house swung shut behind them. Every other person in the great hall of the church held still, watching the door until the echoes of its closing died away. Murillo, already red in the face, shaded to purple. Another heartbeat of silence, and then the bishop looked my way, furious for reasons I couldn't fathom. He stamped the heel of his crook to the floor. The priest, silver thread tracing the scarf that draped the black velvet of his gown, fixed cold eyes upon me and held out the communion cup, almost empty now. I drank, and the wine was bitter. More monks, more filing past, more drinking as we stood and waited. The wine still burned my tongue, as if they had fermented gall rather than grapes. A lethargy rose through me, from the cold stone of the floor, through leg and belly, until my thoughts swam in it, and the drone of liturgy lost its meaning. And finally, with the witching hour behind us, the bishop spoke those words all children long for in any mass.
Ite missa est.
You are dismissed. I staggered on the way to the door, catching at a monk's arm for support. He shook me off, a stony look on his face, as if I were diseased. The church stretched and squashed, the walls and pillars dancing like reflections on a pond. What? I tasted the bitterness again, and my tongue ran out of words. My hands sought the knife that should have been on my belt. My hands knew the danger. Jorg! I heard Arthur's voice, saw him bundled away by the monk with the ticks and foul stinks. Somehow I came to the doors that led outside and leaned on them. Cold night air would help. They gave, opening by degrees, and I slipped through. Strong arms wrapped me. One of Murillo's men-at-arms. A black hood, taking away the world, throttling hands. I threw my head back and heard a nose break, and fell into a confusion without up or down, without sight, straining against bonds, and drowning, choking, retching in the dark. Memory gives me only pieces of the time spent in the bishop's chambers, but those pieces are clear and razor-edged. I had never fought Catherine when she pulled me into nightmare. Now I fought her as she tried to leave. I fought her as I drew each part of those broken memories through the channel she had opened. Like Brother Hendrik and his Connaught spear, I didn't care if they tore me, so long as she felt some fraction of it too. The smell of Murillo, perfume and sweat, the corrupt softness of his bulk, the strength that twisted my limbs until they creaked, until the pain reached me through the fog of whatever drug the wine had hidden, and tore thin screams past the gag. I made Catherine watch and share, made her share the pollution, the crude stink of his lust, a delight he took in his power, the horror of being helpless. I let her hear his grunting. I made her understand how dirt can get inside you, too deep to be scrubbed out, too deep to be bled out, perhaps too deep even to be burned out. I showed her how that stain can spread, back across the years, turning all a child's memories to rot and filth, out across a future, taking all colour and direction. I kept her with me, lying soaked in blood and filth and pain, bound blindfold, sick with the drug, and yet clinging to it for fear of the clarity a clear head would bring. I won't say rage kept me alive. Those poisoned hours offered no escape, nothing so tempting as dying. But perhaps if I could have slid away into death, if it had been an option, then my anger might have been the thing to keep me back. As the drug faded from me and focus returned, a need for revenge started to build, quickly eclipsing all minor desires such as escape, the easing of pain, or the need to breathe. Chains can hold a man. A well-fastened manacle will require the breaking of bones before the prisoner can win free. Ropes in general cannot be broken, but with determination they can often be slipped. Lubrication is the key. Sweat will normally start the process, but before long the skin will give, and blood will help those rough fibres slide over raw flesh. The bishop didn't wake. I made no noise while I freed my hands, tied behind my back. I eased from the bed, slithering across stained silk sheets. On the floor, I took the fruit knife from the bedside table and by the glow of the dying fire sawed at the bonds around my ankles. I walked naked from the room, as if there could be more shame. I took the knife and the poker from the fire with me. In the small hours of night, the monastery corridors lay empty. I walked them blind, trailing the point of the knife along the walls from time to time to count my way. I heard plainsong as I walked, though there were none awake to sing it. Even so, I heard plainsong, pure in its promise, as if all things holy and good were pressed into notes and spilled from the mouths of angels. I hear it even now when I remember those orphan boys, the digging in that field, mud and potatoes, lessons and games. I hear it as if it were reaching faint through a closed door. And the song drew a tear from me. Oh, my brothers, not the hurt or shame, not betrayal or that last lost chance of redemption. Just the beauty of that song. One tear on a hot, slow roll down my cheek. I left by the door to the stables, unlatching it and turning the heavy iron ring. Both the soldiers on the other side turned, blinking away boredom. I felled them with 2 blows of the poker, first to the left temple of the right guard, then the right temple of the left. Whack, whack! They didn't deserve to be called soldiers, defeated by a naked child. One lay silent, the other, Bilk, I think, writhed and groaned. Him I skewered through the throat. That shut his noise. I left the poker in him. The stables smelled of every other stables. In the darkness, amongst the horses, I could have been anywhere. I moved without sound, listening to the clop of hooves, the restless snort and shudder of disturbed mounts, the scurry of rats. I took as much rope as I could carry, and a sharper knife used for working leather. The coils itched my shoulder and back as I returned through the blind corridors. I left the rope outside the bishop's door and went back for a bale of straw and the soldier's lamp. The big horses that pulled the Pope's carriage were housed in the stall closest to the stable doors. The larger of the 2 stepped out when I opened the stall, head down, looking more asleep than awake. I set a tether around his thick neck and left him standing there. He looked as though he would stand forever, or at least until someone gave him reason to move again. I guessed Murillo's men-at-arms would be billeted with Lord Asia's soldiers in the armoury for the night. At some point, the monks would be on the move for the night prayer. I didn't know when that might happen, nor truly care. I would just kill anyone in my way. The night still had a dreamlike quality, perhaps the tail end of whatever poison Murillo had had the priest slip into the wine. The swinging lamp chased thin shadows across the walls, copies of my limbs. I wedged handfuls of straw beneath the roof eaves where I could reach by climbing on barrel or sill. I wedged more between the split wood, stacked for winter against the chapter house wall. There's not much to burn in a stone-built monastery, but the roof is always the best bet. And of course the guest quarters, where the bishop slept, offered more combustibles, with several tapestries, wooden furniture, shuttered windows. I went into the priests' rooms, 2 priests in the chamber to the left of the bishop's, and 3 opposite. I cut their throats as they slept, a hand to the mouth while I tugged the sharpness of the leather knife through skin, flesh, cartilage and tendon, through vein, artery and windpipe. Men sliced like that make strange noises, like wet bellows pumping, and thrash before they die. But in the tangle of their bed linens, it isn't loud. I set straw and bedding ready to fire in the priests' rooms too. The high priest, the man who poisoned the cup, ready for Oscar and drunk by me, I cut. I knew him to be dead, but I cut his face and watched the flesh spring open beneath my blade. I sliced away his lips and let the ichor from his eyes, and I prayed, not to God, but to whatever devil got to keep his soul, that he would carry the wounds with him into hell. By the time I returned to Murillo's chambers, I was clothed once more, in the scarlet of priest's blood. For a time I watched his bulk within the bed, a black lump in the ember's glow, and listened to the wheeze in and the snored breath out. He posed a puzzle. A strong man who might wake easily. I didn't want to have to kill him. That would be too kind. In the end, I lifted the covers with a gentle hand to expose his feet. I eased the rope beneath his ankles so a yard lay to one side and the rest to the other. A hangman's noose is a simple knot, and I used the loop to draw his ankles together before making the knot tight against them. Then I left with the rope coil, playing it out as I went. On my route back to the stables, I set flame to the various piles of straw and bedding prepared earlier. At the stables, I cut the rope and tied the end around the plough horse's neck. Before I led him away, my eye lit upon a fallen hemp bag that lay on the floor, with long, dark roofing nails spilling from it. I stooped to pick it up. Brother Gaines, who Burlo set to watching the monastery, tells it that I came through the cemetery leading the biggest horse in the world, and that all behind me the sky was lit with crimson and orange, as fire leapt among the roofs of St. Sebastian. He said I came naked and blood-wrapped, and that he thought that it was me screaming, until I drew closer and he saw the grim seal of my mouth. Brother Gaines, never a man given to religion, crossed himself and stepped aside without a word when I passed him. He watched the taut rope and shrank back further, as the screams grew more loud and more piercing. And out of the darkness, lit by the flames of St. Sebastian, Bishop Murillo came dragging, leaving his own trail of blood and skin on the grit and gravel of the cemetery path, white bone jutting from beneath the rope that bound his broken ankles. I let Catherine share that night. I let her watch the brothers take to horse and ride whooping up the road toward the distant orange glow. She saw how I bound Murillo, and how such terror ran in him that he forgot the agony of his shattered ankles. And I taught her how long it can take to hammer 13 nails through a man's skull. Tap, tap, tap. How night shades into day and brothers gather once again, draped in loot and relics, black with char. The brothers formed my audience, some fascinated, like Reich with his new iron cross around his neck, set with a circle of red enamel at the crossing point, red for the blood of Christ. Some watched in horror, some with reserve, but they all watched, even the Nuban with nothing written on his face but the deep lines of sorrow.
"We're meat and dirt," I told them. "Nobody is clean, and nothing can wash away our stain. Not the blood of the innocent, not the blood of the Lamb."
And the brothers watched, as a child learned what revenge can do and what it can't. Together, Catherine and I watched that child learn how a simple iron nail can break a man's mind apart, causing him to laugh or cry, to lose some basic skill, some memory, or some restraint that made him human, or gave a measure of dignity. I let Catherine see how something so simple as hammering home a nail can make such profound changes, to the bishop whose head is pierced, and to the boy who wields the hammer. And then I let her go, and she ran. My dreams would be my own again. I was past games. Chapter 9. I woke to the sound of Makin's voice. "Get up, Jorg." In the haunt, I have a page schooled in the art of discreet coughs, and a gradual elevation in volume until His Royal Highness deigns to stir. In Lord Holland's house, it seemed "get up" was the best on offer. I struggled to a sitting position, still in the clothes I wore the night before, and more tired than when I fell into the bed.
"And a very good morning to you, Lord Macon."
My tone made it clear I meant none of it.
"Me honour's here,"
he said. "Right." I rolled off the bed onto my feet, still woozy with sleep.
"Let's go."
"Not shaving?"
He offered me my cloak from the chair.
"It's the new style,"
I said, and went out into the corridor beyond, past the guards stationed outside the door.
"Left or right?"
Left. She's in the blue room.
And yes, Lord Holland had a whole room, the size of a church hall, given over to displaying the colour blue.
Miana stood, pale, pretty, her hands across the stretch of her belly.
Martin beside her, leaning on a staff for support, his face black with bruising. At the rear of the room, 10 men from my guard, cloaks clasped with the Ancrath boar in silver, stood tight around a black coffer, Sir Richard with them. I crossed the room and put my arms around Miana. I needed to touch her with my own hands after being locked into the dream with hands I didn't own that tried to kill her. She put her head against my chest and said nothing. She smelled good. Of nothing specific, just good. Macon followed in behind and closed the door.
I saw the assassin, I said. A white man, sent from the Vatican, or made to look as though he was. I saw you kill him. You and Martin both.
I nodded to him. He knew what it meant to me. Miana looked up, eyes wide with surprise, starting to narrow with confusion, suspicion even.
How?
I think he used dream magics to make the castle sleep, even the trolls below. When you use those methods and spend your power so carelessly, you leave yourself open to others with such skills. Perhaps something of Sage's rubbed off on me when I killed him.
I shrugged.
In any case, you know I have bad dreams. It might be easier to fall into such enchantments from a nightmare than from honest sleeping.
I didn't mention Catherine. It didn't seem politic to remind her that another woman filled my nights.
We found these on him.
Martin held out a scroll, 3 gold coins, and a signet ring. The ring held an intaglio in a silver mount, carnelian worked with an intricate device, the papal seal with 1 bar. It gave the bearer an authority little short of a cardinal's. I dropped it back into Martin's palm and took the scroll.
A warrant for your death, Miana.
Mine?
Outrage rather than fear.
It's very pretty.
The scribe had illuminated it to a high order, and not scrimped on a gold leaf. It must have taken a week's work at least.
It's possible they're forgeries, but I doubt it. The trouble the forger would earn for themselves would outweigh any gain. And besides, the Pope does have good reason.
Miana stepped back, her eyes blazing.
Good reason? What defence have I ever given the church?
She clutched herself over tighter.
It's to punish me, my dear.
I spread my hands to offer up my guilt.
The Vatican must have finally tied me to the sack of St. Sebastian's, and more importantly to them, tied me to the maiming of Bishop Murillo ap Belpen.
But you're Lord of Belpen now. That line is gone.
Anger muddied her logic.
It's probably the bishop part that has them upset, I said.
The warrant should be for you, then,
Miana said. The church frowns on killing kings. It goes against their views on divine right. They'd rather slap my wrist and show me to be penitent. If that fails, then perhaps I might die of an ague over the winter, but nothing so obvious as a warranted assassin. What will we do? Martin asked.
He held his voice calm, but I think if I'd told him to take 10,000 men and lay siege to Roma, he would have left to do it without further question.
I think we should open the box, I said. I hope somebody thought to bring the key.
Miana fished the heavy piece of iron from her skirts and put it in my hand, still warm from her flesh. I waved the guards aside and fitted key to lock.
Some kind of weapon?
Macon asked. He stood beside Miana now, an arm around her.
Yes, I said. Some kind of weapon. I threw back the lid. Gold coins, stacked and tightly bound in columns, reached nearly to the lid, a sea of them, enough to buy Holland's mansion 10 times over.
That,
said Macon, letting his hand fall from Miana's shoulder as he stepped closer,
is a lot of gold.
2 years of taxes gathered from 7 nations, I said.
You're going to hire your own assassins? Martin asked. You could hire an army with that. A large one.
Macon stooped so low the reflected light made his face golden.
No.
I flipped the lid shut, and Macon flinched.
You're going to build the cathedral,
Miana said.
Praise the Lord for clever women. That boy you're cooking for me in there is going to be scary clever. Build a cathedral?
Macon blinked.
Martin held his peace. Martin trusted my judgment.
Too much sometimes.
an act of contrition,
Miana said.
Jorg is going to buy the most expensive pardon in history.
And of course the Pope is bound by tradition and duty to attend the consecration of any new cathedral.
I turned one of the assassin's gold pieces over in my fingers. The word contrition nibbled at the edge of my pride.
Jorg!
Miana narrowed her eyes at me, knowing my mind. She had known it from the start, and sought to turn me with talk of diplomacy. The Pope stared at me from the Vatican gold. Blood gold for my child and wife. Pius 112.
When they showed you fat on money, then you must truly be enormous. I held the coin up for inspection. Don't worry, my dear. I'll play nice. When she comes to see the new cathedral I've built for her, I will thank her for coming. Only a madman would threaten the Pope, even if she is a bitch.
And what's to stop another assassin coming while you're gone?
Miana asked.
Nothing.
It's never a good idea to tease a woman near her time, and seldom a good idea to tease Miana in any case, unless you want back worse than you gave. She came at me, fists raised.
You're coming with me!
I spoke quickly, backing around Macon.
You said wives couldn't come!
Miana mastered the art of the wickedly murderous look at an early age. You're my advisor now! I shouted, backing to the door since none of my guards saw fit to defend me. That mollified her enough to halt her advance and lower her hands.
I can't ride like this,
she said. You can go in one of the wagons.
Each guard troop had a wagon for equipment.
Well, that'll jolt the baby out of me quick enough.
She sounded cross, but seemed to find the idea to her liking.
So I'm to sit all alone in a rickety wagon and be hauled halfway across Empire?
You'll have Martin for company. He's in no state to ride, I said.
Martin? So anyone can come along now?
Advisor! I raised my hands again. Macon, tell Kepin and Grumlow they can go back to the haunt. I didn't think missing Congression would bother Kepin in the least, and Grumlow had a woman somewhere in Hodtown that he'd probably rather spend time with. So that's settled. I dusted my hands together and cast an eye over the room's lurid blues. Let's go and make Bishop Gumps the happy man. We left Holland's mansion in a troop. Gorgoth carried the coffer, and it pleased me to see that even his arms strained with the weight of all that gold. Lord Holland, his wife, and retainers flocked about us from the front steps to the gates of their compound. Macon made all the replies and niceties. The dregs of my dreaming still soured the day. At the gates, Martin pointed out one of the guard wagons to Miana, an uncomfortably functional vehicle. She made an immediate turn, Sir Rickard jumping to avoid the swing of her belly.
Lord Holland?
She stopped the man in mid-flow.
I wish to purchase your personal carriage.
I left Miana to secure the deal, guarded by Martin, Rickard, and 8 of the 10 men who accompanied her from the haunt. Reich, Grumlow, Kepin and Kent fell in with us, as I led the way to the part-built cathedral of Hodtown. Gomst had mentioned plans to name it the Sacred Heart, after a cathedral of legend that once stood in Crath City. For my part, I felt St. George's to be a fine name. I settled the brothers within the walls of the great hall, dwarfed by the immense pillars that had stood ready to carry the roof for a decade and more. Lesser clerics, choir boys, and the more devoted and well-wrapped of Hodtown citizens watched them with undisguised curiosity. Gorgoth put down his burden, set a bare foot to the lid, and stared back,
causing several choir boys to make a run for it. A duty priest led me to the grand vestibule, where Gomst kept his office, due mainly to the fact the chamber had a completed roof. He rose from behind his desk to greet me. From the look of him, he slept no better than I did. Gomst never wore his years well, and now they hung from him like invisible chains. "They tell me you do good work here, Father Gomst." He bowed his head and said nothing. In the 6 years since we found each other again on the Lichway before the ghosts came, the grey had risen from his beard and chased the black from his hair. "I've brought you enough gold to have the cathedral completed. I want as many men as can fit around the walls to be working here at every hour of every day." Gomst lifted his head frowning and made to speak. "On Sundays they can rest," I said.
"You think faith and churches will save us from the dead king?"
Gomst asked. "Don't you, Bishop?" I thought it would be nice if one of us did. He drew in a deep breath and set his eyes on me, bright and dark.
"It's easier to have faith when you are one of the flock. The closer I get to the top of this long ladder we call the Church of Roma, the closer to the Holy See where God speaks, the less I hear him, the further away I feel."
"It's good that you have some doubt in you, Gomsty. Men who are certain of everything, well, perhaps they're not men at all." Gomst stepped closer, from shadow into lamplight, and it seemed that I saw him for the first time, set against the memory of another bishop, one more certain of his path and his entitlements. I wondered how long Murillo's shadow had hidden Gomst from my sight. He was at worst guilty of loyalty to bad kings, of a mind narrowed by a life at court, and of pomposity. Not the most capital of crimes, and old crimes at that. "You remember the ghost on the Lichway, Father Gomst?" He nodded. "You told me to run, to leave you there alone. And when they came, you prayed. Faith was your shield. We faced them together, you and I, with all my brothers fled." Gomst offered a grim smile.
"I was in a cage, if you recall, or I would have run with them."
"We'll never know, will we?" I gave him the brilliance of my own smile, creasing the stiff burn scars on my cheek. "And all men are cowards. I may not have run that day, but I've always been a coward, never braver than my imagination." From my belt, I pulled out the order he would sign to acknowledge the church's acceptance of my chest of gold. Gomst looked at it.
"I would have run, but for that cage."
He shivered. I clapped a hand to his shoulder. "And here I am building you a new cage, Father Gomst, for just 40,000 ducats." We sat then, Father Gomst and I, and drank small beer, for the water in Hodtown is barely safe for washing. "So here I am, Gomsty, with a box full of shiny metal, making a cathedral happen, making the Pope herself trail out of Roma to my doorstep." The bishop inclined his head, then wiped a touch of foam from his moustache.
"Times change, Jorg. Men change."
"And how did I get my box of gold? By setting my will behind a sharp edge and applying an unhealthy amount of determination." I sipped from my flagon. "When you move the big pieces on the board, the world seems more like a game than ever. That illusion, that those at the top know what they're doing, the feeling some folk hold, that the world is safe and solid and well ordered, well, that illusion wears thin when it's us who stand at the top doing the ordering. I don't doubt that for every step you take toward Roma, God sounds 3 steps further away." Gomst's hands trembled on his cup, his big and ugly knuckles paling.
"You should watch over those dear to you more closely, Jorg. King Jorg. Triple your guards."
"Yes?" His meaning escaped me. Sweat glistened on his brow.
I hear rumours among the bishops, from visiting monks, wandering priests."
"Tell me."
"The Pope knows. Not from me. Your confession remains between us, but she knows. They say she will send someone."
He set his cup down, rattling it on the desk.
Guard those you love.
I wondered at Gomst, surprised by him after all these years. He'd known me longer than any man I still kept counsel with. After my father burned my dog, he called Gomst to instruct me. Perhaps he thought some religion would temper the lesson. Or maybe that hammer, the one I nearly killed him with when he set the fire, had made him think I needed an education in divine right. He may have reasoned that if I thought God stood behind him, I would be slower to raise my hand against him the next time. Whatever the reason, he dropped my spiritual welfare into Father Gomst's lap in my 7th year. Or at least, he ordered a priest of a tall castle for that purpose. It may have been Mother who chose the particular cleric to fill the role. Strange to say, but Gomst had watched me grow for longer than did my mother. Longer than Macon, or Van Neuben, or Codin. He had seen more of my years pass than any of them, Father included. The Pope's man has already called, Father Gomst. 2 nights ago. He won't be leaving again. Miana will be coming with us to Congression. In fact, if you play your cards right, you can ride with her in Lord Holland's carriage, as soon as she's taken it off him. You need to be at the West Gate 2 hours from now. You've got that long to set your priests loose on this project. I will want to see serious progress by the time we get back. Let them know where the gold is coming from. Tell them if I come back from Congression and I'm still not Emperor, I'm not going to be in the mood for excuses.
Chapter 10. 50 horses churn up a lot of mud. With the season heading into autumn, and 7 times that number of cavalry, we made a river of the stuff. The wagons, set close to the rear of the column, slid through it, their wheels little more than sled runners often as not. It turned out to be more comfortable than jolting over ruts. In fact, if you must travel by carriage, I recommend having an army at horse smearing the road out ahead of you.
Well, this is nice,
I said. Actually, for a carriage, it was about as nice as it gets. Lord Holland had paid to have almost as much attention lavished on the interior as he did at home. The exterior had been finely worked too, but a thick layer of mud obscured all that. Gomst sniffed and rummaged for his snot rag. The bishop had acquired a cold for the journey. As a priest, he used to wipe his nose on the black sleeve of his vestment. Bishops have different standards, it seems.
I'm surprised you didn't decide to sail, King Yorg, he said.
I considered it. The voyage of nearly 3,000 miles by sea cut the overland distance from 500 easy miles to 100 over mountains. As much as I liked my new flagship, I couldn't talk myself into such a plan. Ossea Gant sat beside the bishop, sharing his cold. 2 old men sniffing and spitting together. Miana, Martin and I sat opposite, facing the direction of travel. I'd squashed in for a look-see and set my muddy feet on the carpet.
You need a nursemaid and a midwife, I said. A bishop, a chamberlain, and a general aren't going to be much help when your time comes.
I have 3 nursemaids and 2 good midwives.
Miana fixed me with that stare of hers.
Jenny and Sarah are back at the haunt. I wasn't expecting to be bundled off to Hodtown, then hauled off to Congression.
We'll just have to collect some replacements on the way, I told her.
Some waifs and strays, farm girls skilled in the delivery of cows and sheep.
Women aren't expected to be reasonable when getting ready to squeeze out a child. I still had my own doubts about the whole process. It seemed as though it would be a tight fit, and I was glad I didn't have to do it.
Peasants have babies too, Miana. Lots of them.
But no, not a farm girl. We're going to be travelling through Teutonia. They're at least half civilised, so I'm told. We'll stop by one of the local lords and prevail on him to volunteer some women of suitable quality and experience. I peered through the window grill, eager to be back out there. I'd spent a whole minute in the carriage, and had had enough of it. Swapping the carriage bench and all its fine cushions for Brath's saddle seemed a fair exchange, given that I also got to swap Gomst and Ossea for a view, and their sniffing and snotting for a fresh breeze. Outside, the Geleth lowlands slid past, green and pleasant, fields in the main with occasional strips of woodland splashed in autumn colours. No sign here of the havoc I had wreaked in the north at Castle Red. Our route took us across Geleth under Empire Pax, and would lead on through Attar to bridge the Rhine at the city of Honth. From there, Captain Harren planned to guide us along the river Danube, through half a dozen Teuton kingdoms until we reached Vian. A trip estimated at a touch over 3 weeks. We could make better time and easier travelling on a barge once we reached the Danube, but with over 300 horses and their riders aboard, most barges have a tendency to sink, and without them aboard, any barge carrying me through Teutonia would be guaranteed to sink. My father held a lot of alliances with the Teuton kingdoms, Scoran in particular, and Teutonia had never liked the idea of the coast kingdoms uniting to the west of them.
Jorg?
Miana at my side.
Sorry?
She sighed and folded tiny hands across her belly.
Yes.
I guessed an answer. It seemed to satisfy her. She nodded and turned to speak to Martin. It wouldn't be long before he wanted out of there too. A few days for his bruises to fade, maybe a while longer, for he wasn't young, and he would want to be riding. Something niggled at me. Guilt, perhaps, for being so ready to abandon Miana. It seemed probable that I should want to spend time with her, but I just didn't. I liked her well enough, but not well enough to spend 3 weeks in a carriage with. I wondered if any man would want to spend 3 weeks sat next to his wife. Would I feel any different if I'd chosen her? If she had chosen me? If it were Catherine beside me?
And what are you thinking about, Jorg?
She asked. She fixed me with dark eyes. Not black, but hinting green, leaves in moonlight. I'd never taken note of their colour before. Strange what strikes you and when. I'm thinking I should take my muddy boots out of this fine carriage and check to see that Harren isn't leading us astray. She didn't say so, but I could see her disappointment at the corners of her mouth. I stepped out feeling less than a king. Life can be complicated enough, even when nobody is trying to kill you. I rode alongside the carriage for a while in a black mood. A fine rain fell, unseasonably warm and light enough for the wind to blow into my face, whatever angle I held my head. Macon rode up with his usual grin, spitting out the rain and wiping it from his cheeks. Lovely weather. People who talk about the weather would be better served by admitting they've nothing to say but like the sound of their own voice. Macon's grin broadened. And don't the trees look beautiful this time of year? I suspected he'd taken a pinch of clove spice. The stink of it seemed to be on him a lot these days. Do you know why the leaves change colour, Macon? They did look spectacular. The forest had grown around us as we travelled, and the canopy burned with colour, from deepest red to flame orange, an autumn fire spreading in defiance of the rain. I don't know, he said. Why do they change? Before a tree sheds a leaf, it pumps it full of all the poisons it can't rid itself of otherwise. That red there, that's a man's skin blotching with burst veins after an assassin spikes his last meal with roto weed. The poison's spreading through him before he dies. I never knew death could be so pretty, he said, indefatigable. We rode in silence for a while, and I wondered if men were the world's leaves. If, as we aged, the world filled us with its poisons, so as old men, filled to the brim with the bitterest gall, we could fall into hell and take it all with us. Perhaps without death, the world would choke on its own evils. The Northmen, Sindri's people, have it that a tree, Yggdrasil, stands at the centre, with everything, even worlds, hanging from it. And with Sindri came images of his milk-haired sister, Ellen, tall and pale-eyed. Come to me in winter, she had said. I remarked to myself on her eyes in the moment I met her. Miana's after 3 years. A tree might stand at the centre of an old man's world. Whenever I turned my own face to the centre, though, I saw a woman. Most young men do. 3 days later, Lord Redmall's soldiers opened the road gates to let us cross the border into Attar. Redmul's grandfather had built a fort across the road 50 years ago, to let the folk of Geleth know they weren't welcome. Merle Gelethar had flattened it in a dispute a decade before I reduced him to poison dust. Attar soldiers now infested the fort's ruins and watched the Gildan Guard with undisguised awe as they streamed past. On the map, Attar is a sizable land, but the engine of wrong still turns and turns at Nathal, as it has for 10 centuries, and the north of Attar is a wasteland. I'm told it's not a poison or disease that keeps men away from Nathal and the lands around it. Just a feeling. Just the certainty that nothing there is right. It took a day to cross the Attar Hill country, where they keep the vineyards on the southern slopes and grow the grapes from which the blood of Attar is fermented, a wine found at many royal tables. On the margins of the winelands, as the hills smoothed themselves out for tobacco fields and small farmsteads, Red Kent came riding back from the column's vanguard with news.
"Another guard column ahead, sire,"
he said, as humble and loyal as you please. I think Kent loved being a knight more than anything, and, burned as he was, with that scary, rasping voice, he made a good king's fist to send into trouble and to end it. "Not the last we'll see, I suspect. Who is it?" He paused, and then I knew. Who else would it be? I owned every other land east of us until the sea.
"It's from Ancreth! 100 guard!"
The votes of Ancrath and Geleth, both resting in my father's hand. I thought again of falling leaves, and wondered if it wasn't time for another old man, full to the brim with poison, to make that final drop. Chapter 11. Chayla's Story. 5 years of marching back and forth. 5 years scurrying to do the dead king's bidding. Always on the edge of things, as far from his court as one could be, and still remain in the Empire. Chayla spent 5 years wading through mud and shit, simply to rise enough in the dead king's esteem for him to call her to court and seek an accounting for her failure. And she had come eagerly, racing across the broken empire, just to face his judgment, just to stand before the inhumanity of the Lichkin, and have the dead king watch her from the flesh into which she had settled deepest. 5 wasted years. Each one Jorg Ancrath's fault.
"There's a reason I'm having to hurt you."
Chayla walked around the stone pillar, a slow circle, hiding her irritation. The young man followed her with his eyes until the pillar took her from sight. She heard the clank of chains as he craned his head to look for her return. He had blue eyes, like many of those Breton men, and he watched her as much as he watched the iron needle between her finger and thumb.
"Where's Sula?"
He asked his question again. In the few patches without mud, his hair showed blonde, a golden hue. He met her gaze through locks matted with dirt and blood. Myrgools had taken him and a woman near the Reed Sea during the dead king's advance. Sigils on his uniform had marked him as windsworn and led him to this inspection.
"Kai?"
Chayla kept her voice tender, moving in quick and close, driving the needle 2 inches into the muscle of his inner thigh.
"Kai Summerson."
Her lips close enough to his ear for the blonde hair to tickle.
"You have to let go of these attachments."
He ground his teeth together, tension bunching around his jaw. After a moment, he looked up again.
"Where?"
Chayla pulled the needle free.
"Pain helps remind you of what is important. The first important fact is that I don't have much time to waste on you, and if you don't cooperate quickly, I will just give you back to the ghouls and let them eat you piece by piece. The second important fact is that you're alive, and that pain is not the only thing you can feel. I'm offering you a rare chance. Power, pleasure, a future."
"Where is—"
Chayla slapped him across the face, hard enough to hurt her hand.
Here!
She didn't need to speak. She just pulled the thread that bound her to each of her returned. Sula stepped from the shadow into Kai's line of sight. The ghouls hadn't left her pretty. Flesh and skin hung in a wet flap, revealing her cheekbone, jaw, broken teeth, and the dark stump of her tongue. The dead girl watched Kai without curiosity. He sucked in a breath, gasping a deeper hurt than the needle had yet put in him. Perhaps she'd been his sweetheart. Surely more than a passing fancy.
Sula?
Tears misted his eyes.
Oh, grow up!
Boredom and anxiety nipped at Chayla's heels, and neither would help her turn him.
She's dead, you're not. You can accept her death and find yourself a new direction, or you can join her. The world is changing. Are you going to change with it, Kai?
Chayla flicked her fingers at Sula, and the corpse collapsed, ungainly, air belching as her stomach folded.
Is she still your girl, Kai? Does true love survive where flesh corrupts? What was she to you? A pretty face? A quick panting release? There's no romance in death, Kai, and death's the flip side of our coin.
She ran her fingers up into that blonde hair of his.
We're just meat on bones, waiting to rot. Find your pleasure where you will, by all means, but don't dress it up in sweetness and promises. There's nothing left to pin your loyalty on anymore, Kai. Give it up.
She took his wrist below the manacle and drove the needle through his palm, past clenched fingers. He cried out then, half a curse, half a scream, starting to break. Soon it would be all scream.
What do you want?
He gasped his words past clenched teeth.
Me? I want what you should want,
Chayla said.
I want what the dead king wants me to want. The dead king doesn't need your loyalty. He just requires that you do what he tells you to do. And when he has nothing for us to do, our time is our own.
Chayla pulled the needle free and licked the blood off it. She slid her other hand down across Kai's ribs and the hard muscle of his stomach. Sweat slick.
What do you want me for?
He asked. Not stupid, this one, and a survivor. At his core, a survivor ready to do whatever is needed. Lead him slowly, though, step by step. Chayla ran her hand lower. Even survivors balk if shown too much of the path at once. There's a road to hell that is paved with good intentions, but it's a long route. The quicker path is paved with the kind of ignorance that clever men who just don't want to know are best at.
You have talents that are rare, Kai.
The dead king wants to recruit Skysworn now.
Skysworn, Rocksworn, Flamesworn, Seasworn.
Chayla pricked his ribs with each word.
They are all sworn, and men who can swear once can swear again. We're the same, you and I. We reach through into other places. What do you think the necromancers are, Kai? Monsters? Dead things?
You're dead. Everyone knows necromancers rise from the grave.
Chayla leaned in close enough that he could bite her neck if he chose, her lips at his ear once more.
Death sworn.
In 5 years, the dead king had risen from being simply a new complication in the art of necromancy to a force that would change the world. He no longer bartered with necromancers, no longer manipulated, steered, or simply terrified them into carrying out his will. He owned them. He no longer watched from the drylands, peering into life through dead eyes where they fell, speaking with corpse lips. He inhabited the living world in stolen bodies, walking where he pleased. An army had grown about him. The Lichkin had sprung from some untapped well of horror, lieutenants for the hordes of his dead. While Chayla had languished, the dead king had risen beyond measure. His summons to court could mark a grisly end of a dark little tale of her existence, or a new beginning. She would present herself with Kai as her offering, fresh meat. Even in the dead king's forces, necromancers were not common. Bearing gifts, she would answer his call and answer for her failings with the Ankrath boy, who had also risen beyond measure and expectation. Chapter 12. 5 years earlier. Carrad Springs stinks. Not a human stink of waste and rot, but a chemical offence against the senses, the bad egg stench of sulphur combined with sharper aromas fit for turning eyes red and stripping the lining from your nose.
You see now where the trail detours so far to approach from the west with the prevailing wind?
Leisha said.
Why would anyone live here?
Sonny asked. A fair question. True enough, water had become a rarity as we trekked north into the wasteland, but the stuff that bubbled up in Carrad Springs could surely not be potable. It had risen hot and steaming from the earth's bowels, and smelled like it. The settlement, 7 shacks and 2 storage barns, clustered on a rise to the west, a spot where the breeze would offer a clean lungful. If there ever was any breeze. The buildings looked frost-rimed, but drawing closer you could see it for what it was. Salt, caked to the wood, bearding the eaves. We passed the first barn, doors wide, mounds of salt on display, like grain heaped from the harvest, some piles white, some grey, at the back rusty orange, and to the left side smaller heaps of a deep but faint blue. Borky had to be encouraged with a stick. None of the animals wanted to be here. They licked their muzzles, spat and licked again. I could taste it on my lips too, like the salt spray off the ocean, but sharper and more penetrating. My hands felt dry, as if the skin on them had died and gone to parchment. We tied the horses, and Leisha led us to one of the smallest shacks. I had taken it to be a privy. A handful of residents watched us from their doorways, all of them veiled, salt crusted on the cloth where they drew breath. One had a huge goiter that wrapped his neck in throttling folds of mottled flesh. At the shack, Leisha knocked and entered. Sonny and I stood by the doorway peering into the gloom. It seemed unlikely we would all fit inside.
Leisha!
A figure, seated in the far corner, nodding to her.
Toltec?
She crouched before him. Toltec watched her with bright eyes over the top of his veil. He worked the mortar and pestle in his hands all the while, grinding away.
You're going back in?
He didn't sound surprised.
3 of us, with 3 beasts. We'll need pills for a week.
A week is a long time in the Iberico.
Toltec glanced to me, then to Sonny.
An hour can be a long time there.
If it takes us an hour, we'll be there an hour,
Leisha said. Toltec put down his pestle and reached across to a low shelf. He picked up a bowl filled with small wraps of greased paper, tightly bound. Scars ran along his hand, the same molten scars that covered Leisha.
Take one at sunrise, one at sunset. Swallow them in the paper if you can. The salt steals any moisture in the air and dissolves in it, so this will not last long anywhere damp. Take 100, 5 silver.
The right salts helped keep out the sickness caused by the echoes of the builder's fire. Nobody knew why. The required salts could be separated from the waters of Carrad Springs with sufficient expertise. 5 pieces of silver seemed a small price to pay. I counted out the coins, one stamped with my grandfather's head, and passed them in to Leisha. Toltec started to count salt pills into a cotton bag.
If you find anything in the hills, even if it's just broken pieces, bring it to me. I might give you your silver back. What have you had from the Iberico before, Master Toltec?
I asked.
I'm something of a collector myself.
I leaned a little way in through the entrance. Beneath the salt's astringency, the smell of sickness caught at me.
Small things.
He pointed at 2 short bottles of green glass on the shelf where the bowl had rested. Beside them, a tray covered with pieces of fractured plastique in many colours and shapes. From behind him, he took a great cog of silvery metal, stained with age. It looked like an enormous cousin to one of the minute pieces from inside the watch in my baggage.
Nothing of great consequence. The best I sell on. And do you know about the builders, Master Toltec? Do you learn their secrets as you sift through their leavings? I asked. I know only what all of us here know about the builders, what our fathers knew. And that is?
Some men like to be prompted.
That they are not gone, and that you cannot trust them.
We camped that night on the very edge of the Iberico range, where a poisoned stream named the Cuyahoga ran out across the Badlands. I swallowed my salt pill, the bitterness escaping despite its wrap of paper. Toltec had no more to say about the builders, so as we settled down after sunset, I quizzed Leisha.
What does your friend mean when he says the builders are not gone?
I felt, rather than saw her shrug. We lay close, despite the weight of heat upon us.
Some say the builders are spirits now, all around us, written to the elements.
Not just echoes in machines.
I thought of Fexler flickering into life as I came down the cellar steps. Leisha lifted to face me, frowning, deep enough that her scars buckled into furrows.
Machines? Things of wheels and pulleys? I don't understand.
Spirits, you say?
I decided to keep the engines beneath my grandfather's castle to myself.
Good spirits or evil ones?
Again the shrug.
Just spirits. In the air, in rocks, running through rivers and streams, even staring at you out of the fire.
I heard that the builders took hold of what is real, and before they scorched the world, they changed it, I said. Changed what?
I'd forgotten Sonny was even there.
Everything. Me, you, the world, what real is. They made the world listen a little more to what's in men's heads. They made thoughts and fears matter, made them able to change what's around us.
They didn't make it listen to me.
I smiled at Sonny's grumbling.
Earl Hanser had a rock-sworn mage work for him, Sonny added. A young fella, must have been 10, 15 years ago. Aaron, that was it. He could work stone with his hands as if it was butter. One time he set a finger to my sword, and it got so heavy I couldn't hold it. I couldn't pry it off the floor until the next day.
What happened to him? He sounded like a useful man to know, this Aaron.
Sunk. Not at sea, though. Ortons says he saw it, and Ortons isn't one for lying. He just sunk into the floor one morning, right out in the centre courtyard, and nobody saw him again. There's just a grey stain where he went into the rock. Well, there's a thing, I said,
and we all fell silent. I lay for a time, on my blanket on the dust, listening to the silence. Something was wrong. I groped for it, reaching like you do in the night when your knife isn't where it should be. For the longest time, I couldn't discover what it was that irked me.
There's no noise.
I sat up.
What?
Leisha, sleep, edging her voice.
Those things, those damned cicadas that screech all night, where are they?
Not here,
she said.
We're too close. Nothing lives in the Iberico. Not rats, not bugs, not lichen on rocks. If you want to go back, now is the time.
Chapter 13. 5 years earlier.
The silence made it hard to sleep. The quiet seemed to have infected us all. Even the horses held their peace, barely a snort or scrape of hoof hour after hour. In place of the night's muttering, my ears invented their own script for the darkness. I heard whispers from the copper box, a taunting voice just beyond hearing, and behind even that, the sound of my own screaming. Perhaps the death of all those cicadas saved me, burned away by the ghost of the builder's fire, or maybe, built as I am of suspicion and mistrust, I would have heard the attackers coming wherever we slept. Somewhere a stone grated beneath the sole of a shoe. My kick found Leisha first. A stretched hand found some part of Sonny, and I pinched it. Had they been road brothers, they would have, depending on their nature, sprung up blade in hand, or frozen where they lay, alert but waiting, until they understood the need. Brother Grumlow would have knifed the hand that shook him. Brother Kent would have feigned sleep, listening. Leisha and Sonny had slept too long in safe beds, and started to rise in confusion, grumbling questions. The pre-dawn hint gave me the enemy as clumps of blackness, low to the dark ground, moving.
Run!
I threw my knife into the nearest threat, praying it wasn't a rock, then rolled past Leisha and took off at a sprint. The shriek that went up from the new owner of my dagger did more to convince the others of the danger than did my sudden exit. Running in the dark is foolish, but I'd seen the surroundings before the sunset. No bushes to tangle the feet, and most of the rocks not big enough to be a problem. I heard the others behind me, Sonny's boots pounding, Leisha barefoot. Never let an enemy choose the ground. The only consolation in running blind into the night was that whoever meant us harm was now having to do the same. Memory told me a shallow valley lay ahead, dividing the first swelling foothills of the Iberico. I glanced behind, knowing that if the enemy were too close, I would have heard the others go down already. The pursuers had unhooded several lanterns, and their lights swung as they ran. Sonny had kept up a good pace, and I had a scant 20 yards on him. Already Leisha was lost in the gloom, too stiff in the armour of her scars to run very fast. I stopped and collared Sonny as he ran past. He nearly gutted me.
Get down!
I hauled him to the ground. The Cuyahoga was out there, chuckling along its stony bed, and Leisha had advised against wetting your feet in those waters, if you wanted to carry on walking.
What? Why?
At least he had the sense to hiss his questions.
The guide!
I kept low, crouched and hoping I looked like a rock. Leisha's feet made an odd noise hitting the dusty ground as she ran. She sounded close, the whoops of pursuit almost as near. She loomed into view and shot past us. I left Sonny to end the first man chasing her, as I drove forward into the next two. Behind them the lights of at least 4 lanterns swung wildly in the hands of running men. We took them by surprise. I swung left and right, crippled 2 men, and took off running again. I saw enough to know we had more than a dozen still chasing us, rough irregulars by the look of them. Road brothers, if you like, just not my brothers, and not my roads. I caught up with Leisha soon enough. They would too. Her only chance had been to get to her horse, but there wasn't time.
Where to?
I shouted.
Don't know.
She panted it out, a useless but reasonable answer. We let the valley guide us between the hills. Even as we ran, the light grew, or rather the greys paled, revealing hints at the world. Sonny waited for us where the valley divided, sword in hand, breathing hard. The cries of pursuit rang out behind, hollers and wolf howls, as if it were a game to them. It sounded like a lot more than a dozen on our trail. It occurred to me that we were being herded. I had a couple of seconds to consider the realization before the ground gave way under Sonny. He vanished into a dark hole, and I avoided following him by the narrowest of margins. Leisha hit me from behind as I teetered, arms wheeling on the crumbling edge of the pit, and we went in together.
Shit!
We landed next to Sonny, our fall broken by a pile of sticks and dry grass. Looking up earned me an eyeful of loose earth sifting down, and a glimpse of the paling sky, lighter still, now viewed from the depths of a pit. To escape would require a climb of 12, maybe 15 feet. We'd fallen into some kind of natural sinkhole, covered to make a trap.
Who are they?
I asked.
Bandits.
Leisha's voice came soft with terror.
Peroth viciosos. Bad dogs in the old tongue. I didn't think they came this close to the Iberico.
Let them know who you are, York. They'll ransom us.
Sonny tried to climb, but slipped back in a shower of dry earth.
You don't believe it half the time, Sonny. You think I'll convince this lot they've caught a king?
The whooping drew closer, louder. Laughter now. "We've got them!"
Vithiosos. That means bad.
It didn't sound quite right.
Vicious,
Laisha said, stuttering out her words.
for what they do to captives.
The pit smelled of char.
Give me a knife,
I said.
Left mine in a bad dog.
Sonny patted his side.
It's all on Garros,
Laisha said. She'd left her weapons on her horse. Who sleeps like that? I drew my sword and made a slow arc to check the space. We had room to swing a cat if its tail wasn't too long. The laughter and mutter of voices increased above. The bad dogs were gathering. I caught Laisha's shoulder and felt the unheard sobs shudder through her. No swift death waited for any of us.
Stand there.
I pushed her into clear space, stumbling over the broken branches. She turned to me, just a glimmer of her eyes to mark her in the dark. Light from above. A torch and a man to hold it. He could have passed for Reich's smaller, uglier brother.
See what running got you?
I swung and severed Lesha's neck in a single clean cut, letting the sword bury its blade in the wall. Before she could fall, I had her head in both hands, scarred and heavy, no realization in those eyes yet, and threw it as hard as I could. It struck the bandit square in the face, not on the forehead as I would have liked, but on the nose, mouth and chin. He staggered 1 step backward, 2 steps forward, and fell with a wordless curse. He landed on Laisha's body. I caught the torch.
What the hell?
Sonny stared in horror and amazement. Mostly amazement.
Look at the walls,
I said. They were black. I stabbed the torch in where the sandy soil would hold it. The bandit proved as heavy as he looked. I hauled him off Laisha and wrenched my sword clear to hold at his throat.
Get up, bad dog.
The sharp edge helped him find his feet.
Sonny, get her blood spread around.
What? I kicked the brush around my ankles and set my left hand to the pit wall.
This wasn't put here to break our fall.
My fingers came away sooty.
They burn people here.
More noise from above, an angry debate.
You better lower a rope if you want this idiot alive,
I shouted. A shrill laugh, more heated words exchanged.
Who am I kidding?
I sliced his throat on the blade of my sword and wrestled him around so the spray of his blood wouldn't be wasted.
Who looks over the edge? It's not as if he knew we didn't have a knife to throw.
5 torches arced in together before the idiot's neck had stopped pulsing. With the brush damped down and our wits about us, we managed to get the torches secured and stamp out any burning patches. The smoke covered the stench of blood and soiled corpses. When we were done, Sonny met my gaze.
You killed her so you had something to throw? That would have been enough of a reason. You saw how she moved. She wouldn't help in a fight. But no.
For the blood?
So I didn't have to watch them take as long as they could to kill her. If you knew how these sorts of men work, you'd be asking for me to take your head too.
But I get a choice.
You might be useful yet,
I said. Our prison looked to be a fissure, running for 15 yards or so, 3 yards across at its widest where we fell into it. I searched the idiot and found not 1 but 2 daggers, 1 for brawling, 1 balanced for throwing. I let Sonny have the bigger of the 2.
What now?
He asked. I could feel his fear, but he kept it controlled. Holding a sword always leaves you with a little slice of hope.
Now we wait for them to figure out how to kill us.
Anger kept my fear at bay. I wanted to take as many of them with me as could be managed. Dying in a dusty hole in the middle of nowhere hadn't figured in my plans, and knowing that I was going to do just that left a sour taste in my mouth. How the hell did we manage to run into a hole with all this space around us in any case?
You! In the pit!
A shout from outside. No heads peeping over this time. I kept silent. 2 more torches arced in, trailing sparks and smoke across the pale sky. It seemed pointless given that 5 hadn't done the job. The sharp jab in my shoulder came as I was bending down for the closest brand.
What?
I heard Sonny's exclamation. If the word what had been taken away from him, he wouldn't have had much to say that day. I could have told him it felt like some kind of venom, but he'd probably worked that out by then. A numbness had spread over my shoulder before I managed to stand, turn, and throw my knife at the dark face behind the blowpipe on the far edge of the pit. I missed. Another dart hit me in the chest, a little black thing half a finger in length. Fuck! The third dart set me slumped over my sword, without the strength to look up. It might be said it's never too hot for armour, but I'd have run slower than Leisure if I'd kept it on. Men dropped into the pit, and they hauled us out of there like meat, ropes round our chests, limbs trailing without sensation. It's not so hard to keep fear at arm's length with a sword. When you're helpless and in the grip of men for whom your pain is the only decent entertainment for miles around, you'd be mad not to be terrified. 2 men had hold of my arms, and the creature that darted me followed along where my heels dragged trails in the dust. My legs were red to well above the knee, dust caking onto the wet blood. The creature looked like a girl, 11 maybe, almost skeletal, burned dark by the sun. She grinned and waved her blowpipe at me.
Ghoul darts. From the Cantanlonia.
She had a high, clear voice.
Hard come by, said one of the men on my arms. You'd better be worth it.
They dragged us 300 yards or so to a campground. Our horses and Borky were already there, tied to a rail. The horses tugged at their ropes, nervous, thirsty maybe. Borky just looked bored. The encampment seemed semi-permanent, with a few lean-to shacks in even worse conditions than those in Carrad Springs. A cart, some water barrels, a chicken or two, and, in the middle, 4 thick posts set into the ground. It said a lot about the Peros Viciosos that they had put more construction material and effort into their infrastructure for torture than into their own living arrangements. I counted about 30 men, as various in their origins and appearance as my own road brothers, but with a predominance of dark-haired men, Spaniards from the interior, an older and more pure bloodline than found in the coast regions, most of them lean and with a dangerous look to them. By my reckoning, we'd left 5 of them dead. None of those in sight bore fresh wounds. 2 men strung Sonny up to one pole, then came back for me. The rest watched, or ate, or squabbled over our possessions, or all 3. Several men had reached for the box at my hip, but always their hands had fallen away, their interest gone. None of them offered so much as a kick or a punch, as if wanting to keep us in as good health as possible until the fun started.
That's Jorg Ankreth, Sonny told them. King of the Renner Islands, grandson of Earl Ansa.
The bad dogs didn't bother to reply, just tightened our ropes and set about their business. Waiting is part of the exercise, letting the tension rise, like baker's dough in the tin. Sonny kept talking, kept telling them who I was, who he was, what would happen if we weren't let go. The girl came over to watch us. She held out a hand filled with a large beetle, scrabbling to get away.
Mutant,
she said.
Count the legs.
It had 8. Ugly thing, I told her. She pulled off 2 of its legs. The bug was big enough for me to hear the crack as the limbs came free.
All better.
She put it down, and it took off across the dust.
You killed Sancha,
she said. The big ugly idiot?
Yes,
she said.
I didn't like him.
The men set a fire in the blackened space before the poles. A small one, for wood is rare in the Iberico.
He's the king of the Renner Islands,
Sonny shouted at them.
He has armies.
Raynar, I said. The numbness started to fade from my limbs, my strength making a slower return. A woman came out of one of the shacks, a crone with sparse grey hair and a long nose. She unrolled a hide across the ground, displaying an assortment of knives, hooks, drills and clamps. Sonny set to struggling.
You can't do this, you bastards!
Only they could. I knew it wouldn't be long before he was begging me to get him out of this, then cursing me for getting him into it. At least I didn't have Leisha doing the same on the other side of me. I knew what would happen, because I'd seen it before. I also knew that the quiet ones, the ones biding their time like me, would scream just as loud and beg just as uselessly in the end. I watched the men as they gathered, catching what names I could. Rael, tall and thin with a scar across his throat. Billen, pot-bellied, a salt and pepper beard, pig eyes. I muttered the names to myself. I would hunt them down in hell. Chapter 14. 5 years earlier. While the old woman worked to expose Sonny's ribs, the girl brought me her latest find. She held the scorpion's claws together in one tight fist and kept the stinger stretched out with the other hand. 8 legs writhed in a fury of motion. The thing had to be a good 12 inches from claw tip to sting. I could see the strain of holding it in the small knots of muscle along her arm bones.
What?
It's not right!
She had to shout to be heard amid Sonny's screaming.
Mutant?
It looked fine to me, just much bigger than I like my scorpions. The old woman tossed down another strip of skin, and 2 scrawny chickens chased after it. The men, crowded before the posts, cheered. Most of them sat cross-legged with some kind of liquor to hand in waxed leather tubes from which they sipped. All of them seemed content to let the crone ply her trade. Some chatted between themselves, but most showed an interest and would applaud the deft knife work at the completion of each stage. I noted that one man had found Leisha's head and held it in his lap, angled toward the posts. There were few among the bad docs who matched the intensity with which she watched us.
Not mutant! Wrong!
She strained to crack the creature's back, but couldn't. The legs kept up the frenzy of writhing.
Can't you hear it?
I could barely hear her over Sonny's screaming, let alone her new pet. In truth, I think he screamed to take his mind off what was being done. The real hurting had yet to start. Torture is more than pain, and the Peros Vithiosos knew it. Certainly the old woman knew it. She hadn't really begun on him yet, but the mutilation hurt worse than agony that leaves no mark. When the torturer does damage that obviously won't heal, they underscore the irreversibility of it all. This won't get better. This won't go away. It lets the man know he is just meat and veins and sinew. Flesh for the butcher. The girl, Gretchen, held the scorpion to my face. I craned away, rewarded by a full view of Sonny's chest, the white of rib bones showing through the narrow slots cut to reveal them. Veins stood out in sharp relief across his neck, eyes screwed shut. I heard it then. The strange whir, click, and tick behind the dry thrashing of legs. It set me in mind of the noise when I put the builder's watch to my ear, the sound of cogs, of metal teeth meshing with impossible precision. I turned and stared at the thing, and for one fragment of a second, its black eyes blinked crimson. Gretchen threw the scorpion down and started to chase it, beating at it with a heavy stick. One blow broke most of the legs along the left side. She vanished from the corner of my eye, still chasing the crippled arachnid. I could turn my head no further. The red flash echoed behind my eyelids, and for some reason I saw Fexler's red star once more, blinking over the Iberico. It took the better part of an hour for the old woman to finish her work, and in that time she used most of the tools from the wrap she had rolled out at the start. She made an artwork of Sonny's chest and arms, cutting, searing, tearing pieces away, unpeeling layers, pinning them back. He howled at her, of course, and at me, demanding release, that I do something, begging me, and before long he swore terrible revenge, not on his tormentors, but on Jorg Ankrath, who had brought him to this fate. Fear ran in me. How would it not? Terror ran through me in a hot rush, then as ice along veins, making my fingers and face prickle with pins and needles. But I tried to fool myself that I sat in the audience, watching with the casual cruelty of road brothers at rest. And, to some degree, I succeeded, for I have sat and watched, on too many occasions, from the times before I really understood such suffering, to the times where I understood it and didn't care. The strong will hurt the weak, it's the natural order, but strapped there in the hot sun, waiting my turn to scream and break, I knew the horror of it, and despaired. At last the crone stepped back, red to the elbows, but with scarcely a drop on her clothes or face. She turned to her audience, mocked a curtsy, and went back to her shack with her tools in their roll beneath one arm. Cheers from the crowd, some quite drunk now. Harsh, rasping breaths from Sonny, his head hanging low, one eye wide and staring, the other tight shut. The tall man, Rael, stood and advanced to secure Sonny's head to the post with leather straps. Off by the shacks, someone took a piss. Another man scattered grain for the hens.
"Gretcha!"
The round-bellied man, Billen, called out for the girl. She came from behind the posts with the slash of a grin on her skull face, dropping a handful of broken insect parts, legs and glossy black plates. Billen set a stool for the girl to stand on, close to Sonny's post. Gretcha went to the fire without further prompting and took the iron that had been set there. I hadn't seen it placed. She grasped it by the cloth-wrapped end and held the dull orange end toward us. "No!" Sonny understood the leather straps around his forehead. I couldn't blame his struggles. I would be struggling and telling them no when my turn came. In the fire, strange shapes danced. The sun made ghosts of the flame, and I had to squint, but I saw them, shapes and colours that had no place there, delirium setting in from the heat and terror. Perhaps madness would claim my mind before they even started on me.
"You're too loud!"
Gretcha pushed the hot iron into Sonny's mouth. His clenched lips shriveled away before the iron's glare, teeth cracked at the iron's touch. I heard them. They became brittle and shattered as she pushed. Steam poured from his mouth, steam and awful screaming and the smell of roasting. I looked away, blinded with tears as the little girl put his eyes out. I could say I wept for Sonny, or for the horror of a world where such things happen. But in truth, I wept for myself, in fear. At the sharp end of things, there is only room for ourselves. The bad dogs whooped and cheered at the sport. Some called out names, presumably of the men who we had killed, but it meant nothing. We would have suffered the same tortures if they had captured us in our sleep without loss.
"Gretcha!"
Billen again.
"Enough with that one. Mary will find something more in him later. Put the other's eye out, just one. I don't like the way he's been looking at me."
The girl pushed the end of the iron into the hot embers and stood watching it, her back to me. I pulled at my bonds. They knew how to tie a man, not just at the wrists, but at the elbows and higher too. I pulled anyhow. Anger rose in me. It wouldn't stand before the iron, but for a moment at least it chased away some measure of the fear. Anger at my tormentors, and anger at the foolishness of it, dying in some meaningless camp, filled with empty people. People going nowhere. People for whom my agony would be a passing distraction. When Gretcha turned back, I met her gaze and ignored the hot draw of the iron. "Keep a steady hand, girl." I gave her a savage grin, hating her with a sudden intensity so fierce it hurt. "Are you dangerous?" I had asked the Nuban when they held the irons over him. I'd given him his chance, loosed one hand, and he had seized it. "Are you dangerous?" "Yes," he had said, and I told him to show me. I wanted that chance now. Let her say the words, "Are you dangerous?" Instead, her smile fell away, and her hand wavered, just a touch.
"Stop!"
Riel called.
"His head isn't bound. You could kill him."
He came across and secured me with more straps. I watched him, trying to commit each detail of his face to memory. He would be one of the last people I saw.
"Give me the iron!"
He snapped the words out, taking it from Gretchen's hands.
"I'll do this one myself."
Returning my glare, he said,
"You might be a lord of some sort. You had enough gold on you. And this."
He held up his wrist to show the watch from my uncle's treasury.
"But we both know that if you were ransomed, you would do nothing but hunt us from the moment you were free and safe. I can see it in you."
I couldn't lie to him. There would be no point. If I were free, I would hunt them over any distance, at any cost.
"Looks like you've done this before."
Rael nodded at my cheek.
"Maybe we should start where they left off, just to remind you how it felt."
Pushing across the left side of my face. No waver in Rael's hand, however fierce my stare. Gretchen stood beside him, her head reaching only a little past his waist. The heat scorched my lips and dried the wetness from my eyes. But in the scar tissue, no pain, just a warmth. Pleasant, almost. The burn had killed all sensation in that flesh. I could scratch it with my nails and only feel the tugging in the untouched skin just below my eye. The iron rested a little below my cheekbone with the pressure of a poking finger. Puzzlement reshaped Rael's brow.
"He won't b—"
A sudden pulse of pleasure flushed through the scar tissue, almost orgasmic, and a flash of heat closed my eyes. The stink of my hair crisping filled my nostrils. Rael screamed, and when I looked again, the dance had him. That dance men do when unexpected agony seizes them. A stubbed toe or blow to that tricksy bone in the elbow will start it off often as not. He held the wrist of his right hand in the grip of his left, and there, seared across the exposed palm, deep enough to reach the little bones that fill the hand, the line the iron had left on him. The iron itself lay in the dust, bright and shining, as white with heat as if it were at the bellows mouth in a forge, the cloth burning around it. I had to laugh. What were they going to do if I laughed at them? Hurt me? In the shock of it, I had bitten my tongue, and I laughed now with the taste of blood filling my mouth, and the warmth of it running crimson over my lips.
"Idiot!"
Billen got up and pushed Rael out of his way. He caught my chin and jaw in a painful grip.
"What did you do, boy?"
"Boy?" It hurt to get the word out with his fingers digging into my jaw muscles. I didn't know what I'd done, but I was glad of it. I suspected something in the fragments of Gog bedded in that scar had reacted to the touch of so much heat.
"Answer me!"
Even now, Billen thought he had something to threaten me with. I spat blood into his face. He staggered away with a girlish shriek, and that set me laughing all the more. Hysteria had me in its claws. Others among the Peros Vithiosos got to their feet. One slab of muscle named Manwa, brother to Sancha, who I killed in the pit, took Billen's arm and tried to settle him. A dirty rag set to the blood didn't seem able to wipe it off. Seconds later, a better view showed that the skin itself had turned scarlet where the blood touched, and in his eyes the blood had scalded his cornea a milky white. It seemed the necromancy that lurked within me and would kill small things through just a touch of my fingers really did run in my veins.
"Get old Mary back!"
Billen shouted it in his blindness. The effort to hold himself back, to deny the lust to choke the life out of me, made him tremble.
"I want him to scream for a month!"
"You won't live a month, Billen. When your brothers understand that your sight isn't coming back, how long before they tie you to this post, do you think?" I couldn't stop smiling. Hysteria and bravado would be cut from me quick enough when the crone brought her knives. I knew that. But hell, laugh while you can, no? Manwa pulled out his sword, which turned out to be my sword.
"He has a sword of the old steel, and he works magic."
He turned the blade in his huge fist. He was a big man, but his hands belonged to a giant.
"Maybe we should ransom him. The other one said Earl Hanso would pay for them."
Rael spat, his face tight with suffering. A burned hand leaves a man no peace.
He dies! He dies hard!"
Manwa shrugged and sat down, my sword across his knees. 2 men led old Mary back to the posts. I saw them first from the corner of my eye, and watched so close that I almost didn't notice the rope go slack around my ankles. Behind the complaints and curses of the bad dogs, behind the wet, unnatural sobbing from Sonny, I heard a click and whir, and a scrabbling like fingers clawing wood. Something fought a path up the post at my back on the far side. Schnick! The rope around my knees fell away. Nobody noticed. Mary unrolled her tool wrap out across the dust again. She gave me a mean look, as if I was really going to get it now for disturbing her rest. Again, the absurdity of it twitched at the corners of my mouth. She drew the sharpest of her blades, a small cutting edge on a cylindrical metal shaft, the sort of thing Greco doctors might use for slicing out a canker. 3 steps brought Mary to me, unsteady on her feet, sure of hand. She cut away the stained remnants of my shirt. The blade didn't pull as the cloth parted before it. "That's a very ugly wart you have there, old Mary," I said. She paused and looked at me. She had mean old woman eyes, very dark. "Oh, sorry, I mean the one down on your chin. Ugly thing. Couldn't you just slice it off? With that nice sharp knife of yours? Trim some of those wattles, too. We don't want them calling you ugly, old Mary, now, do we?" Something dry and unpleasant scrambled over my bound hands. I shivered as hard little legs moved over my wrists. It took all my remaining composure not to twitch the thing off me.
"Are you stupid?"
Mary asked, after the longest pause. She hadn't said a word to Sonny the whole time she worked on him. "Did I hurt your feelings, old Mary?" I smiled at her, my teeth crimson, no doubt. "You know that however much I shout and beg, those words can't go back in the box, don't you? You are ugly and old. There's nothing we can do about it, Mary. I expect little Gretchen will be doing your work soon enough, and you'll be her journeyman piece. I wonder what shapes she'll cut you into." The bad dogs watched me now, their arguments forgotten. Even Rael and Billen gave up on their hurts for a moment to give me their attention. Victims threaten or plead. Old Mary didn't know what to make of mockery. Schnick. My wrists were free. Blood started to flow into them. It hurt worse than anything I'd suffered on the torture pole thus far. Old Mary shook her head and brushed aside a lock of grey hair. She looked annoyed, less sure of herself. Here she was, ready to open me up piece by piece, and I'd made her self-conscious with throwaway commentary on her wartiness. I grinned, wide enough to crack my face. I felt pretty sure they'd have to kill me once I got free. The prospect of attacking them rather than expiring on that pole just flooded me with joy. I couldn't stop smiling.
"Cracked. This one?"
Mary set the point of her knife at the extreme right of my lowest rib. I strained for the faint noise of my saviour crawling up the pole. If it cut the rope across my chest and upper arms, everyone would notice it fall, and I would still be secured by the head. They hadn't set a rope around our necks, presumably to stop us choking when straining to get away from the pain. Mary made her cut. They say sharp knife, no tears. The cutting didn't hurt, but an acid wash of pain followed in the knife's wake. It took all my restraint to keep from kicking her away and betraying myself. "Ouch!" I said. "That hurts." Mary drew back to make a lower cut parallel to the first. Behind me, the creature slipped and fell. "Oh, crap!" I shouted it. Amazingly, old Mary startled back, and several of the bad dogs flinched. Somehow the creature caught on my hands, a bite or a grip, I didn't know, but I did know it really hurt. "Ouch! Fuck it!" Mary blinked. I had one thin slice in me. She didn't understand. "You're going to do the same thing again?" I demanded. The creature released its grip and climbed back over my hands to the pole. It felt like a giant crab. Or spider. Jeez, I hate spiders. "You're going to do the ribs all over again like you did on Sunny?" I flicked my eyes his way. "You're supposed to be good at this, to make it interesting to watch. No wonder they've got Gretchen ready to replace you."
"The ribs are boring,"
somebody called out behind her.
"It's good when she breaks them out."
That was Rael.
"We've got one ready for that. Something new."
Slight vibrations as the creature reached the chest rope. Shit. I tensed, ready to struggle like hell when it came free. More vibration, and the thing moved on, up, the rope intact.
"Come on, Ugly Mary. Show us something new."
A dark-skinned youth near the back. Mary didn't like that at all. She scowled at me, showing yellow stumps of teeth. Muttering, she turned and bent for a thin hook. The creature moved behind my head. My hair pulled where strands were bound up in the leather. A claw slid under the strap that bound my forehead. Mary faced me, straightening as much as her back allowed. She kept the hook low as she advanced, at groin level, smiling for once. Schnick. I pressed forward, and the rope around my chest gave. The creature must have sawed through, leaving just a strand to hold it. Conjurers will hold your attention where they want it, and in doing so can leave you blind to what else is happening before your eyes. Mary's hook held the bad dog's attention. The last rope on me dropped away, and, like magic, nobody saw it fall. The madness in me, some virulent mix of terror and relief, put me in mind to scratch my nose, then return my hand behind me. Sanity prevailed. I overcame the temptation to waste the moment by sinking Mary's hook into one of her eyes. Instead, I moved forward, very swift, and snatched my sword from Manwa's lap. I strode into the midst of them. To avoid grappling and capture, it's best to keep to the edge, but they had bows, and somewhere more of those darts. By striking to the middle, I kept them disorganised, close. And as I moved through them, I laid about me. Before the first of the dogs gained their feet, I had opened wounds on 4 men that would never close. There's a freedom in being surrounded on all sides by enemies. In such circumstances, with a heavy blade that's sharp enough to make the wind bleed, you can swing in grand and vicious circles, and your only care need be to ensure the weapon isn't locked into the corpse of your last victim. In many ways, I had lived most of my life in exactly such a condition, swinging in all directions with no worry about who might die. Experience served me well on the edge of the Iberico Hills. The bad dogs died, parted from heads, from limbs, without time for one man to fall before the point of my sword ploughed a red furrow through the next. Not before, or since, have I taken such unadulterated joy in slaughter. Some cleared their weapons, swords, knives, sharp little hatchets, cleaver axes, but none lasted more than 2 exchanges with me. A swift parry, and they went down on the riposte. I got cut, in 3 places. I didn't know about that until much later, until I found that some of the blood wouldn't clean away. Once, with men advancing from many directions, I spun and found Manwa in front of me. Instinct wrapped my spare hand around his knife hand and twisted me to the side. Hatred drove my forehead into his nose. He was a tall man, powerful, but I had grown tall, and whether rage multiplied my strength or my muscle matched his, I don't know, but his knife didn't find me. In fact, I kept it for a dozen more bloody moments, cutting and thrusting, until I left it in Rael's neck. It helped that many of them were drunk, some too intoxicated on blind shine even to find their weapons, let alone swing them to good effect. It also helped that I hated them all with such purity, and that I had trained at swordplay for months, day in, day out, until my hands bled and the sword song rang in my ears. A fat man fell away from me, guts vomiting in blue coils from his opened belly. Another man, already running, I cut down from behind. Turning, I saw 2 more dogs running toward the valley. One I brought down at 50 paces with a hatchet scooped from the ground, The other escaped. The silence was sudden and complete. By the posts, Mary stood with Gretchen at her side. The girl had one small hand knotted in the old woman's skirts, the other holding her blowpipe, levelled at me. I walked toward them. Pfft! Gretchen's dart hit my collarbone. I snatched the pipe from her and threw it behind me.
We're very much alike, Gretchen, you and I.
I squatted to be level with the girl. The dart came out with a pull, and I let it fall into the dust. She watched me with dark eyes. I saw a lot of Mary in her. A granddaughter, perhaps.
I can help.
I smiled. Sad for her. Sad for everything.
If someone had done this for me when I was a child, it would have saved everyone a lot of trouble.
Her mouth made an O of surprise as the sword passed through her, grating on thin bones. She slid off the blade as I stood.
Ugly old Mary,
I said. She still held the hook. I caught her around her scrawny neck, but she didn't try to stick me with it. Necromancy tingled in my fingertips, reacting to her age, maybe. My fingers found the knobbles of her spine, and I let death leak into her, enough to make her crumple to the floor. Sonny still lived. His gasping made the only sound in that silence that settles over carnage. Some of the bad dogs would be wounded, but alive. If they were, though, they managed to stay quiet about it, and sensibly keep themselves from my attention. Close up, Sonny's injuries screamed at me. I sensed the hurt coursing through him in red rivers. Necromancy knows about such things. With a hand against his chest, it seemed I knew him blood to bone, that I knew the branching of his veins, the shape of his spine, the beat and flutter of his heart. I had no healing, though, only death. Thick mucus, flecked with char, oozed from his eye sockets. His tongue lay scorched and swollen in a broken mouth.
I can't help you, Grayson Landless.
The effort that raised his eyeless head to me tore through the necromantic threads between us, and ripped a gasp from me. I cut his ropes and lowered him to the ground. I wouldn't see him die bound.
Peace, brother.
The point of my sword rested above his heart.
Peace.
And I made an end of him. Grayson's suffering still trembled in my hands. I knelt beside old Mary, crumpled in the dirt, watching me with bright eyes, dust on the trail of drool across her cheek. With one hand on her scrawny neck, and one atop her head, I let Sonny's pain free. It seems that a necromancer's fingers can do in moments with strokes and pinches what all her sharp instruments took hours to achieve. Her heart couldn't take it for long, and death reached up for her. She died too easy. Leisha's head lay in among the bodies. I retrieved it, killing one malingerer on the way. Most corpses echoed with some remnant of the person when I touched them. Rose flesh had reeked of him. But Leisha's head felt empty. Not literally, not scooped out, but free of any trace of her. A shell. Somehow it pleased me that she had gone beyond reach. Somewhere better, I hoped. I set her head beside Sonny, ready to bury. First, though, I walked around the posts. The scorpion, missing 3 legs on one side, some armour broken away from its back, clung motionless to the rear of the post I had been bound to. The leather strap that held my head still hung from its claw. The scorpion's head lifted a fraction as I approached it, and once more the dark beads of its eyes glowed crimson.
Fexler?
I asked. It twitched twice and fell from the post, landing on its back. One more convulsion, and it rapped tight with a loud crackling noise, its armoured plates seizing in permanent embrace.
Damn!
Chapter 15. Chayla's Story.
Tell me again.
He's chained and bleeding in a dungeon, surrounded by walking dead. And up above there's all manner of worse things, mire ghouls and ragamuls the least of them. And he keeps asking questions.
You're an unusual man, Kai Summerson.
Chayla paced around the pillar once more. She couldn't seem to keep her feet still. Too much life in them, perhaps.
This from a necromancer with my woman's corpse on the floor.
Chayla leaned in close, the iron needle in her hand. But she knew the balance had slipped away from her. Somewhere along the line, this unusual young man had deduced that she needed his cooperation. Maybe it had just been too obvious that she would have killed him if her need hadn't been so great.
What is it that you didn't understand?
She whispered it into his ear. He couldn't know how much she needed a success. Anything to move her from the cold shadow of the dead king's disdain.
Sula's in heaven, and also here.
A sigh escaped her, sharpened by frustration. Even clever men could be fools.
What will not pass into heaven may be returned to the body. How much is returned depends upon the person, and upon the call. It doesn't take much to get a fresh corpse on its feet. A little hunger, greed, some anger, maybe. Sula had plenty of greed.
So, not everyone can be returned. Some people pass on clean and whole.
A saint, maybe. I've never met one.
Also children. But she didn't say it. Whatever the road to hell is paved with, the key is to take one step at a time.
And having reminded me of heaven, you expect me to damn myself to eternity in flames, just to avoid a painful death?
Kai spat blood onto the floor. He must have bitten his tongue. He didn't seem nearly as scared as he should be. Probably it felt like a dream to him, a nightmare, too much strangeness too quickly. If she had time, Chayla would leave him a day or two. Fear seeps into a man. In a cold, dark place, alone with nothing but imagination for company, terror would gather him in. But she didn't have 2 days, or even one.
Death is broken, Kai. Hell is rising. How long do you think heaven will keep you safe? The dead king is putting an end to all of that. Eternity will be here, in this world, in this flesh. All you need to decide is whether to feed the fire or be the fuel.
Chapter 16. Perhaps the engine of wrong had found a new gear, for nothing felt right after Kent brought news that my father's carriage preceded us. I rode to the front of our column, Macon and Reich falling in around me. At Captain Harron's side a few minutes later, cresting a low rise, I saw the dull gleam of the Ancrath column ahead. It takes more than a river of mud to keep the Gildan Guard from shining. I pulled up to stare at the carriage bumping along amidst the horsemen. I last rode in it when I was 9. The old bastard had salvaged it. "He scares me too," Macon said. "I'm not scared of my father." I showed him my scowl, but he only grinned. "I don't know how he puts the fright in a man," Macon said. "I mean, I swing the better sword, and yes, he's got a cold temper on him and harsh ways, but so have a lot of kings, and dukes, and earls, barons, lords. Hell, any man you give command to is likely to put an edge on it just to keep hold. He's not even given to torture. His brother, his nephews, all well known for it. But Olidan, he'll just have you hung and be done." Reich snorted at that. He'd seen my father's dungeons from the wrong side. Still, Macon had it right. There were plenty around who made Olidan Ancrath seem a reasonable man. I said I wasn't scared of him. My heartbeat told the lie, but only I could hear it. Macon shrugged. "Everyone is. He puts the fright in you. He's got the look. That's what does it. Cold eyes. Makes you shiver." I've been known for bold moves at times, for daring the challenge even when I've known I shouldn't. Under that grey sky, though, with a cold wind blowing wet from the north, I felt no inclination to catch up to the carriage labouring ahead of us and demand an accounting for the past. My chest ached along the thin seam of that old scar, and for once I found myself wanting to let something lie. We rode without talking, the column moving around us, so many guardsmen in their fine armour, so sure in their purpose. The chill breeze nagged at me, and all my yesterdays crowded at my shoulder, wanting their turn to rattle in my skull. "Cerys," I said. Macon pushed back his helm and looked at me. "Killed when she had 3 years to her. Tell me." I had thought that if we ever spoke of Macon's daughter, it would be in maudlin drunkenness in the small hours before dawn, or perhaps, as with Codin, it would take a mortal wound to turn our conversation to matters of consequence. That it might happen riding in the mud, in the cold light of day, surrounded by strangers, had not occurred. Still Macon watched me, jolting in the saddle, unaccustomed stiffness in that flexible face of his. For the longest moment, I thought he wouldn't speak.
My father had lands in Normandy, a small estate outside the town of Trent. I wasn't the first son. I got married off to a rich man's daughter. Her father and mine settled some acres on us and a house. The house came a couple of years after our official marriage. Something less than a mansion, more than a farmhouse. The sort of place you might have raided when you led the brothers on the road.
"It was outlaws?" I asked.
No.
His eyes glittered, bright with memory.
Some official dispute, but too petty to be called a war. Trent and Mercia quarrelling over their boundaries. 100 soldiers and men-at-arms on each side, no more. And they met in my wheat field. We were both 17, Nessa and me. Cerys 3. I had a few farmhands, 2 house servants, a maid, a wet nurse.
Even Reich had the sense to say nothing. Nothing but the clump of hooves in mud, Gorgoth's heavy footfalls, the creak of harness, dull chinks of metal on metal, the high, sharp arguments of birds invisible against the sky.
I didn't see them die. I might have been lying in the dirt by the main door, clutching my chest. Nessa likely got cut down while I lay there looking at the clouds. I blacked out later. Cerys hid herself in the house, and the fire probably reached her after I'd been dragged unconscious into a ditch. Children do that. They hide from the fire rather than run. And the smoke finds them. Took me 6 months to recover. Stabbed through a lung. Later I raided into Mercia with a band who survived that day. I found out that the Lord's boy who led that raid had been sent to a cousin's in Attar to keep him safe. We met a year later. I tracked him to a little fort town about 20 miles north of here. Our route back took me through Ancrath, and I stayed there. In time I found service with your father, and that's all there is to it.
Macon didn't have a grin on him, though I've seen him smile at death time and again. He kept his eyes on the horizon, but I knew he saw further than that, across years. That is never all there is to it. Hurt spreads and grows and reaches out to break what's good. Time heals all wounds, but often it's only by the application of the grave, and while we live, some hurts live with us, burning, making us twist and turn to escape them. And as we twist, we turn into other men. And how long does it take for a child that you crossed nations to avenge, because you couldn't save her when saving her was an option, to become a child that you knife, because you couldn't accept him when accepting him was an option? Macon gave half a grin then, though he didn't look away from whatever past held him.
Ah, Jorg. But you were never as sweet as Cerys, and I was never as cold as Oladan.
Another day passed, and we trailed the Ancrath column through Attar's heartlands. Everywhere, peasants came on rag-bound feet to watch us pass, wreathed in the smoke from fields where red lines of fire ate the stubble. They abandoned the harvest's funeral rites, the laying and the stacking of crops, the pickling and the drying for winter, to watch the Gilden Guard, and see the pennants of jet and gold flutter on high. Empire meant something to them, something old and deep, a half-forgotten dream of better things. In the late afternoon, sunshine broke through a fissure in the clouds, and Miana emerged from Lord Holland's carriage to ride a sedate mile side-saddle as we plodded through a ford town with the unlikely name of Piddle. Martin took to saddle as well, and when Miana retired, he kept at my side.
"She's finding it difficult, sire," he said, unprompted.
"More difficult than being at the haunt waiting for guests from the Vatican?"
"It's hard work carrying a child in the last month."
Martin shrugged, but I felt he cared more than that. Sometimes it cuts to see other men more passionate than I about the things that I should care for. I knew that if the Pope's assassin had killed Miana and our unborn child, I would have grieved. But also I knew that some terrible part of me, down at the core, would have raised its face to the world with a red grin, welcoming the chance, the excuse, for the coming moments of purity in which my revenge would sail upon a tide of blood. And I knew that rage would have swept away everything else, including sorrow. "It's a hard world, Martin." He glanced across, confused for a moment, as we'd ridden a quarter mile since he last spoke. "It shouldn't be easy to bring someone into a hard world. It's too easy to make a new life, too easy to take an old one. It's only right that some part of the process present a little difficulty." He kept his gaze upon me, a right earned over and again in my service, and the weight of his judgment built upon me. "Damn it!" I snorted my exasperation. "I feel outnumbered in that carriage." Martin smiled.
"A married man is always outnumbered."
I spat in the mud and pulled on Brath's reins with a curse. 5 minutes later, I sat in the carriage once more beside Miana. "My father's carriage is just ahead of us," I said.
"I know."
It felt odd to be talking about him, especially with Gomst and Osse sat watching us. Gomst at least had the sense to pull out his Bible, a book near big enough to hide the both of them, and engage the older man in discussion of some or other psalm. "Codin wants me to vote with my father at Congression, to make peace with him." The words made my mouth dirty.
"And you would rather not?"
A smile quirked at the corners of her lips, but I didn't feel mocked. A snatch of Gomst's conversation reached me.
"Father, where is the lamb that is to be sacrificed?" And Abraham replied, "My son, God will provide the lamb."
I have many reasons to want him dead, and almost as many reasons to want to be the one to do it.
"But do you want to do it? The Yorg I know tends to do what he wants to do, and if reasons oppose him, he changes them."
I wanted to understand how it all worked, this business of living and of raising children. I wanted to do the job better than he had. "Men will tell our son how it was between me and my father." Miana leaned closer, raven dark hair falling around her pale face.
"So what will they tell our child?"
She refused to call him our son until he came out to prove himself. "Even the king can't control men's gossip," I said. Miana watched me. She wore a circlet of woven gold, but her hair did as it pleased, taking at least 2 maids and a handful of clips to constrain. At last my incomprehension drove her to explain.
"How can a clever man be so stupid? How it was between you and Oladan isn't finished. The story that will be told is not yet written."
"Oh." I let her shoo me out of the carriage. Not until chance took a hand, though, did I finally find the stones to ride to my father's carriage. A guard captain came with news, and found me skulking mid-column, Gorgoth at my side. Gorgoth always proved good company, if he didn't want to talk. "The Enkrath carriage has broken an axle." He didn't bother with my title. "Can room be found in yours? There's some objection to using one of the baggage wagons." "I'll come and discuss the matter." I suppressed a sigh. Sometimes you can sense the current of the universe flowing, and nothing can deny its will for too long. All my men rode in my wake. Word had spread fast. Even Gorgoth came, perhaps curious to see where a son such as I had sprung from. We passed the Gilden Guard in their hundreds, all halted on the trail, every head turned our way. And in a narrow stretch of road, unremarkable save for the stream on whose rocky bed my father's carriage had broken its axle, I came once more to speak with the king of Ancrath. I felt Codin at least would be pleased. I may not have taken his advice, but fate seemed to disagree with my decision, pushing the Ancraths one step further along the path of the old prophecy. 2 Ancraths working together were required to break the power of the Hidden Hands, and here were the last 2 Ancraths. Well, you can lead a horse to water, but I choose what I damn well drink, and I hold a low opinion of prophecy. It would take more than hell freezing over to see me allied to my father's cause. They had dragged the carriage some 20 yards up the slope from the stream. I dismounted close by, my boots sinking 6 inches into churned mud. A breeze tugged the bare twigs in the hedgerows. A taller tree overreached us, black-fingered against the pale sky. The hand on Brath's reins shook, as if the wind pulled on it too. I bit off a curse at my weakness and faced the carriage door. 1,000 years ago, Big Yan had pulled me through that door, from one world into another. I stood there, cold, my bladder too full, a tremble in my limbs, turned in heartbeats from the king of 7 nations bound for congression to a scared child once again. The guard captain of the Ancrath column applied his mailed knuckles to the wood. "Honourous Jorg Ancrath requests audience." I wanted to be anywhere else, but stepped closer. None of the guard but the captain had dismounted to prevent violence. Either they didn't know the stories men told of me, or they didn't care. Perhaps they saw their job as retribution for breaking pacts, rather than prevention of such breaches. The door opened, and from the dark interior emerged a slim and pale hand. A woman's hand. I stepped forward and took it. Sareth? Father had brought his wife?
Nephew?
And she stepped out onto the riding board, all whispering silks and stiff lace collars, her hand cool, yet burning in my grip. The carriage behind her lay empty. "Aunt Catherine," I said, my words once again in short supply. Chapter 17. 6 years had only made her the more beautiful. What Catherine ap Scoron hid in dreams stood before me on a cold day at the edge of winter. "Catherine!" I still held her hand, raised between us. She took it back. "My father sent you to Congression. In his stead."
Ancrath is at war. Oladan stays with his armies to ensure that the war is not lost.
She wore black, a flowing gown of it, satin folds reaching to a broad hem of black suede, from which the mud might be brushed when dry. Lace around her neck like ink tattoos, earrings of silver and jet. Still mourning her prince. "He sent you, with 2 voting seals and no advisers."
Nosar of Elm was to come, but he fell sick. I have the king's trust.
She watched me, hard eyes, her lips a tight line and a pale face.
Oladan has come to appreciate my talents.
Half a challenge, more than half, as if she might favour father over son and replace her sister at his side. "I've come to appreciate your talents myself, lady." I sketched her a bow, if only to gather my thoughts. "May I offer you a place in the Raynar carriage? Father's repairs to this one seem to have been poorly judged." I drew on Brath's reins, bringing him close enough that she could mount from the riding board. Catherine left the carriage without further encouragement, stepping up to ride side-saddle to accommodate the length of her dress. For one moment, satin lay taut across the jut of her hip bone. I wanted her for more than the shape of her body, but I wanted that too. Kent dismounted quick enough so that I could take his horse and ride with Catherine back along the column. I rode close, wanting to speak, but knowing how weak my words would sound. I didn't mean to kill Degran. I would have fought to save him. He was my—
And yet you did kill him.
She didn't look my way. I could have spoken of Sages, but the heathen had only put the rope in my hands. The fact he knew someone would get hanged hardly excused me. In the end, I could only agree. I did kill my brother. Orin also deserved better from his brother, I said. He would have made a good emperor.
The world eats good men for breakfast.
She shook her reins to coax breath a little faster. The words sounded familiar. I kicked Kent's horse and caught her. She pulled up beside Lord Holland's carriage.
I didn't know your tastes were so grand, Jorg.
My wife's choice, I said. I nodded to the guardsman by the carriage door, and he knocked to announce Catherine. His knuckles barely made contact with the lacquered wood before the door sprung open and Miana leaned out, dark eyes on Catherine, lips pursed. She looked unaccountably pretty. I've brought you a midwife, dear. My Aunt Catherine. It's my sincere hope that Catherine's look of shock was more spectacular than the one I wore when taking her hand 5 minutes earlier. I entered the carriage first and sat between the young queen and the older princess. I didn't trust in Gomst to be able to stop the bloodshed should things go badly. Queen Miana of Raynar, I said. This is Princess Catherine ap Scorran, my father's representative at Congression, and widow to the Prince of Arrow. We met Arrow's army 2 years back, you may recall. I waved a hand at the old men. Osser Gant of Kennick, Lord Macon's adviser, and of course you know Bishop Gomst. Miana settled her hands on her belly.
I'm sorry for your loss, Catherine. Jorg tells me he killed the man who murdered your husband. Egan, yes, Orin's younger brother. Though the best deed that day was in putting an end to the heathen Sages. He poisoned Egan's mind. He wouldn't have betrayed Orin otherwise. I pressed back into the cushions. 2 women, each given to speaking her mind and to trampling any social niceties that stood in their way, or want to have short conversations that end interestingly. The fact that Catherine allowed for Sages' hand in Orin's fratricide seemed harsh, when she gave me no room to hide in such excuses. In truth, though, I couldn't hang my guilt on him. The firstborn are often the best that the tree will offer,
Miana said.
The ancients offered the first fruits of the gods. It might be that the first child carries whatever goodness their parents have to give.
She laced her fingers over the greatness of her womb. A slight smile touched Catherine's lips.
My sister is the firstborn. Anything gentle or kind went her way, rather than mine. And my brother who will one day rule in Weneth is a good man. Any wickedness or cunning that my parents had came to me.
Miana paused as the carriage lurched into motion, all the columns starting to move now.
And you have Orin and Egan to support my theory. Of course, that would make Jorg the Ancreth's paragon.
Catherine glanced at Gomst, who had the grace to look away.
Tell us, Jorg, what was William like?
That surprised me. I had been happy letting them spar across me. He was 7. It was hard to tell, I said.
Tutor Lundist said William was the more clever of the two, the son to Jorg's moon.
Gomst spoke up, but kept his eyes down.
He told me the child had an iron will such that no nurse could sway him from his chosen path. Even Lundist with his eastern cunning couldn't divert the lad. They brought him before me once, a boy of 6, determined that he was setting off on foot to find Atlantis. I talked about his duty, about God's plan for each of us. He laughed at me and said he had a plan for God.
Gomst looked up, but he didn't see us, his eyes fixed on the past.
Blonde, as if he came from the Emperor's own blood.
He blinked.
And iron in him. I believe he could have done anything, that boy, had he been allowed to grow. anything, good or ill.
My own memories painted a softer picture, but I couldn't dispute Gomst. When William set his mind, when he decided how a thing should be, there was no arguing with him. Even when father was called upon, he would hold his nerve, and despite what I knew of my father's ruthlessness, when it came to William, it never occurred to me that the matter was yet settled, even when we heard father's footsteps in the corridor. Perhaps the reason my father hated me lay as simple as that. I had always been the weaker of the two. The wrong son died that night. The wrong son hung in the thorns. Miana spoke into the uncomfortable silence.
So, tell me, Catherine, how is my father-in-law? I have yet to meet him. I'd like to get to know him. I had hoped he might be at Congression so you all could introduce us.
That painted a picture. What would father make of my tiny child wife, who incinerated her own soldiers to tear a vast hole in the enemy?
King Oladan never changes,
Catherine said.
I've spent years at his court, and don't know him, so I doubt you'd learn much if he had come to Congression. I'm far from sure my sister knows him after 6 years in his bed. None of us know what his dreams for Ancreth are.
I read that code clear enough. She hadn't managed to work her night magics on father, and perhaps Sage's hadn't either. Maybe father's was the only hand on the knife that stabbed me. All presuming Catherine wasn't lying, of course, but her words rang true. It didn't seem she would consider me worth sullying her lips with falsehoods for.
How goes his war, Princess?
Osair Gant leant forward. He had quick ways about him for a grey beard, his eyes dark and cunning. I could see why Macon valued him.
The dead continue to press from the marshes. Seldom great numbers in any one place, but enough to drain the land. Peasants are killed in their villages, their bodies dragged to the bogs. Farmers die in their homesteads. The dead hide in the mud when Ancreth's troops pursue, or they shelter in ill shadow, in any place where the land is too poisoned for men. Gelith has such places.
She looked my way once more.
The attacks sap morale, leave food in short supply. Before I left, there was talk of a Lichkin walking the marsh.
Gomst crossed himself at that.
And what do they say in Oladan's court about the direction of these attacks?
Osair asked. A question of considerable interest to all Kennick men, for although they had lost the marshes to the dead many years before, very little of the predation was on the Kennick drylands. Macon's troops had little cause for worry, as long as they kept their feet on firm ground.
They say the dead king hates King Oladan,
Catherine said.
And what do you say, Catherine?
Miana leaned across me, lily-scented, our child kicking my legs through her belly.
I say the black ships will sail up the Seine estuary and disgorge their troops into the marshes when the dead king is ready to strike, and that from there they will move through Ancreth, sheltering in the scars the builders left us, Ill Shadow, Eastern Dark, Cain's Wound, or what your people call Promised Lands, Queen. He will move into Gelith along the paths Jorg opened with his destruction of Mount Honus, and continue by such means, gathering strength from many sources, until they reach Vian, where Congression's endless voting will cease to matter.
And is this what King Oladan has sent you to tell the 100?
Gomst asked. He held his crucifix so tight that the gold bent in his grip, a zealot's fire in his eye. Such passion made a stranger of the man after so many years of empty piety.
It is what the holy say. God tells them this.
A brittle laugh escaped Catherine.
Oladan knows the black ships will sail his way. He says Ancreth will hold, that this new contagion will be stamped out, that Ancreth will save the Empire. He asks only that his right to the throne be acknowledged, and whilst he leads his armies to save the 100, they set the crown upon his lap and restore the stewardship. Of course, he asks in more tactful language, in many messages suited to many ears, calling in old debts and promises.
Her green eyes found me, Our faces close, my leg pressed to hers and generating heat.
"Filial duties remembered,"
she said.
Why?
Catherine cut me off.
"Your father says he knows the dead king, knows his secrets, knows how to undo him."
Chapter 18. Chayla's Story.
What you've seen so far will not prepare you for this. Make a stone of your mind. Swear any oath that is asked of you.
Chayla straightened the collar of Kai's robe and stood back to look at him again.
I will.
10 years had settled on the young man overnight, tight lines around his mouth, lips narrowed. He wore the weariness around his eyes and in them. She hadn't broken him. You can't make necromancers from broken men. It's a contract that must be entered into of one's own will, and Kai had just enough of an instinct for self-preservation to will it. Beneath his charm and easy ways, Chayla imagined a hardness had always waited. She walked on, and he followed her along the corridor.
Don't look at any of them, especially not the Lichkin,
she said.
Christ, Lichkin?
He stopped, and when she turned, he backed away, the colour running from his face. For a moment it seemed that his knees would buckle.
I thought the King's court were necromancers. The Lichkin should be the least of your concerns.
Chayla couldn't blame him. He had to meet the dead king to understand.
But...
Kai frowned. She saw his hand move beneath his robe. He would be holding the knife she gave him, taking comfort in a sharp edge. Men.
But if they're dead, shouldn't we be the ones to give the orders?
Fear and ambition. A good combination. Chayla felt her lips twist, a sour smile. He had barely started to sense the deadlands, this one, made his first corpse twitch only hours before, and already he thought himself a necromancer and reached for the reins.
If they were fallen, then yes, a necromancer would have raised them, and a necromancer would rule them. They're not dead.
Again the frown.
Oh, they're dead, but they will never be ours to command. The Lichkin are dead, but they never died. It's given to us to call back what cannot enter heaven, and restore it under our command to the flesh and bones it once owned. But in the Deadlands, where we call the fallen from, there are things that are dead and that have never lived. The Lichkin are such creatures, and they are the dead king's soldiers. And in the darkest reaches of the Deadlands, amongst such creatures, the dead king came from nowhere and crowned himself in fewer than 10 years.
She walked on, and after a moment's hesitation, Kai followed. Where else had he to go? They passed several doors on the left and shuttered windows on the right. A storm wind rattled the heavy boards, but the rain had yet to fall. 2 guards waited at the corner, dead men in rusted armour, a faint aroma of decay about them overwritten by the eye-watering chemicals used to cure their flesh.
These are strong ones. I can feel it.
Kai paused, lifting his hand toward the pair as if pressing against something in the air.
Not much of these passed on, Chayla said. Bad men, bad lives. It left a lot to be called back into the body. Cunning, some measure of intelligence, some useful memories. Most of the guards here are like this, and when you find a corpse you can refill almost to the brim, well, you don't want it to rot away on you now, do you?
The dead men watched her with shriveled eyes, their dark thoughts unknowable. More corridors, more guards, more doors. The dead king took the castle only months before from the last Breton lord of any consequence, Arthur Elgin, whose ships had sailed from the port below for 20 years and more, terrorising the continental coasts north and south. Arthur Elgin's days of terror weren't over. Indeed, they had very much begun, though now he served the dead king,
or rather what had been called back from the Deadlands did, and Chayla suspected that was pretty much all of the man. Chayla sensed the dead king always. From 1,000 miles she felt him as something crawling beneath her skin. In the castle where he laid his plans, no place was free at the taste of him, bitter on the tongue. At last they came to the doors of Arthur's court, slabs of old oak with black iron hinges scrolling out across them. The bog stink wrinkled her nose. Mire ghouls watched them from the shadows to either side, some with black darts clutched in stained hands. Before the doors, 2 giants, each more than 8 foot tall, freaks from the Promised Lands, their Dana scorched by the builder's fire so that they grew wrong. Big, but wrong, and now dead. Meat puppets held by the necromancer's will. The giants stepped aside, and Chayla moved toward the doors. The presence of the dead king overwhelmed that of his court, reaching through stone and wood to swamp her senses. In the fullness of Chayla's necromantic power, when she stepped as far from life as a person can and still return, she knew the Death King's presence as a dark light, a black sun whose radiance froze and corrupted, but somehow still drew her on. Now, though, dressed only in the tatters of her former strength, with her blood pumping once again, Chayla felt her master as a threat, as something sculpted from every memory of hurt or harm or pain, screaming hatred in a register just beyond hearing. She set her hands to the doors, and found them trembling. The stink of lichkin hits flesh like ink hits blotting paper. It sinks bone deep, overriding irrelevances such as the nose. Men are busy dying from the moment they're born, but it's a crawl from the cradle to the grave. Being near a lichkin makes it a race. The dead king's court lay in darkness, but as Chayla pushed the doors open, a cold glow began to spread within the chamber. Ghosts, tight-wrapped around their masters, began to unfurl, like an outer skin, flayed from the lichkin by the presence of life. The spirits burned with the light of their own misery, pale apparitions, delicate tissues of memory, membranes of misused lives. The lichkin themselves were blind spots on her living eyes, as if patches of her retina had died, folding the room's image over itself in those places. In times when the necromancy ran deep in her, and her blood lay still, Chayla had seen the lichkin, bone white, bone thin, the wedge of their eyeless heads filled with small sharp teeth, each hand dividing into 3 root-like fingers.
Kai!
She felt his retreat. The sound of his name made him stop. He knew better than to run. The dead king sat on Lord Arta Elgin's driftwood throne. He wore Arta Elgin's robes. They fitted him well. Blue leather shoulders, a laced front fixed with silver clasps, each set with sea stone, the leather giving over to thick velvet of a deeper midnight blue. He wore Arta Elgin's body, too, and it fitted him less well, hunched and awkward. And when he lifted his head to Chayla, the smile that he made with the dead man's mouth was an awful thing. Chapter 19. 5 years earlier. 2 knives broke in the effort to uncoil the scorpion. When I locked its tail in place with old Mary's clamps and levered it apart using a sword, the corpse opened in a series of jerking releases, accompanied by crunches like glass breaking under a heel.
"You're something made," I told it. "A clever piece of clockwork."
I could see no cogs or wheels, though, no matter how close I squinted. Just black crystal, traces of clear, sparkling jelly, and multitudes of wires, most of them so thin as to be on the edge of invisible.
"Something broken."
I put it into Laisha's saddle pack to take with me. It took hours to dig 2 graves. My wounds stung and smarted. Later they ached and throbbed. I used an axe to break up the ground and a shield to scoop the soil away. The earth tasted sour, worse than the salts from Carrad Springs. I buried Grayson first. I found a visored helm, scoured it out with sand, and put it on him to cover his face.
You be sure to grumble, wherever you find yourself, sonny.
2 shield loads of dust and grit stole the detail from him. Just another corpse.
4 more, and he made little more than an undulation in the earth.
10 more, and I smoothed the ground over. I set Leisha's head against her neck. I felt it the right thing to do, since I had separated them in the first place. The pieces didn't seem to fit.
All the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Leisha together again.
I sat beside the grave without looking at her, watching the sun drop toward the west.
These men, they weren't any different to me and mine.
My cuts stung and throbbed. I thought of how much hurt I'd escaped, and the complaints went away.
Being at the sharp end of the stick changes your view on the business of poking, sure enough. You'd have to be pretty stupid not to see that one coming, though.
I stopped talking. It wasn't so much that there wasn't anyone to hear. When you've got death in you and you're surrounded by corpses, well, you're always going to have some kind of an audience. It was more that what gripped me was too fluid, too uncertain to be captured and spoken. Words are blunt instruments, better suited to murder than to making sense of the world. I filled the grave. It was time. The sun clung to the horizon with crimson fingers. I straightened and paused mid-step. Red eyes watched me, the sky reflected in the gaze of the fallen. Too many heads lay turned my way for chance to have set their course. Coldness pulsed from the old wound in my chest. Necromancy. A numbness like the ghoul's darts brought. Or a detachment, maybe, as if some unseen hand were closing around me, walling away the world's vitality. Close by, Rael lay, a knife in his throat, skewering the old scar where some past attempt had failed. I took my step, and his eyes followed the motion.
Dead king!
The words bubbled up, the blood so dark it ran purple over his teeth. I picked up the sturdiest of the discarded axes. The Peros Vithiosos had favoured axes. The heft of it held a certain comfort. A quick shake rid me of wearies, and I set to my task. It's hard work taking the limbs off a man. The legs especially take a lot of hacking, and flesh is much tougher stuff than you might imagine. As soon as you lose the edge on an axe, it tends to bounce off a leather-clad thigh if your stroke is anything but perfect. With luck, you'll break the bone in any case, but to hew the whole limb off? Think cutting down trees, always far harder than you think it should be. By the end, my breath came in gasps, and sweat dripped from my nose. I settled for taking off hands and feet from the last 10 men, before collapsing in a cross-legged slump before Rael once more.
Life was much easier when death held on to what it was given,
I said. I couldn't tell if Rael still watched me, but the dead king's presence lingered in the stink of old blood.
I'm thinking if you could stand these lads up again, you would have done it by now. But better safe than sorry, nay?
Still nothing. The dead king seemed to have Chayla under his thumb, so that made his interest in me unsettling. I leaned in over Rael's corpse and rapped on his forehead.
Hello?
Gathering my own traces of necromancy and reaching in didn't seem like the best idea, rather like using your fingers to take a bone from a hungry dog. Nothing. Perhaps the king had a lot of dead eyes to peer out of. Too many people to scare for more than a quick name check with each. I shrugged. At the bottom of it, the Peros Vithiosos weren't any more frightening dead than alive. It didn't mean I wanted to spend my nights sleeping among them, though. They surely smelled worse dead. I led Leisha's horse away from the camp and settled 100 yards off over a low ridge. Despite myself, I slept poorly, haunted by Sonny's screams and prodded awake by each small noise in the darkness. Dawn found me back at the Bad Dog's camp. I blessed the Ibericos' poisons for the lack of flies and rats. What beauty there is to war is in the moment. After a day, Any battlefield is little more than carrion and scavengers. In the Iberico, at least the carrion doesn't swarm with flies. In fact, apart from my own indulgence with the axe, the dead looked untouched, with only the occasional large and hardy cockroach digging in for breakfast. I collected my bits and pieces. Borky favoured me with a reproachful stare as I loaded him. I tethered the mule to Leisha's stallion and led them both off into the promised land. Without Leisha's guidance, I had nothing to stop me walking into the invisible fires that had scoured her so badly. We walk a knife edge each day, though, and most don't know it, at least in the promised lands, in the Iberico, in Cain's Scar and Il Shadow back in Ancrath. In such places, there's no pretence, no lie of safety, no deception that, like the ancient song, love is all you need. At a single false step, you can and will burn. As always. At times, I let Leisha's horse precede me, but horses like to be led, and prodding him along made for slow going. The first time I saw it, I wasn't sure what my eyes were telling me. On a slope to our right, a shoulder of weathered builder stone broke through the shale. Above and around it, the air shimmered in a heat haze. The burned side of my face throbbed with it, and in the moment I closed that eye with wincing. The haze vanished. Looking once more, and only with the eyes so nearly blinded when Gog burned me, I saw the shimmer again, like the ghosts of flame that had danced on Jane beneath Mount Honus. "Get along!" I pulled Borky up on his tether. He let out a hee-haw loud enough to crack rocks. The notion to push him through that shimmer came and went. Other considerations aside, I'd have to carry my own kit. If one of those mouth-sized roaches had been handy, I would have tossed that through. A stray thought occurred. I dug out the view ring from my pack and held it up to watch the phenomenon through. In an instant, shades of red wrapped the world, painted in thick crimson around a shoulder of old stone, fading to less violent hues further down the slope. Along our path at the bottom of the dry valley, the ring showed occasional regions of dull orange hanging mist-like. "Damn, but that's handy. What else can you show me?" And like the genie from Aladdin's lamp, Fexler Bruce stood before me on the road, no larger than life and no smaller. I took a step back, the kind of step that seeks no permission and springs from the days when men's fear was written into the marrow of our race, the kind I always regret. I held the ring aside, and Fexler vanished, along with the shades of red and orange. Brought back, and he returned with the ring. "What am I doing here, Bruce?" I felt silly talking to something seen only through a small loop of steel, even out in the wilds with none but horse and mule to watch me. Fexler spread his hands. He wore the same whites he had back at Castle Morrow, not a speck of dust on them. "Why the mystery? Just tell me plain and—" He turned and walked away down the valley. "Hell," and I followed, hauling Borky after.
Chapter 20. 5 years earlier. Fexler Brew's ghost led me through the Iberico hills. We walked from well before noon until well after, long enough for me to grow weary and for the cuts on my back, just above my hip, to start with that nagging ache and heat that speaks of infection. The hills held every colour from bone white through the greys to ochre, baked mud, crumbling earth, exposed rock, and from time to time some rusting hulk, eroding in that stubborn way that builder works have about them, refusing the elements century after century. Most of them blocks of metal with no hint of function, looking like steel, pocked and pitted, some large as houses, some askew as if pushed aside by giants, all stained with corrosion in trickled green and powder white. We passed one that buzzed, a high whine that hurt my teeth, and Fexler vanished until it lay well behind me. In another place, a leaning metal column, half buried, or maybe 9/10 buried, sang in a voice of staggering beauty and a language unknown to me. I stood with the sun's heat beating against me and the hairs on end across my neck, just bathing in it. I saw Fexler only through the viewing ring,
and perhaps the ring just drew him for me, overriding the scenery like a painting on glass. Either way, he guided me through the dry washes and dusty gullies of the promised land, without speaking, pausing only when I paused. We passed one machine where the metal sheeting had torn away to reveal spinning cylinders, wheels turning in wheels, all moving in silence, gleaming. It reminded me of the interior of the watch in my pack. Fexler wouldn't speak of it. The shadows had grown long when our path following a gully came to dead end, hemmed in by crumbling walls of earth and sand. Fexler came to a halt, watching me.
"Why have we stopped?"
I asked. Not that I wasn't happy to have stopped. There just seemed no reason for it. Fexler vanished. Banging the view ring against the hilt of my sword didn't restore him. I made a slow turn, completing the circle with my arms spread. Leisha's stallion watched with mild interest. Borky just looked vacant. I stepped toward Fexler's last position and stubbed my toe. A day earlier, an expert had tortured me, albeit very briefly. Stubbing my toe proved more intense and more shocking. I reached shoulder deep into my well of obscenities and released a string of quite spectacular examples. It deserved a better audience. In time, after all the hopping and cursing, I hobbled over to discover what had lamed me. With some kneeling, scraping, and brushing, I uncovered a lid of builder stone, circular and about a yard across. Rusty stains indicated that the thing had once been secured in place by more than its weight. The spare sword I'd strapped to Leisha's horse proved useful for levering the lid up to the few inches necessary to shunt it by degrees to one side. It took half a skin of water to replace what the effort had sweated out of me. The sun in those hills is without mercy. Beneath the lid, a shaft led down, unlit, smooth as far as I could tell, and without any odour rising from it. I took a small rock and dropped it into the darkness. It's not something I could resist doing, even if I had no reason for it. The pause before the distant clatter told me that I didn't want to follow the rock.
"You could have told me to bring some damn rope."
I had some, despite Fexler's lack of warning, but I doubted it would be enough. In a shaft as narrow as the one before me, you can brace your back against the wall and your feet on the opposite side and edge down. However, if the shaft widens, or enters a room, or is smoother than you'd hoped, getting back up might prove difficult. I had come into the Iberico prepared to dare invisible fires. Somehow, though, getting stuck in a hole and dying of thirst seemed too pathetic an end to be risked. I dug the tinderbox from my kit and took off the bandage I'd wrapped around the wound on my upper arm. I had to peel it away, and where the linen stuck, it stank, sickly sweet. The dry ends took the flame well enough and burned as it fluttered after the rock I'd dropped in. The sides looked to be parallel all the way down. I guessed it to be some 40 foot deep. I thought a tunnel led off from the bottom, but it was hard to tell from my position. I squeezed the uncovered wound, trying to force the pus out of it.
"Christ on a bike!"
One of Makin's odes, that. I don't know what a bike is, but it sounds painful. The edges of my flesh looked an unhealthy pink, rimmed in black crusts. I couldn't imagine the two halves ever knitting together again. The bad dogs had plenty of rope at their camp, and I'd taken a fair bit of it with me. Never go questing without a bit of rope, at least that's how the stories have it. My 3 pieces knotted together reached about 2/3 of the way down the hole. I tied a larger knot in one end and secured it under the stone lid, rather than trust to my equine companions for anchorage. On my belt I tied the lantern I'd taken from the camp and a spare flask of oil. I squeezed flint, steel and tinder into a pocket. Better not to carry a light for the descent, or a fall might find me with broken legs and on fire. A tired achiness made each action clumsy. I swallowed another bitter pill of Carrad Springs salts and took the rope in both hands. One more glance at the dusty hills, at the worn blue of the sky, and I started down. Out of the sun, I felt cold enough to shiver, though that may have owed more to fever than to the drop in temperature. I climbed down hand over hand, clutching at the rope with my knees. When my knees discovered they had nothing left to clutch, the top of the shaft, part occluded by the lid, offered a bright crescent of sky. A shudder took me, along with the sudden conviction that someone would slide the lid back and seal away the light. Groaning with the effort, I lifted both feet to brace against the side of the shaft and pushed until my shoulders and upper back wedged against the opposite side. I had no great conviction that the pressure would keep me from falling if I let go of the rope, but even less conviction that I could manage to climb back. I let go. Inch by strained inch, I slid down the shaft. My legs shook with the effort, and I felt sure I must be leaving a trail of skin and blood on the builder stone. My shirt couldn't have lasted long against the friction. Sufficient daylight reached down to let me know when the shaft ran out of wall, and soon enough I found that whilst the soles of my boots still gripped the stonework, my heels had nothing to rest on. When a decision is inevitable, you may as well take it as quick as possible, so that you still have something left to deal with whatever consequences may arise. I dropped, doing my best to swing my feet below. The effort proved a partial success, and ended with bruised heels, banged-up knees, elbows slammed to the ground, and finally the side of my head fetching up against the floor. An inch or so of dust covering the stone floor served to lessen the impact, saving me from a cracked skull and leaving me conscious, choking, and with a river of blood flowing from my nose. I levered myself up so I could sit cradling my knees, and set my back to the nearest wall. "Ow!" The complaint came out nasally. Pain led my fingers to a piece of the lantern glass embedded in my thigh. I pulled it out and held the wound closed until the blood stopped pulsing around my fingertips. In time, I found the lantern wick, set it into the oil flask, and with steel and flint and more fumbling than necessary, I set a flame to it. The tunnel led off to front and back, circular in cross-section and looking suspiciously like a sewer. The end of my rope dangled 3 yards above my outstretched hand, and getting back into the shaft would require gymnastics I thought beyond me, even without wounds or fever. On the assumption that water had once flowed along the tunnel, I made my best guess at which direction it might have taken, and started to walk upstream. When you're in a dark place, and your light is going to run out before too long, you get on with things. It's a wonder to me how few people apply that same logic to their lives. 3 times, new tunnels joined mine, and on each occasion I studied my choices through the builder's view ring, which shed some light on the matter, a red blinking light that demanded I turn right twice and then follow straight on. At 2 of the turns, traces of rust hinted that metal grills once blocked the way. A great sage once said, "There are few problems that won't go away if you ignore them long enough." Fortunately, these obstacles had been pre-ignored for 1,000 years. Toward its end, the pipe rose at a steep angle and brought me into a circular room, empty in the main, but littered with fragments of plastique. Brittle with age, they made a satisfying crunch underfoot. Some of the pieces could have been the arms of chairs, small wheels. Others lay bonded to the remains of metal cabinets. A corridor led off, and I followed it, shadows dancing all around. The place had no odour to it, as if even that staleness which haunts abandoned rooms had given up and left. A long corridor led me past many doorways all open and dark, decorated with the fragments of the doors that had guarded them. In the ceiling, flat strips of whitish glass punctuated the walk, and at one point, as I passed below, 2 of them tried to flicker to life like the glow bulbs in the tall castle. I've wandered the ruins of forts where generations lived, seen the march of empty centuries across the old stone, wearing away the sharpness that defined lives. In those places, at every turn, those lost inhabitants are remembered. The scuff mark where a door closed decade after decade, steps sagging with wear, the deep-scored name where a child set his stamp upon a windowsill. You can read such ruins, however tumbled, almost see the soldiers at the walls, stable boys leading horses out to exercise. but in the dry corridors of this builder's den, untouched by rain or wind, undisturbed, I saw nothing but puzzles and sorrow. I might be the first man to walk here in 1,000 years. 1,000 more might pass before the next. In such a place, silence and dust wait whilst men's lives slip past. Without the flicker of my flame to count the moments, hours could race by, years escape, and I might crawl away ancient and unwise. The corridor ended in a large hall with many doors, these seemingly of wood but untouched by age. Silence. In the times that I have reached after the dead to pull back what is needed to make them rise, it seemed I reached into such a place as this. When I drew Roe back into his corpse, it was into dry lands that I followed him, despite his dying in the mud of the Cantanlonia bogs. I thought for a moment of William, of my little brother falling into such a place after they broke him. When I lay as dead after father's knife touched my heart, I imagined an angel came for me, and I refused her. I hoped that years before that day she had descended to the dry lands to make those same offers to William, and that he had not refused. My head snapped up, jerking me from my half-doze. "Enough of this!" Delirium had started to reel me in. I shook it off and focused. I moved on, snorting at the thought of William and the angel. Even at 7, he could probably have given her a harder time of it than I did at 14. At the far end of the hall, an archway led into a smaller lower hall. It caught my eye, since the builders weren't given to arches. A dozen or more cubicles opened to either side of the lesser hall, like monks' cells, each of them layered in dust, scattered with plastique fragments and pieces of corroded metal. I picked up a sliver of metal, lighter than expected, not iron and not rusted, but powdery with some white residue. Oxidation. The word floated up from Lundist's instructions on alchemy. The 7th cell on the left held a wonder. A man waited there, without motion, his back to me. And from the side of his head, a spray of scarlet blood, fragments of bone tumbling through the air, all frozen in the moment. A picture, but not a picture. Something real and solid, but standing outside time. Where each of the other cells had a ring of corrosion in the centre of the ceiling, this one had a collar of silver metal, bound in places with copper, and surrounding a white light. The man sat in his grey tunic directly below the light. Somehow, no illumination escaped into the hall, and yet I saw the light. He sat on a chair that looked too thin to support him, odd in its slim and flowing form, without decoration or device. Beside him, part of a bed. Not a broken piece or a component, but a section, as if cut out like biscuits from dough, ending at some unseen perimeter that surrounded it and the man both. Beyond this small circle at the cell's centre, holding the man, the chair, and part of the bed, the remainder of the room lay in dusty ruin, like all the rest. I walked in to touch the man, or the image. Perhaps it was an image, like Fexler's data ghost, just more convincingly drawn. Something the builders considered art? Invisible glass stopped my fingers. I couldn't get close to the man. My hands slid across an unseen surface, cool and slick to the fingertips. The cell proved large enough for me to edge around the forbidden area, stepping through the dust at the margins of the room. The man's hand came into view, holding a complex piece of metalwork to his head, an iron tube projecting from it to touch his temple. "I know this." The oldest of my father's books held pictures of objects similar to this one. "It's a gun." Another step, and I saw the face, captured in the instant, imagining the pain, but not yet feeling it, despite the plume of blood and brain and bone behind him. Fexler! I'd found the man himself, not the memory. The view ring showed only the room, with Fexler lit red by the light, as if all the time that red dot pulsing amid the Iberico hills had been this time-locked circle. I made another circuit around the tableau.
You stopped time!
I thought about it, then shrugged. They say the builders could fly. Who knows which is the more difficult, the stopping of time or taking to the skies? I thought of the watch buried in my baggage on Borki's back, a device of the ancients. Perhaps if I stopped its hands turning, I would stop time, just as they had.
You brought me here, Fexler.
I spoke to the man.
What do you want? I can't fix you.
Obviously, I couldn't fix him. What had Fexler's ghost been thinking? The answer came easy enough. Jorg breaks things. Fexler didn't send me to fix this. He sent me to end it. Of course, breaking things that are sealed away behind unbreakable glass can prove difficult. As the point of my knife slid over the invisible barrier, I started to doubt the glass existed at all. It seemed clear that something had to stand between a space where time flowed and a space where it did not. Zeno's paradoxes sprung to mind. The Greeks loved paradoxes. Maybe they used them as currency. In any case, I made no headway. I walked away, a slight tremble in me from the fever. In every other cell, nothing whole survived. I guessed that the device in the ceiling had stopped time, and in doing so had stopped the process of its own decay. Memories stole me back beneath Mount Honus. In the builders' halls, I had seen the remains of many narrow pipes, most just faint traces of verdigris, some bedded in the stone, some running against walls, some so thin that they could only have been strands of wire. The histories have it that the secret fire of the builders ran along such paths to wake their devices. My watch needed no such fire, but perhaps a coiled spring would not suffice for such mechanisms as that which held Fexler. Certainly it had not unwound over all the centuries. Did the machine need to be fed to keep time stationary? A slow and minute inspection of the walls revealed no sign of hidden paths bringing fire to the ceiling ring. It took an age of hunting the corridors to find something to support me so I could check the ceiling. In the end, I found a collection of bottles, like wine bottles, but clear and cylindrical and slender as my arm. Binding all 9 of them side to side with my shirt, I made a very precarious platform on which to stand. Of all the builder's artefacts, only glass had seen off the years without loss. From my shifting, clinking platform, I discovered that the barrier which enclosed Fexler narrowed as it rose, so that at the ceiling I could get to within an inch or so of the metal ring. I used my knife to jab at the stonework around it. Poor treatment for a good weapon, but I had spare blades stashed on Leisha's horse, if I ever got back to him, and nothing else to work with. Once before, in Geleth, I had driven a blade into some magic of the builders, a spirit trapped behind glass in the room before the weapon hall. A shock had run through the sword and thrown me twitching to the floor. The memory made me have to steel myself for each scratch and jab as I scored a circle around the ceiling ring. My muscles remembered the shock and kept trying to refuse to dig out a chance at renewing the experience. The builder stone started to flake and powder under my attacks. It took an hour, maybe, possibly a day. It felt like a day. Sweat ran down me in hot streams, and my arm ached, growing weaker by the moment, as arms do when used overhead for more than a few minutes. I jabbed and scored and jabbed. Without warning, a deafening bang exploded around me. The light went out, and I fell with glass shattering below. And for the second time since climbing down the shaft, I lay bruised and aching in the dark, with broken glass embedded in my leg. My makeshift lantern must have been knocked over and doused when I fell. Instead of searching for it, I held the view ring to my eye. The ring showed me the cell in greenish tones, revealing almost as much detail as I might see in daylight. Fexler lay on the floor, sprawled at my feet, the gun still clutched in his outstretched hand, a wisp of smoke escaping the barrel. Around his head, a black and spreading pool of blood.
Thank you.
Fexler, my Fexler from Castle Morrow, a projection of white light, stood beside the corpse, watching the splayed limbs, face unreadable. "Fexler, good to see you," I said. And it was. Any company in such a place is welcome. I drew a deep breath, taking in the stink of chemicals and fire from the gun, the tang of blood. The builder halls felt real at last. "Why all the silence and mystery?" I edged through the glass and dust to set my back to a wall, in part for support, in part because it's good practice.
"The men of my time lived amongst wonders, but they were made no differently from their forefathers who wore skins and ate raw meat in caves, or from their descendants who carry iron swords and live in ruins they can't comprehend. In short, they had the same instincts as any man. Would you trust a copy of yourself?"
"So they set spells on you such that no data ghost could kill the person from whom they were copied?" I asked.
"So that no data echo could harm any human, or ask for them to be harmed, or take actions that might lead them to hurt. It has taken 1,000 years of subtle manipulation, of twists and sleights of logic, for me even to reach the stage where I could point someone like you in this direction, Yorg."
"And why would you?" My hand settled on the fallen oil flask. I gave it a swirl. Maybe a fifth of it remained.
"Data echoes are not just forbidden from harming their original template. In fact, whilst the person whose data created any particular echo still lives, there are an enormous number of restrictions placed on that echo for the convenience, privacy, and peace of mind of the person in question. In the world that I inhabit, I have been very much a second-class citizen for considerably longer than your empire has existed."
"In Castle Morrow?" The world that he lives in. A tight smile, quick and gone.
"Imagine an ocean wider and deeper than all others, full of wonder and variety, and on the surface a thickness of ice, broken only here and there. The echoes that the builders left behind, data ghosts, if that's how you want to call us, we echoes swim in such an ocean, and the places where we may be seen in this thin world of yours are like the holes in the ice where we can surface. We exist in the joined complexity of the builder's machinery, and in places such as the terminal at Morrow, we may be seen."
"So why aren't you?"
"Why aren't we what?"
"Seen. Why was it just you haunting that cellar?" Another smile, more of bitterness in it than of friendship.
"Second-class citizen. The menial duties fell to me, keeping an eye on the savages."
I had to remind myself that the Fexler who shared anything with me lay on the floor, his blood cooling around him. The Fexler talking to me was not a man, just the idea of a man, an idea held in a machine. I reached out a foot to nudge the dead man. Fexler's echo shuddered, as if the action disturbed him.
"So why did he kill himself?"
I asked.
"And what stopped him?" "He started a war,"
Fexler said.
"And finished it."
"Hell, I lit up one of your sons. It didn't make me take a knife to my throat straight after."
"The weapons Fexler Brews launched could not be detonated with a fire."
"You saw that?" Fexler's ghost had been watching me 6 years back, under Mount Honus.
"Our weapons burned like suns, exactly the same way. Each needs a trigger to ignite it, a smaller, more primitive implosion. Your fire at Silo 11, using weapons relocated from Vaucluse, melted the implosion components into a critical mass. What you saw was a partial ignition of the trigger that would then light the sun. The fuel for the suns is short-lived. It's a matter of half-life. The fuel for the rockets that bore them lasts little longer. All that remains now are the triggers."
I wondered if the original Fexler had liked the sound of his own voice so much. In any event, it was a sobering thought to know I laid waste to Geleth with a fraction of the spark that would light a true builder sun. And despite my words, the dead of Geleth had haunted me, literally and in dreams. To have burned the whole world in such fashion would have been uncomfortable. And even with his gun, he didn't manage to kill himself. With such toys at their disposal, it seemed unforgivable for any builder to fail in the act of taking a life.
These cubicles were designed to hold key personnel in stasis until conditions improved to the point where life might be sustained outside again. Fexler was perhaps not thinking clearly as he sat here wrestling with his conscience. Maybe he didn't appreciate that the automatic systems would kick in to preserve him, or perhaps he just didn't realize how quickly they could act. Either way, he left you in the shit, along with all the real people in the world. He did.
Fexler's image flickered, a frown above his eyes. I grinned. It must have been odd to spend 1,000 years cursing the man you were copied from.
So, now I've freed you, and you get to swim in your sea with the big fish and not waste time watching the savages. What do I get out of it?
Still holding the view ring to my eye, I pulled the gun from Fexler's warm, dead hand, careful not to point the business end my way. He seemed reluctant to let it go.
Unfortunately, we need to watch the savages even more these days, Fexler said. The machines that still keep running won't run forever, and unless you people get past swords and arrows, there's never going to be anyone to maintain them. Maintenance requires civilization, and we're not going to get civilization again until all the wars stop.
You couldn't stop your own wars, Fexler.
He couldn't.
Fexler looked down at his corpse.
I'm another matter.
I pursed my lips.
Either way, it sounds as though you'd like there to be an emperor on the Gildan throne.
Chapter 21. 5 years earlier. In the dry and deathless halls of the builders, beneath the poison dust of Iberico, I sat, half delirious with fever, and spoke to a ghost who had helped me kill the man from whom he sprang.
And who do the ghosts in your machines want to rule this empire of servants for them? I asked. Orin of Arrow is favoured by our projections, Fexler said. A peacemaker, a man of progress.
Ha! I spat from a dry mouth, aching in every limb.
So you've no real interest in my leaving here to stop him, then? Projections favour Orin, Fexler agreed.
I kicked the warm corpse at my feet again.
Is he likely to stand up again? I seem to have made a new friend, the dead king. Takes an unhealthy interest in me. I find him watching out of any pair of dead eyes that are handy. Would it upset you if I dismember him? A little, just to be sure.
Part of me hoped Fexler would object, and save me the effort of all that hacking. He shook his head, as if the matter were unimportant.
Projections favour Orin, but some of us prefer to bet on longer odds for greater rewards, Fexler said. Why so? What rewards? I'd bet on Orin too if I had a stake.
The words tumbled from numb lips. The poison pulsed in me. I could smell my wounds. That's what happens when you stop. Take a rest, and the world catches up with you. Lesson in life: keep moving.
You may recall...
Fexler stepped closer, edging between me and his earthly remains.
That we spoke about a wheel. About how my generation's greatest works were nothing to do with new ways to scorch the earth, but how to change the rules of everything, how to alter the way in which the world worked. Vaguely.
I waved a trembling hand.
Something to do with making what we want matter.
It didn't seem to have worked. I wanted him to shut up now and leave me alone, and that wasn't happening.
Almost, Fexler smiled. The physicists called it an adjustment of quantum emphasis, but the effect was to change the role of the observer, of you and me, for the will of the observer to matter, so man could control his environment directly through the force of his desire, rather than through machinery.
I had the feeling that if I died, he would carry on saying his piece to my corpse.
Unfortunately, that wheel wasn't just turned, it was set turning. It hasn't stopped. In fact, like so many things in nature, the process has a tipping point, and we're reaching it. The fractures in the world, in the walls between mind and matter, between energy and will, between life and death, they're all growing, and everything is in danger of falling through the cracks. Each time these powers, the ability to influence energy or mass or existence, are used, the divergence grows. These are the magics you know as being fire-sworn, or rock-sworn, or as necromancy and the like. The more they are used, the easier they become, and the wider the world is broken open. And this dead king of yours is just another symptom, another example of a singular force of will being used to change the world, and in doing so, accelerating the turn of that wheel we released.
A sigh, and a panel I hadn't seen before opened on the wall to my left. Enough light came from the cavity behind to illuminate the room. I lowered the view ring, but Fexler vanished, so I set it back to my eye.
Take the pills.
Fexler pointed to the cavity.
Swallow 2 a day until they're gone. They will cure your sepsis.
I got to my knees and scraped the handful of yellow tablets from the alcove. They were the only thing there, and I saw no means of delivery. My throat hurt as I swallowed 2 of them. They could be poison, but Fexler likely had 1,000 ways to kill me, if he wanted that.
So, what do you want from me, Fexler? As I've said, there are many ghosts in the builder's machines.
I saw his frown as he tried to shape his words to my understanding.
These ghosts, these echoes, pay your kind scant attention, but their eyes are turning back to the now, to the dust and dirt where we all started. Many of them favour supporting new civilization so that the deep networks can be maintained and repaired. A growing number, however, now care more about the imminent threat as the veils thin. The problems of decay seem less pressing. They feel that the only way to stop the wheel turning, to maintain the barriers that keep Earth different from fire, life different from death, is to destroy all mankind. And they've had 1,000 years to circumvent the rules that once kept them from such acts. With none to wield these powers, with none left to have a will to exercise, the damage will be undone, or at least halted.
So poor Fexler's only fault was that he didn't light up quite enough suns. If he had killed off the last few people, there would be no problem. I snorted. It doesn't pay to start a job and not finish it. Fexler flickered, as if he were a reflection disturbed by the arrival of a stone in a pond. He frowned. And which camp are you in, Fexler? Make us your servants to fix your carriage, or kill us all off quick before we break the world?
I have a third way, he said.
He rippled again, mouth twisting, as if in pain. The light wavered in the space behind the panel, and died.
An alternative the others don't yet acknowledge. Ah!
He faded, almost vanished, returned too bright, making me squint.
Take the control ring to Vian, beneath the throne there.
And he was gone.
Chapter 22. Chayla's Story. Jorga Vankrath sends you back to me again, Chayla.
Something in the grinding of Arta Elgin's jaw set Chayla's teeth on edge.
Something in the way the dead king ground that jawbone when he moved it to shape his words.
I've brought Kai Summerson to court, sire, a necromancer seeking service.
Were you not to Yorg's tastes, Chayla? Did he spurn your proposal? Just the grinding of that bone, hinge and socket, made her skin crawl. That, and the glitter of his eyes. She thought of times when she had swum in foulness, of corpse work in the darkest places, of hunting men's remains in the deadland borders, enough horror to take almost anyone's sanity. And yet, here she cowered from nothing but the sick click and crunch of a dead man's jaw.
Chayla?
A gentle enough reminder, but lesser reprimands than that had sent the dead king's servants to the Lichkin.
He refused me, sire.
More than 5 years on, and still the dead king wanted her old failure replayed.
And you still think him a foolish youth with more luck than judgment?
No, sire.
Though she did. Whatever strange emotions the boy might stir in her, Chayla could see little of genius in his actions. When men bet on long odds in sufficient numbers, some of them will walk away with the prize. It doesn't mean those winners will win tomorrow.
I want him here, Chayla, to stand before my court and to answer to me.
Yes, sire.
Though what Yorg Ancrath might have to answer the dead king for, she had no idea. A Y trembled on her lips, but she knew it would never take flight.
Bring Kai Summerson before me.
Chayla turned to motion Kai forward, drawing a breath of relief to be released from the dead king's stare, if only for a moment. In the coldness of wraith light, Kai aged another decade as the dead king's regard fell upon him.
Kai.
The name dropped like a dead thing from Arthur Elgin's lips.
Sky Sworn. Have you flown, Kai? Have you touched heaven?
No, lord.
Kai kept his gaze to the floor.
I saw what the eagle sees, but only with my mind, and now I am death-sworn.
Death can ride the winds, Kai. Remember that. Why did you not fly? Was it beyond you? Did you not truly hold the sky within you?
Fear kept me on the ground, lord.
Passion in his words now, the dead king's talent for touching each raw nerve.
Fear of losing myself.
Chayla knew few Skysworn who took flight ever returned. The winds claimed them. They lost substance and danced in storms, spread too thin to be contained in flesh again. She watched Kai, his knuckles white, nails biting. Did he wish now that he had lost himself in the pitiless blue?
It's your will, the power of your desire that counts in this world, in all worlds.
For a moment, the dead king seemed almost tender, something more awful than anger coming from Arthur Elgin's dead lips.
The force of your conviction can anchor mine to flesh, if your sense of who you are, your command of what you are, is stronger than the wind. It's that same power of will that reels in the silver cord and draws a necromancer back from their travels in the drylands. That same sense of self returns what won't pass into heaven back to the shell of a man's body, to what carried him through life, to the groove he scored in the world, be it corrupt flesh or even bare bone. And when at last bone is lost, it returns him to a place, maybe, a home, a room, to haunt the living. Because misery loves company, and so do all its friends.
Kai lifted his gaze against the weight of the dead king's stare.
Fear held me.
Fear holds many men. Fear keeps them from their duty. Fathers abandon sons. One brother leaves the next to die.
Yes, lord.
When the storms come, Kai Summerson, show me death on wings.
Arthur Elgin's fingers flicked to motion Kai away.
Until the doors closed behind Kai, no further words were spoken. Chayla remained, the only living thing in the vaulted throne room. Perhaps hers was the only curiosity. The dead king had need of her. Why else, after all this time, was she here once more, within the inner circle, humiliating reminders of her failure the only price of admission? Chayla Underhurt. The dead king formed the name with care.
Sire?
The last to know that name died 6 years back on Jorg Ankrath's blade. None had spoken it in decades. Some might think necromancy a threat to those of us who step out of the drylands, out of the dust beyond, competition at the very least.
Never that, sire.
Kai's words returned to her. Shouldn't we be the ones to give orders? Do you know what I want, Chayla? She truly didn't.
Jorg Ankrath?
I want what he wants, what all of our kind need. To rule, to own, to hold the highest ground, to have our will prevail.
To be emperor?
Chayla knew the hunger of the dead, but ambition came as a surprise, though all the signs lay before her. A dead king in a dead king's throne. The empire will be a start. Remade, it can be a step from which to take everything. I am not called king of here or king of there. They call me dead king, lord of all that does not live. Do you think in this world I would sit content with Lord of Breton, or Emperor, of an empire beyond whose borders lie lands unclaimed?
No, sire.
For all the horror of him, a child's greed and child's pride lay about the dead king. Perhaps his interest in the Ankrath kings lay in the mirror they held up to him. Do you know why the 100 have not united against me, Chayla?
They hate each other too much, sire. Gather them on a ship and let it sink. No hand would be spare for bailing or for swimming. They'd all be locked on throats, choking away the air before the waters could.
They have not united, because they don't fear me. Arthur Elgin rose from the dead king's throne. The returned cannot breed. They rot. They know more of hunger than of caution. They can stand against armies only when the ground favours them. It is a wonder that I have taken what I now hold with nothing but corpses to play with. Arthur's hand settled on Chayla's shoulder, and it took all her control not to flinch it off. Empires are won in many ways. Do you know of tactics, Chayla?
A little, sire.
If he would just take that hand away. And what are the only 2 tactical advantages of my legions, Chayla?
They know no fear?
No. An exquisite agony bled into her shoulder, and the dead king returned Arthur's hand to his side. A man without fear is missing a friend. An old ghost once told me that. My troops have 2 tactical advantages. They don't breathe, and they don't eat. That means that any swamp, lake, or sea is a stronghold, and that I need not maintain supply lines. Past that, they are poor servants at best. And it is these advantages that have given me the Isles, and allow us to assault Ankrath from the Ken Marshes. Beyond this, my ambitions require new strategies, if they are to be met on a timescale to my liking. The dead king settled once more in Arthur Elgin's driftwood throne. He ran white fingers along the chair's polished arms, and Chayla heard the screams of sailors drowning. Thantos! Keres! 2 Lichkin detached from their brethren and moved to flank the dead king. Still, Chayla's eyes would not see them, returning only glimpses of ghost-wrapped bone. Chayla, He leaned out his body toward her in the chair. Choosing a strategy is like deciding upon a weapon. And a weapon needs a point if it is to pierce the foe, ne? You, Chela, are going to pierce the belly of the Empire for me. I'm sending you on a journey. Brother Thuntos and Sister Keris will keep you safe. The remainder of your escort is on a ship, approaching the harbour as we speak.
Chapter 23. We made progress. Not good progress, but enough. Sometimes the guard didn't get their charges to Vian on time, but it hadn't happened in my lifetime. Even when a member of the 100 died en route, their corpse would make a punctual arrival. When towns and villages lay at convenient points, we spent the night in commandeered accommodation, otherwise tents were pitched in fields or clearings. I liked those nights best. Catherine and Miana lit by firelight in woods where cold mists threaded the trees, each woman framed by the fur trim of winter robes, all of us huddling close to the heat. Gomst and Osser in their chairs with wine goblets in hand debated as old men do. Macon and Martin kept by the Queen, ready to make up for my failings. Kent sat quiet, watching the night. Reich and Gorguth bookended our little band, soaking up the warmth, both looking meaner than hell. On one such night, with the crackle of the fire and the glow of many others dotted about us through the wood, Miana said,
Jorg, you sleep so much better out of the haunt. Why is that?
Her breath steamed before her in the night, and though she faced me, it was Catherine that she watched. I've always loved the road, dear, I told her. You leave your troubles behind you. Not if you bring your wife. Reich snorted and kept his gaze on the fire, immune to the sharp look Martin sent his way.
In the haunt, you always talked in your sleep.
Miana turned to face Catherine now.
He practically raved. I had to set my bed in the east tower just to get some rest.
Catherine made no reply, her face still.
But now he sleeps like a sinless child, without murmur,
Miana said. I shrugged. Bishop Gomst is the one with night terrors. Should we worry when our holiest rest uneasy? Miana ignored me.
No more Sareth, no more Degran, and no more endless Catherine, Catherine.
Catherine arched one eyebrow, delicate, expressive, and delicious. Miana had been irritable all day in the carriage, but then if I'd swallowed a whole baby and it insisted on kicking the hell out of my insides, I might be less than my normal, tolerant self. A stick popped with a loud retort, sending embers from the fire. Defence is always a weakness, and I didn't feel like attacking, so I waited. Catherine had so many options open to her. I wanted to know which she would take.
I trust King Jorg only called my name out in torment, Queen.
I wondered what her hands were doing under that fur wrap. Twisting, sliding toward a knife, still and collected.
It's true.
Miana smiled, quick and unexpected, her frown erased.
He never did seem pleased to see you.
Catherine nodded.
My nephew has many crimes to answer for, but the darkest are against my sister, Queen Sareth, and her child. Perhaps, as he says, his sins are left behind on the road. Maybe when we stop at Vian, they will catch up with him once more.
None around the fire made any move to defend me from the charges. I spoke up for myself. If there were any justice, lady, God himself would reach down and strike me dead, for I am guilty, as you say. But until he does, I will just have to keep moving on and doing what I can in the world. Gorguth surprised me then. His voice so deep at first, you might think it a trembling in the ground itself. It took me a moment to understand he had started to sing. Something wordless, elemental, like the crackle of the fire, and captivating. For the longest time we only sat and listened, the stars wheeling overhead, frosty in the night.
For 3 nights and days, rain thundered from leaden skies, drowning out conversation in the carriage, and attempting to drown pretty much everything else outside. The roads before us became rivers of mud. The rivers themselves grew to dark and swirling monsters, wielding trees and carts as they surged past. Captain Harron led his force along the alternative routes planned out against such eventualities, taking us through larger towns, through cities where the stone bridges had ridden out many a flood. I took to Brath's saddle again. After days pressed against the warmth of Catherine's cool indifference, I could do with a cold shower.
Making your escape, Jorg?
Macon rode up beside me as I pulled away from Holland's carriage. The road led like a causeway through a sea of flooded pasture, the waters broken only by half-drowned hedgerows. Hours later, the rain failed, and the sky cracked open along a bright fault line. The still waters all around became mirrors, every lone tree reflected, bare fingers reaching below as well as above. So much of the world is about surfaces, the eye deceived, with the truth in the unknown and unknowable depths beneath. Damn! I shook my head. I'd come out of the carriage to think about something other than Catherine.
My lord?
A guardsman close at hand.
It's nothing, I said. My lord, Captain Harron asks for you at the head of the column.
Oh. An exchanged glance with Macon, and we picked up the pace to pass those ahead, already slowing. In the west, the sun started to edge beneath the cloud bank to tinge the floodwater crimson. We reached Harron after 5 minutes of mud and splatter. A small town lay ahead on a rise, an island for now.
Gottering!
Harron nodded to the distant houses. Martin and Kent joined us.
Is the road impassable?
I asked. The route dipped beneath the flood before rising again, just as it entered Gottering.
It shouldn't be too deep,
Harron said. He leaned forward and touched his horse's leg to indicate the level.
What then?
I asked. Martin drew his sword, a slow action, and pointed to the fencing on our left. I'd thought it the normal detritus that a flood will wad into any fence or decorate the bushes with, but a closer look told a different story.
Rags?
Clothes,
Harron said. Kent slipped from his horse and squelched a few steps forward along the road. Bending, he retrieved a handful of mud. He held a grimy palm up to me. I'd noted the white specks, but not really paid attention. Inches from my face, I could see them for what they were. Teeth. People's teeth, long-rooted and bloody. The waters burned red now, with the sun drowning in the west. The air held a chill already.
And does this mean anything to you, Harron?
The guard travel many places. I've heard stories.
An old scar beneath his eye burned very white. I'd not noticed it before. Harron wore his years this evening.
Best get that bishop of yours here. He may have more to tell.
And so, minutes later, Macon returned with Gomst behind him in the saddle. And Kent, who had gone to escort the bishop, not for safety, but because of the piety that got burned into him at the haunt, returned with Catherine.
You could have let the princess have your horse, Sir Kent. I'm sure she didn't want to cuddle up to a crispy bloodhound like yourself.
I wouldn't let him wade after us in the mud.
Catherine leaned around Kent's shoulder and shot me a venomous look.
You showed Bishop Gomst your evidence then, Kent?
I ignored Catherine. I could feel her daring me to say she should have stayed where she was. Macon let Gomst down on the verge where the ground rose to the ridge along which the fence ran.
This is a bad thing.
Gomst staggered and almost slipped over on the wet grass before he reached the dark shrouding of rags. His hand kept questing for the support of his crook, left back atop Holland's carriage.
Like St. Anstall's, I had a report.
He patted his robes in search, then abandoned the effort.
And the ruin of Trepay.
Wild eyes found me.
The dead king's work has been done here. Ghouls and ragamuffins if we're lucky. And if we're not so blessed, old man? Lichkin. There might be a lichkin.
He couldn't keep the terror from his voice. Harren nodded.
The monsters from the Isles.
Mother Ursula saw in visions that the lichkin would cross the waters. A dark tide would bear them.
Gomps hugged himself against the cold.
They say that the lichkin have only one mercy. What mercy is that, Your Grace?
Kent rasped.
In the end, they let you die.
I looked over at the black shapes of Gottering. Roofs, a church tower, chimneys, a tavern's weather vane. It pays to choose your ground, and I would rather choose the town than a thin strip of mud amid a vast lake. But had the enemy already chosen Gottering, already laid their traps? Or was too much being read into some rags and a scattering of teeth?
Count them, I said. My lord?
Harren frowned at me.
How many teeth? How much clothing? Did 3 peasants brawl here and bring the Gilden Guard to a halt? Or is this the scene of a massacre?
Harren waved at 2 of his men, and they climbed down to inspect more closely. I nudged Brath closer to the captain.
If it's corpses we're to fight, best to do it with our feet dry and space to see them coming. How deep is the water around us? I'd say 2 feet, 3, not drowning deep. Even if the dead crawled through it, a man might mark the ripples in their wake. Deeper in places,
Harren said. Another captain disagreed. Harren and 2 more guard captains, Rosson and Devers, started to argue the lie of the land. Martin rode through a gap in the fence, down into the flood. He stood in his stirrups to face us in the gloom, the water lapping his toes.
It's about this deep, sire. Dozens, said the man checking the fence, peeling the garments from it. Scores, maybe. We'll stay here, I said, and ride into Gottering with first light.
I accompanied Catherine and Gomps back to the carriage.
I'll sleep in here tonight,
I told Miana as she opened the door. I want a sword close to you.
I'll marshal the guard around the carriage,
Macon said from the saddle.
Put Kent on the roof, Reich and Gorgeth by the doors. Let Martin organise patrols through the fields. Better a drowned guardsman or 2 than being taken by surprise.
Cold woke me in the night. Even with Miana pressed against me beneath a bearskin throw, and with Catherine's weight through the thickness of her own furs, the cold opened my eyes. The faint slosh of horses moving through the standing waters became a fractured sound, a brittle tinkling and a creaking. Ice. I leaned toward the nearer window, across Catherine, and found her watching me. In the dark, her eyes made a gleam without colour. She drew aside the window cover, and together we squinted through the perforations of the grille, the steam of our breath mixing. The screams started faint and grew no louder, but with each passing minute, the horror mounted. Screams reaching across the skin of ice, all the way from the dark shapes of Gottering. I knew it for pain. Terror has a different quality, and pain will scare away fear quick enough.
I should go out.
Stay,
she said. So I did. Catherine sat up, straight backed against the cushioned rest.
Something's coming.
I reached for my sword. She shook her head.
Coming a different way.
For a moment, before she closed her eyes, I swear I saw them. Green, grass green, lit from within. She sat still, ice still, painted in black and pale by moonlight through the window grille. I thought her perfect. A need trembled in me. Screams I had heard before. She sat without motion as the long night marched past, her lips twitching with an occasional word, muttered and indistinct. Miana and the old man slept, uneasy in their dreams, but not tormented. And I watched Catherine, listening to the distant howling, to the crackle of ice, and to the drawing of her breath. Chapter 24. We came into Gottering at first light. The water sloshed around the carriage floor at the deepest point and brought the smell of the river to us, but we didn't have to get out. I climbed from the carriage in the town square, with the flood trickling down the step behind me. The place showed no signs of damage, a pleasant enough town in the most prosperous region of Attar. Bunting from the Harvest Festival still hung across the main street, from rooftop to rooftop. A child's hoop beside the carriage wheels. Birdsong. "Did it seem to the patrols that the screams came from town?" I asked.
Harren nodded. "It couldn't be more than an hour since they stopped."
A sniff of the air spoke of rot and shit. Cold against the sinuses. What you expect from any town. And something else. "Blood," I said. "There's slaughter been done here. I can smell it."
"Search the houses!"
Harren waved his men on. Dozens of them set off, ducking through doorways, the dawn light gleaming on their mail. The first of the guard re-emerged within minutes. He held some kind of garment out before him, a pale and wrinkled thing, his face, almost as pale, kept stiff in a mask of revulsion. "Here!" I called the man to me and put my hands out to inspect his prize. He placed it in my arms without waiting for further invitation. Even with it draped across my forearms, with the weight of it, the raw scent, and the faintly obscene warmth still clinging there, it took several moments before I understood what I held. It took an effort not to flinch and drop the thing in that instant of realization. I lifted it up, let the arms hang, the scalp flop. "It takes some skill to flay a man so completely," I said. I scanned the company, meeting the gaze of each soldier. "Terror is a weapon, gentlemen, and our enemy understands its use. Let's be sure that we also understand this game." I let the skin drop to the cobbles. A wet sound. "Find them all. Pile them here." I rode the empty streets with Red Kent and Macon, circling the town at the water's edge, finding nothing. By the time the sun cleared the rooftops, Harren's men had made a heap of 190 skins, taken from cellars, bedrooms, stables, chairs before hearths, all across town. Each of a piece with just the 3 slices that a practised huntsman would use to take the hide from a deer. Men, women, young and old, children's skins lay there, all faces wrinkled now. I picked up the hoop toy from by the carriage and fretted it through my fingers as the guard built the pile. Martin escorted Miana and Catherine from the carriage into the Red Fox Inn, Gottering's only such establishment. Miana waddled, her belly impossibly large, discomfort written across her face. Martin saw them installed in cushioned chairs and kept their company while they waited, with a fire lit and guardsmen about them, Gorgoth at the door. Outside, Gomst read a benediction over the remains in the square. I trusted Catherine to maintain whatever wall she had erected to keep the Lichkin out of her heads, but she would have to sleep eventually.
"We should move on,"
Harren said, pulling his white mare to Brath's side.
"This is not our concern."
"It's true. The Duke of Attar would not thank us for policing his lands on his behalf." Harren pushed the gratitude from his face so fast, many would have missed it.
"Prepare to move out,"
he shouted. I would have been happy to ride on as well, but it felt like being pushed. Through the small leaded panes of the inn window, stained a faint green by the Attar glass, I saw Martin start to his feet and take Miana's hand with concern. "However," I said, "are you not expecting other guard troops to come this way? The flooding narrows the options for travelling from the west. How many of the 100 are to follow in our wake?"
"There may be some."
Honour wouldn't let him lie, a problem that never troubled me. "And aren't the guard bound to the whole task, to getting the 100 to Vienne, not just to those in their immediate charge?" Harren stood in his stirrups.
"Strike that. I want the victims found. I want each house secured."
With a growl, He rode off to oversee.
Whoever has still to travel this way is unlikely to be voting in your favour at Congression.
Osair Gant levered himself from the shadows of stable block, his gaunt frame supported on a silver-topped cane, a nice piece of work in the shape of a fox's head. "So why am I reminding Harren of a duty he would rather have forgotten?" I asked. Osair nodded.
And risking yourself.
"You've spent a lifetime on the edge of those stinking marshes, Gant. How many Lichkin have you seen?"
An old man like me doesn't stray far from his master's hall, King Yorg. But you won't meet many men who've seen a Lichkin. You might find the corpse of a man who has seen one, and that corpse might try to kill you, but the man will be long gone."
Osair nodded, as if agreeing with himself. "Not a one in all these years?" I asked.
"The Lichkin may be old," Osair said. "I don't know. But they're new to the Ken Marshes. They've roamed there for 10 years at most, maybe not much more than 5 years. Even in the Isles they are a new plague."
Martin came to the inn's door and beckoned to me. Something important. Sometimes you just know. I swung out of my saddle and stepped down. Walking after an age in the saddle puts an unfamiliar edge on something you do every day of your life, just for a moment, as your leg muscles remember how they were made. I opted for a slow crossing of the square. Something told me it might be a short walk, but it was taking me a long way. Martin leaned in close. "I think it's her time. Sarah was like this." "She can't wait," I said. "Hold it in."
"It doesn't work like that, Yorg."
The flickered hint of a smile.
"Hell!"
I raised my voice. "I want more guards around this inn. Secure all the exits." I peered through a glass pane. Miana had stretched back in her chair, Catherine in close, blocking my view. I didn't want to go in. There was a time when I was pleased to find that something still scared me. As the years stacked up, I kept finding new things to worry over. Pleasure turning to dismay. It seems men have far more to fear than boys. I went back to Ossa. Macon finished tending his horse and came across with Kent to join us. "And how many Lichkin are there, Chancellor Gant?" I asked.
"I heard tell there were 7 in all the world,"
Kent said, his gaze flicking to the bishop praying before the mounded skins.
"7 is too many." "There may be 7, Osair said. "The bishop has a list of 7 names written by the Sisters of the Helskian Order."
"I thought the Pope called for overseers to be killed. She said the nunneries weren't built to shelter witches." The decree had stuck with me, an example of the lengths to which the Vatican would go in order to avoid unwelcome facts.
"Her Holiness called for the Sisters of Helsk to be blinded," said Father Gumst, having finished or abandoned his prayers. "And they were blinded, but their visions continue."
A glance toward the inn's window revealed little but Martin staring out. Catherine moved across the room with a steaming bowl and a cloth over one arm, becoming lost behind Martin's broad shoulders. Reich returned to the main square, a black oak coffer under one arm overflowing with silverware and fine silk. A few of the guards stationed at the entry points gave him disapproving stares, but none went as far as to challenge him. Gold armour or not, I would be surprised if any professional soldier would turn down a choice piece of loot when searching Gottering. Even so, something was wrong with the picture. I pursed my lips and frowned. "Brother Reich?" He walked over, sullen despite his takings. I reached out and plucked at the silk, a lustrous orange I'd not encountered before. "What is it with you and fabric, Reich? I'm not sure I've ever seen you leave a burning building without a bolt of stolen cloth. Something you're not telling us?" The idea of Reich in a dress painted as nasty a picture as the heaped skins. But that wasn't the problem. The answer struck me. You can carry more than that. When did I last see Reich stop looting before the weight of his takings made it impossible to gather any more? Reich shrugged and spat, colour coming to his face.
I've had enough.
You never have enough, Brother Reich.
It's the eyes.
He spat again and started to tie the coffer to his horse.
I don't mind the fingers, but the eyes don't look dead.
What eyes?
Every house.
He shook his head and fastened another strap.
In the drawer with the knives and forks, on a shelf in the cupboard, behind the jars in the larder, everywhere you go to hunt out something worth taking. I don't like them.
He tightened the last strap.
Eyeballs?
Macon asked. Reich nodded, and I shivered despite myself. No doubt they were removed as neatly as the skins. I think the precision of it unnerved me. I've seen a raven pluck a ripe eyeball from a head black with decay, and kept right on eating my own meal. But something in the Lichkin's neat slicing felt unnatural. I shook it off. Martin came from the inn, banished by Catherine. A moment's hesitation took me. Could Catherine be trusted alone with my child, when she held me responsible for her nephew's death? Might she have saved Miana from the assassin's knife, just for the chance to twist the life from my infant son? I threw the thought away. Revenge is my art, not hers. Martin stopped beside Reich and me, ignoring us both, staring at the heap of skins, some lost question leaving his mouth open. I shrugged. Men are made of meat. Lichkin like to play with the pieces. I've seen worse in a fleshmonger's shop. Hell, I've seen worse when men take against their captives. That last bit was a lie, but the truth was that it wasn't conscience that stopped men short of the Lichkin's excesses. Men just weren't such accomplished butchers. I watched Reich rather than Martin. Nothing natural put the fear into Reich. Some things might set him running, but he'd be angry as hell while he ran, and planning his revenge all the way. The last time I'd seen him run in terror had been from the ghosts on the Lichway. Fingers and eyeballs stashed away in peasant houses wouldn't do it. I'd seen him take both, and he hadn't much cared if the former owners had finished using them. My gaze returned to the skin heap. Something in my imagination kept making it seem to crawl. "Burn that," I said. "It's not as if it's needed anymore." I went to the inn. Time to step through that door.
Damnation! Jorg, where the fuck have you been?
Miana snarled that Jorg past small white teeth. I always said she had a pretty face and a foul mouth, and they say even the most proper of maids can swear like a sailor when labouring over a child. What words would she find when it came to push and shove? Strange to think that we're born to our mother's cursing, but ever after they think the young have tender ears and can hear only what might be said in church. I closed the door behind me, leaving it just an inch or two ajar. Inside, the inn smelled of wood smoke, hot and close, and older, less pleasant taints, perhaps of murders done here before the sun rose.
Sweet Jesus!
Miana gasped and spat, clutching herself. She lay back in a great armchair heaped with cushions. Sweat beaded skin, tendons straining in her neck.
I don't want my baby here. Not here.
Catherine glanced at me across the swell of Miana's breasts. On the walls, brown smears where skinless bodies had touched rough timbers. I hadn't wanted my child born on the road. It's a hard enough place to live, and not a fit place to enter the world. Not even with a gilded carriage and an honour guard decorated just as richly. And this village of the dead bore even worse omens. I thought of Degran, small, frail, broken in my hands. The Lichkin held Gottering in its hands, waiting, and Miana was ready to deliver. Gorgov turned from the doorway of the inn, taking more wood for the pyre in the square. A thick log in each hand, lifted from those racked against the wall. Guardsmen had joined in, tearing shutters from windows, breaking up an abandoned cart. Others came from the inn's cellar with flasks of brandy and urns of lamp oil to quicken the flames. I pulled the door open and followed Gorgith.
"Get back in here, you whore-born bastard!"
I closed the door on Mayana, watched by the Gildan guard to either side, eyebrows raised. "The Queen is not herself," I said. 6 golden-helmed heads snapped back front and centre as I passed between them. The Lichkin held the town, held us all, though many of our number didn't yet know it. Perhaps a little fire might loosen its grip and cleanse the air. Gottering was a spell now, an enchantment, a single great rune set out in pieces of men. Blood magic. When the timbers lay doused and heaped around the pile of flayed skins, I drew Gog from his scabbard. The blade gleamed in the winter sun, so as you could imagine flames dancing on its edge. I set it to the wood. "Burn," I said, and flames really did dance on that keen line. The blaze took fast, leaping amongst the broken wood, devouring the oil and spirits, sinking hot teeth into timber. Almost at once, the meaty tang of burned flesh reached out, stronger than the smoke. Memory took me to the haunt, walking out between scorched corpses to meet Egan of Arrow. And just a moment later, another memory, the shrieks of those the fire had left alive. Only not memory. "What?" I tilted my head to locate the sound, a high keening. Captain Harron broke into the square on horseback. "It's from that copse, on the ridge to the west, Hollow Wood." As we came into Guttering, there had been another island in the flooded fields, 300 yards to the west, a few acres of tangled woodland. "The Lichkin's mercy," Gomstad said, "is that in the end they let you die. But not yet." The people of Gottering still lived. They still felt it. Somewhere in that wood, close on 200 townsfolk, flayed without fingers or eyes or teeth, howled as I burned their skins. "Jorg!" A shout edged with scream. Catherine at the doorway, pale, framed by auburn curls. I ran, sword in hand. I pushed past her. It got stronger. I couldn't stop it," Catherine said behind me. Miana lay before the fireplace and the crackling logs, on bedding from the inn-rooms, skirts hitched around her hips in many layers. Pain had twisted her limbs. The firelight shone on skin stretched too tight across her womb. White against that red flesh set over my hidden child, the print of a 3-fingered hand. "Miana!" I stepped close, slamming Gog back into his scabbard. "Miana!" A cold touch flickered across my chest. Perhaps that same 3-fingered hand, reaching in. I have no truck with poets and their flowered words, but in that moment my heart truly froze, turning to a heavy and clenched wound to see her there, a physical pain that staggered me, a weakness the Lichkin infected me with, no doubt. "Miana!" The eyes she turned my way did not know me. I swung around for the door, almost knocking Catherine down. "You're leaving?" "Yes." "She needs you." Anger. Disappointment. "Here!" "The Lichkin is reaching for both her and my son," I said. "And wherever this Lichkin is, it is not here." I left her. Left Miana. Left the inn. I hastened past the pyre where skins bubbled and melted, fats running and steaming over the flagstones. With the brothers at my heels, I ran to the corner by the baker's kilns, to a step that offered a view west across bright waters, toward the bare trees where my enemy waited. I paused, willing my limbs to stillness, letting heartbeats count out time. Time for judgment and clarity to catch me up. Moments passed with nothing but the distant howling and the black reflection of branches reaching out toward Gottering. "Surfaces and reflections making," I said. "Worlds divided by such thin barriers.
unseen, unknowingly deep.
Your pardon, sire.
Macon took sanctuary in formality, rather than try to follow me.
Every fibre of me screamed for action. My wife lay marked and tormented, a stranger to me, a prison for my son. My son.
My father would tell me, find a new wife. Nail the pair, mother and babe, to the floor with one sword thrust and ride on. Let the lichkin choke on that. And I would do it too. If no better choice remained, I would do it. I told myself I would do it. I held still, just a tremble in my fingers.
Consider the problem in hand, Lord Macon. The good bishop tells me there are at least 7 lichkin, maybe more, and we know they're striking across Attar for the first time. Maybe they're attacking along other routes into Vian, spread thin. It seems that if there were many, and they were confident of victory over soldiers rather than peasants, they would have come to us last night. That, or they're toying with us, cat to mouse. Well, I would rather find out about a new enemy by first encountering one on their own. So this is a chance not to miss, rather than a horror to run from, I said. It wanted us to run. All this was about fear. It wanted Miana bundled into a carriage and 500 guardsmen to gallop off along the road to Honth.
And if it's the cat toying with the mouse?
Macon asked. I smiled.
What better chance will the mouse ever have to kill the cat?
I drew Gog, and the fire that burst out along the sword made pale all flame that had ever burned there before. I set off toward the black trees, and the weakening screams of Gottering, wading through dark waters with the brothers treading in my wake. And I walked, rather than ran, though a fire burned in me near as fierce as that on my blade. Because surfaces divide known from unknown, and though I might walk where angels fear to tread, I try not to rush in like a fool.
Chapter 25. Floodwater always has the same stink to it, of earth after rain, but gone too far, tainted with rot. The coldness of it made me clutch at my breath, rising by inches as I waded on. My face blazed with the heat of the fire on Gog's blade, reflecting in dark and hungry water. Some foolishness made me think of the River Seine's gentle meander through Crath City, at the bend past the Bridge of Arts, where stone pillars jut from the slow current to mark an area for swimming. Mother would take us there in the high summer heat when the Seine still remembered winter. As tiny boys we would edge in, inch by inch, squealing. That shriek and gasp as the river took our privates in icy hands. I felt it again, and bit down the exclamation. Brisk, Sir Macon said behind me. Don't think my balls will be coming back down for a month. Why are we even going?
Reich from the back. I glanced over my shoulder, at Gorgoth, almost naked despite the cold, pushing a bow wave before him. Red Kent, his short sword and hatchet held out above the water. Macon with a grin, Reich with a sour sulk on him. Martin frowning, determined, the device on his shield the black spars of a burned house on a green field.
Why?
Reich repeated.
Because it doesn't want us to,
I said, pressing on. I made a mental note to change my ways. If every time an enemy demands you sit down, instead you jump up, well, that predictability becomes a ring through your nose, by which you can be pulled when pushing fails.
Enjoy yourselves.
Reich sounded further behind me. I stopped and turned. Reich had never really taken to the business of me being king. I might have 7 nations where men bent their knee to me in their thousands, through love or fear, mainly fear. But with Reich, the only knee-bending took place when not to do so would get that knee broken.
Do we have to do this now, Brother Reich?
I asked. He sneered.
What are you going to do? Cut my skin off and scoop out my eyes? Apparently the Lichkin scared him more than I did. Of course not! I shook my head, showing him the old smile. I'm a king! I took a stride toward him, lowering Gog's point to the water so it sizzled, jumped and spat, the steam rising between us. I'll have a professional do it. Somebody who really enjoys it. Kings don't dirty their hands. Gorgoth let out a deep laugh at that. Macon joined him. In the end, even Wright gave that of his, and we carried on. Jokes come hard when you're past ball deep in icy water and heading toward hell, but fortunately my audience wasn't too discerning. Also, I wasn't joking. Closer to the copse now, water around my waist, each step sinking into hidden softness. 3 times I caught myself from falling, tripped by some submerged briar or fence post. Macon went down once and came up cursing and spluttering. The water seemed colder closer to the trees, plates of wafer-thin ice gliding in our wake, and a mist rising, tendrils reaching to mix with the frosting of our breath. The mists rose with us, as the gradient led us from the flood among the outermost of the black and dripping trees. I saw the first ghost only as a glimpse between trunks, a figure moving fast but not stirring the calf-deep water. Just a glimpse, ragged black hair, muddy, a child. The name Orska floated through me, though I couldn't place it. I turned to warn the brothers, swords still levelled at where the boy had been, and of course found only mist to meet me. Mist and an iron cross, a pendant hanging from a low branch, a blob of red enamel at the crossing point. For the blood of Christ. I know this game of shades, dead thing. I swung Gog in a slow circle, mist shrivelling back before the flames. Bring my dead mother, William, the baby if you must. Bring the dead of Gareth. Bring Grayson's ghost with his eyes gone. Bring Laisha carrying her head. You're playing the wrong hand against me. I've known worse.
Have you now?
A sharp pain took me in the chest. I turned again, and the fire on Gog died, blade dropping as the strength left my arm. Father stood, wolf-robed, iron-crowned, iron in his hair, winter in his eyes. You're not dead. The words left me, soft and without emotion. Not a ghost.
Am I not?
You're not! Beneath my breastplate, blood spilled, pumped from an old wound, soaking my shirt and the woolens over it, running in hot rivulets down across my belly. The tall castle wouldn't fall to marsh corpses. I shook my head. And your men are too scared to slit your throat. I blinked. He stood there, the water rippling around his high boots, solid and meaner than nails, not some grey spectre.
You'll be a father within the hour, Jorg.
He looked at his hands, spread them before his belt, turning them palm to back, back to palm. Don't! Loose fingers found a tighter grip on Gog's hilt. How do you know that?
Ghosts know what they know.
He turned to stare into the fog. You're not dead. It wasn't possible. He couldn't die. Not that old man. And not without me being the one to do it. How?
The wrong son died, Jorg.
I never knew anyone to match Father's talent for cutting across a man's words without raising his voice.
It should have been William taken from the thorns. He had my strength. You were ever your mother's whelp. Better Degran even than you. Better even him.
Who killed you? I made it a demand.
Who?
Those eyes found me again. I had thought it cold before.
My heart gave out, pounding that pretty Teuton of mine. What was it you called her? The Scorran whore?
The waters rose about us, swirling, eddying around the trees. Knee-deep, thigh-deep. My strength left me with each heartbeat, limbs icy, the only warmth that of the blood spilling from the old wound, the one Father gave me, the one that should never have healed.
You'll be a father soon, Yorg. That little southern wife of yours will push out a son, in slime and blood, shouting at the world, just like mine did. The Pope's man failed. I told her, send 3, 2 at the least, but the silly bitch sent just the 1. Said he was her best. I had high hopes, but he failed.
You knew? The flood reached my chest. Without its support, I doubted I could stand. When it touched the wound, I felt the coldness pour into me, as if black water were filling me like a hollow gourd.
It's good that you won't see your boy, my father told me. You're too weak to raise a son.
His wolf skin lifted on the flood, but it meant nothing to him. He watched me with just the hint of a smile, a thing as cold as his regard. The water spilled around my neck, putting a chatter in my teeth, my hair floating around me, drawn by the current. The weight of my armour, of the sword held in a numb hand, the pull of the mud, all held me down. I thought of my child, of Miana with the white hand seared on her belly, and a spark of anger lit in me despite the cold. You were mine to kill, old man! I snarled it, before the water closed my mouth and swallowed me. I looked up at a distant surface through dark weeds, the tangled drift of my hair. Far above me, impossibly far, a rippled surface fracturing the daylight to send weak glimmers down into the icy depths. A hand hung over me, limp, reaching for the sky. My hand. The dim and greenish light moved ripple patterns across my fingers. I stared at that distant sun. It could be 1,000,000 miles away. Lundist had said 1,000,000, more than 1,000,000. The waters held me. I hung limp and stared until that twinkling patch of green-tinted light became all I could see, became my world. Shapes resolved, green-tinted. And it seemed, though the water held me, though my chest ached for air and my heart pounded behind my ribs, that I looked not at the sky through water, but through the faint green stain of attar glass into an inn-room, a room where a fire burned in the hearth, where Miana lay and Catherine crouched at her side. I saw the Lichkin come for them, the door flying apart in splinters. It walked in, slow and measured, a bone thing, shrouded in dead space where the eye can't see. The creature had left us a trap in the hollow wood and waited for us to leave. While we lay drowning, the Lichkin slipped into Gottering. Guardsmen came hard on its heels, on her heels. Somehow I knew the Lichkin for a she. They fell choking, perhaps drowning with their own ghosts, strangled by lost loves, choked by disapproving parents, or whatever tawdry fragments of their past haunted them. We all carry the seeds of our own destruction with us. We all drag our history behind us like rusted chain. Catherine rose to meet her. You shouldn't have come. Somehow Catherine's voice reached me, cut through to my dying brain, past the thunder of my heart. The Lichkin advanced on Catherine, only its hands clear to me. White, bone-like, root-like. My vision pulsed and prickled. In a moment I would take the breath my body screamed for. You don't know much, dead thing. Catherine stood before it, the muted reds of her travel gown swaying around her. Even dying, I saw her beauty. Without desire, just as a statement, like the glory of a stained glass window, or the play of light and shadow across mountains. I saw her fear too, and the strength that held it down. Those hands reached for her, fast but slowing, as if finding some invisible resistance. You can't be very old, dead thing, she said. It's written in the oldest books. Sleep and death are brother and sister. The bard knew it. For in death's sleep, what dreams will come? And believe me, dead thing, I know dreams. The Lichkin howled and raised a grey swirl around Catherine. Her skirts whipped about her. At Catherine's feet, Miana twisted and moaned. Shapes moved in that swirl. Shapes and suggestions. "Enough," Catherine said, sharp-voiced. "Ghosts, is it? But dreams are populated by ghosts and little else. Ghosts are made of dreams. Dead dreams, lost dreams, bad dreams. Dreams that get stuck in tight little circles, that carve their own rut in the fabric of the world and won't let go." Catherine's hand snaked out and caught something from the swirl, held it by the throat. To me, it was Oscar from the monastery, Sonny lashed to the bad dog's pole. Leisha wanting me to save her. The boy in Albaseat beaten by the smith. You can't save them all, so why save any? She choked it, fingers turning white with strain. At the last, father's face hung there, black with blood. And then, puff! It was gone. A wisp of smoke. Nothing more. Catherine stepped forward, a quick step, and the Lichkin flinched. It turned to run, but she caught its bone-white hand in hers. Catherine held the Lichkin, rigid with effort, hand growing white, veins growing dark and darker still, but she refused to release it. "You shouldn't have come." And I broke the surface. Retching and gasping, I sat up, the water about me a foot deep, 18 inches maybe, no more. I drew in the sweetest breath and parted the black veil of my hair. All about me, at the edge of the hollow wood, the brothers sat, choking and gasping, spitting water, purple in the face.
Chapter 26. Chayla's Story. The carriage jolted across frost-stiffened mud, and Chayla cursed again. On the bench opposite, Kai looked far more comfortable, on the edge of sleep almost, as if bounced in his nurse's arms. She clutched the armrest, fingers white on the leather. 5 years starved of necromancy. 5 years since the Ankrath boy had drained her, shrivelled up her power in the firestorm of his ghosts. She had thought the dead king merely cruel to punish her so, to leave her stranded once more on the shores of life, plagued by the everyday aches and pains of flesh, mocked by trivialities like temperature. Now she appreciated his cunning too.
Damnation!
Chayla hugged her furs close about her.
Who made the autumn so chill? Who decided to hold Congression on the edge of winter? Kai asked. That's the more reasonable question.
Chayla felt cold, not reasonable.
Kai's easy manner irked her. She returned often now to the day the Maya ghouls had dragged him and the girl to her through the reeds. Mud and slime in their hair, horror frozen into their fresh young faces. Each display of his returning confidence, each hint of the mild contempt that hid behind his smile, made her regret deciding to use him the more. Better he had died with his pert little strumpet. Necromancy at its heart is a guilty pleasure, a surrender to the darkest instinct. The fact that Golden Boy had picked up his old self-assurance again, his charm and his winning smile, as if he just dabbled in a secret vice, a necessary evil, dug at her moment to moment. That he proved so good at it made her want to claw the face off him. He seemed to think it's something he could set aside when no longer required, like he had that girl. What was her name? Sula? She wondered if Kai could still remember it. Necromancy has to cost you. It had certainly cost Chayla. Jorg might have taken a bite for free, but all he got was a taste. Golden Boy, on the other hand, had picked it up as though it were nothing but juggling, and had yet to drop a ball. I hate being alive. Chayla spoke to the passing world through the carriage grille, hedgerows edged with hoarfrost so thick that every twig bristled with thorns of ice. And yet we hang to it so dear, Kai said, sometimes by fingertips. He had walked the drylands now, thought he knew it all. Thought he knew both sides of the coin from his stumbling in the borders where newly dead sometimes lost their way. Chayla wondered how the deep voyaging would change him. What it would be that took the ease from his smile. Somewhere past absolution, in the places where angels fear to tread, maybe even across the black sands to the caves where Lichkin dwell. It waited for him out there, and on the day of his dark epiphany, she would forgive him his slights and his superiority, for they would be broken things that no longer held use for him. Until that day, though, one more cheerful encouragement, and she would take his face. The roll and rock of the carriage made her stomach jump. Her bones ached so it hurt to sit. And the cold, the damp, insidious cold. She wiped her nose, leaving a glistening trail across the back of her hand, then sniffed, noting and pretending to ignore Kai's look of faint disgust. We play with corpses, and my mucus offends him. Being so alive made her petty and weak. The carriage rolled to a halt, the coachman banging 3 times on the roof. Kai looked up. Trouble? Chayla sensed nothing, but in her diminished state that meant little. She shrugged, leaned forward, and opened the carriage door. Axtis stood in the mud, his golden armour bright in the winter sun, hurting her eyes. More of the Gildan Guard pressed around him on horseback. Smoke rising over the town ahead. Which town? Chayla squinted. Leaving the carriage didn't appeal. The sun promised warmth, but it lied. Gottering. Never heard of it. Send riders ahead and drive on. She leaned back into the carriage and closed the door. 250 men, worried over smoke. If the place was one big bonfire, we could ride through. Perhaps our friends have been here before us. Kai caught the mist of his breath and shaped it into a question mark, fading between them. Old tricks. Lichkin are no one's friends, Windsworn. You do well to remember that. The carriage juddered into motion again, and before long rolled on into smooth mud and tinkling ice crusts. The road is flooded. We're fording. Kai, head back against the rests, eyes closed. There's a pyre of sorts in the town square. No bones. Kai had told her his wind sight grew hand in hand with his dead sight. She hated him the more for it. His eyeballs twitched beneath his eyelids, looking ahead of them, seeing what she could not. Still, she allowed herself a smile. There were things ahead that Kai would not see coming, however far his vision rode the wind. The dead king's cunning had set them on this path. 2 necromancers sent to Congression. The necromancy necessary to his purpose, and, just as necessary, the fact that they stood close enough to life to pass as untainted. Kai too new to his calling to raise alarm, and she too distant from her old power to seem a threat. Dark waters seeped around the door join as they went, the carriage half floating now. Then, as it seemed they would sink, the wheels found the road once more, and they jolted back onto dry land. Chayla caught the stink of roast meat. It's a funeral pyre. There are no bones, Kai said. And the festival flags are out. A celebration, maybe? Chayla knew death. She shook her head. Stepping from the carriage, she jumped to the ground before it came to a halt. What is it? Kai dropped down behind her. Chayla raised a hand to silence him. Not that she listened with her ears, but it felt good to shut him up. Screaming, she said. Horrible agony. Her skin burned with it. A hand rose before her face, and for a moment she didn't recognize it as hers, hanging on invisible thread, one long finger, bony in the knuckle, pointing. The questing hand settled, indicating the open waters between the town and a nearby copse. There. I can barely sense it, Kai said. It's hiding. Chayla brought her hands together before her, shaping her will. She might have only an echo of her power, but she wielded what she held with lifetimes of experience. Help me bring it out. Drawing forth dead things from behind the veil, always put Chayla in mind of the cesspit back in Johnholt. A hot summer, and the stink rose between the boards, acrid, strong enough to make her eyes water that day, the day she dropped Nan Robtin's brooch. Dropped was the wrong word. She had pinned it carefully to her smock, piercing coarse wool with the steel pin, and even so it fell, turning in the air, sparkling, making diamond fractures of the light, though it was only glass and mirror. She missed the brooch twice in the air, fingers brushing it, then fumbled it, sending it skittering across the boards and down the dunghole. For the longest time, Chayla had stood and stared at the hole. The image of the sparkling brooch falling into darkness played across her vision. She hadn't asked to take it. Nan would have said no. It's borrowing if you bring it back, she had told herself.
Stealing if you don't,
she whispered, there by the cesspit behind the scrub lilacs. She had lain flat upon the boards, nose wrinkled, breath held against the physical force of the stench. Cheek to the wood, arm reaching down, the stained boards scraping her bicep through her smock. Fingers found the filth, the coldness surprising, a crawling sensation of revulsion as she dipped in, stomach heaving, her hand enveloped now, wanting to make a fist, and yet stretching out, questing. The need to draw breath built in her chest, a hammering demand. Eyes screwed tight, toes curled, legs drumming, hand questing. You will breathe. And in the end, the body's wants prove stronger than the mind's, and you always take the breath. Chayla had lain gagging, a thin spill of acid spew drooling from her panting mouth, and still her fingers hunted in a cold world, half solid, half liquid. And after all that, the sudden bite of the brooch pin made her scream and whip her hand out, empty, splattering filth. The trick, she muttered to Kai, is to let it bite. When the bite came, Kai fell shrieking, and Chayla endured with grim satisfaction, hauling to bring out what was lost and hidden. Weak as she was, Chayla used the life that filled her to tempt and anchor her prey. At the last, when her bones threatened to tear through flesh and skin if she did not release her hold, Chayla pulled harder still, and a mist began to coil about the surface of the flood. Frost patterns spread beneath the mist, racing in wild, angular profusion over dark water. It rose in a splintering of ice, something both more white than the frost, blacker than the waters, a creature of bone-pale limbs cast with midnight shadow, blade thin, hands dividing root-like into 3 fingers. And somehow, despite the lack of defining features, undeniably female. Mouthless, her pain scaled a different register, resonating in an ache, deep in the sockets of Chayla's teeth. Men of the guard staggered around her, choking, tearing at their eyes. Keris! Chayla named the Lichkin, sealing it back into the world. What happened? Kai climbed to his feet, hauling in a breath. I can see it. What's changed? Something had changed. The Lichkin lay revealed, stripped of its shroud of ghosts. Kai clenched his jaw against the Lichkin's resonating agony. The ghosts were gone, flayed away. And in that moment, Chayla understood. She's been skinned.